I can go live again. What the fuck is going on? Dude, this fucking app. Ah, this fucking app, dude. All right, let's get the music going again now that we're back. Not gonna join Nick's live. Yeah, I don't feel like sitting in a wait queue for 2 hours. Also, I'd like to do my own lives. Hello, Steve. We just got banned a few minutes ago for misinformation. That was lovely. This fucking app, dude. I need to add text on the Twitch source. How did you do it with doors? Okay, there's yet another Nazi. And block. We'll get that Nazi out of here. It's 2 Nazis in one night. What is the text supposed to be? Oh, text to window. Where is this? Okay. There we go. Are you Israeli? No, I am not Israeli. Just supporting them. Just your average random white American. I love when this app fucking does stupid shit. Alright, let's see the air raid alerts over Ukraine right now. Same thing as always. Because there is no ethnic cleansing going on there. Like, definitionally speaking. Why do you aim at strengthen our country but not their own? Why do we got to start like that, man? Oh, it's the same Nazi over and over, just making multiple fucking accounts to come in and harass me. Good job. I'm not Jewish, moron. Wait, do you speak Ukrainian and Russian? I know like some combat phrases, dude. I worked over there as an instructor and I had an interpreter, who kind of taught me a little bit, but not much.
How's it going, Zam?
I got banned in 5 minutes for misinformation after having the same dude come in my live and spam Nazi bullshit repeatedly.
Wow.
I had 3 people on the panel and got banned for misinformation. Oh, by the way, it currently says my appeal was denied, but somehow I can go live.
Yeah, it's doing the exact same thing to me. I'm apparently permanently banned on my account.
Nice.
Yep.
I was supposed to try and do a big live this week. I was trying to get a panel with Preston Stewart, habitual line crosser, and History Revealed. And 1, I got banned, and then 2, Preston backed out. So
Why?
Family stuff.
Oh,
And I
thanks.
gotta. No, nothing bad. Just fucking busy life.
Your Yahtzee count at the moment is only 2.
I just started I just restarted the stream. Oh, there he is again. Hey, dude, I'm not Jewish. I don't understand why you keep coming in here to start shit.
I am.
I don't care. He's just a Nazi. That's the
I know,
fifth.
if he
That's
wants to
just
talk
the
to
fifth.
you, though.
No, I'm pretty sure he's the one reporting me because he was the only one in here who was a Nazi at the time reporting stuff. I banned 5 of his accounts.
Then block him.
I am. I banned all of them. But now it's.
Well,
I
then
feel
I'll
like it's
see you-
cheating if I just count him multiple times.
Okay, well, I'll see you in the shadow zone. Because it seems like your account's gonna go kaboom.
This is the first time I've streamed on this account in I don't know how long. Why did Gossip?
Really?
Yeah,
This account?
this is my backup.
Oh, sugar, yeah.
Yeah, because my main account's banned.
Because you've changed your name, and it's still throwing me off. Although apparently my name's throwing people off as well.
Okay, he's back in my requests. Let's see.
There's still people when I go on panels.
Let's see. You know what? Let's see what the Nazi actually has to say on the live. Let's see what he actually has to say. Is it the same guy? I don't know. Oh wait, that guy's not in the request anymore. It's a different guy.
Oh no, not another Sam.
Oh, hello, Sam. What's on your mind?
Hey, brother, how you doing?
Doing okay. Just dealing with an obsessed Nazi tonight.
I feel you. I see, you know, your flag backgrounds and everything. By the way, I'm American too.
Nice.
What do you actually think of 9/11?
Okay, can we cut to the chase? How long till you blame the Jews?
I'm asking you a question.
No, I'm just gonna cut to the bullshit right now. How long till you blame the Jews?
I'm not trying to blame. I'm telling you, what do you think of 9/11?
I think it was a terrible terrorist. Yeah. I think it was a terrible fucking terrorist attack where we were attacked on our fucking home turf, and the people that did it got what was coming to them. What about it?
You truly believe that 9/11 was from the outside, done by the outside?
Yes.
Then can you explain to me how...
Excuse me.
Hold on. Let me just
There he is
ask you guys
again.
a question.
Blocked.
Dude.
What?
I just have a quick
What is?
question.
Hang on, Palliative. What is your next question?
Okay, if 9/11 was, as you say, done from the outside, how can the bodies disintegrate, but yet brand new passports be found 2 blocks away from the wreckage?
Because not everybody disintegrated, and yes. Do you know how? Have you ever done like?
Brand new passports, but the bodies disintegrated?
Depends on where they were in the aircraft. Depends on where they hit the building. Depends on what fire and temperatures they were exposed to.
Only the passports of the
Okay.
hijackers?
No, there was IDs for plenty of people found. But
No,
hang on.
when they brought it on-
Just because you don't understand something doesn't mean there's some grand conspiracy theory. Have you ever thought that you might just be fucking stupid? Get out of my stream. Because I know it's immediately going to come to Jew blame. That's all it's going to be. Hey, Sam, I thought you said Trump did not have the authority to not let Ukraine become NATO. What do you mean? Thought you said that Trump did not have the authority to not let Ukraine become NATO. Yeah, it's not up to him. He could tell our rep for NATO how to vote, but like that doesn't do anything. Host is a professional victim. All right. Oh, God, dude, this dude's actually fucking pissing me off now. Literal Nazi he's on Palliative. He's on account number 8. Account number 8. Oh my God, what is wrong with you people? Tech, what are you getting at though? I don't understand what your question is. What would you like to ask specifically? Get ready for the wave. The wave of what? Oh, all right. Good morning. She says a visit with my Uncle Puff. No, Sam, I'm just not going to deal with a moron. I answered your question. You didn't like the answer because you didn't understand it. You not understanding a question doesn't mean there's a conspiracy theory. Again, you being stupid does not mean that there's some grand fucking conspiracy theory. Trump is not letting Ukraine become NATO. It's not up to Trump. And two, they're at war. They can't join NATO anyways. It's literally not. Trump's not the dude that casts the vote at the UN. We already know that he doesn't want Ukraine to join NATO, but that's still not up to him. NATO's cooked because they have Turkey. Yeah, Turkey's kind of fucking that up. Can you explain why white phosphorus is legal? Okay, so not all white phosphorus is legal. Some of it is. So you have what is it? You have the different forms of white phosphorus. You have white phosphorus. You have incendiary, smoke, illumination, and gas. Gas is always illegal. Incendiary cannot be used on civilian populated areas, and sometimes there's some weird iffy stuff on if you can use it on enemy positions as long as there's no civilian infrastructure around the area. That's a little bit iffy. Illumination always legal, or no, we didn't cover smoke. Smoke always legal, but it is advised that you are cautious with it because it still can harm your lungs and used in civilian populated areas. And illumination is always legal, but they always advise that you not use it over flammable structures because that's going to make a difference. It's for getting rid of forestry, and that's okay. Technically that I mean, yeah, you legally you probably could. Like I know Russia and Ukraine both use different types of incendiary munitions to clear tree lines to expose the trenches underneath or to make it to where you wouldn't want to dig a trench. Hello, Irene. Is either Ukraine or Russia used it? Yeah, Russia has been documented using white phosphorus, incendiary white phosphorus all over Ukraine, as well as sarin gas and other lewisite and stuff. Bro, Trump said it already. Ukraine has not become NATO because Trump said they can't. Cool. That's still not a tech. Trump could also say the moon is fucking purple. It doesn't make it true. It's not up to Trump. He has an influence in it. But if the rest of the United States and the leadership in the United States says, hey, we kind of want Ukraine to join NATO, we're going to vote yes on that. And the rest of NATO votes yes, then Ukraine gets in. It's still not up to Trump. He is not the voting member at NATO. How do I set up the goal shit? What was it? Was I banned for? I got banned for hate speech on History Revealed's live. I called out someone who had a name that was blatantly just hating on Jews, and I got banned for that. Shocker. Discriminating against Jews, fine. Calling it out, bad. Okay, guys, we're going to be setting up goals to make sure we get the live going and move everything along. Don't even bother joining the team on this account. You can if you want, but it doesn't really do anything, so I don't use this account much. Hello, Sandfella. What's up?
What's up, my Gentile?
What's up?
How are you?
Tired.
Yeah, this time of day or night.
It's 2 a.m. So.
What's the room topic?
I mean, I stopped putting up a topic because people would just be weird about it, and I just put up flags, and for some reason, flags trigger people like nothing else.
What's your opinion on these flags?
On both of them, Israel and Ukraine are both allies of the United States. They're Western idealized nations that share our common interests and values. Both of them were invaded, and the sovereignty of their borders was violated by an outside entity who they had repeatedly asked to leave them the fuck alone. Um, on both sides, we've got Hamas and Russia, who Russia openly admitted on October 9th, 2 days after the October 7th attacks, that they openly funded, trained, and armed Hamas to cause October 7th to distract the world from Ukraine. They invited the leaders of Hamas to Moscow the following week after October 7th. Russia and Hamas trade weapons and arms and money with the IRGC, who uses them against both Israel and Ukraine. So, I mean, I just wish we were doing more and putting our foot down on shit to actually help our allies instead of flip-flopping around with bullshit.
Are you Jewish?
Yeah, just a random fucking white dude.
You're just a fan of them?
Not particularly. I'm just a random fucking white dude. If you're a decent person, you're a decent person. I don't give a shit what you are. Like I'm agnostic. Like I've read up on all the major religions. I've got all the major religious texts. Like this shelf right here is all religious text. I've got my encyclopedia over here. UN resolutions right here. I've got.
Have you actually read all that?
Which ones? Because like a lot of the lower shelf stuff, I still got to get to.
Have you read the Bible? All the Bible?
It's been a while since I read the Bible, but I've read the King James Bible and the new fuck, I can't remember. The brain fart. The New Something Bible. I've read the Torah. I'm on my second reading of the Quran. While reading it with hadiths. I've read thousands of hadiths. I've read about paganism. I've read about Buddhism. Like, what do you want? there's a lot of stuff. It's all been over the years and stuff.
So I'd like to think that you're probably conservative or Republican or something of the sort.
Registered Republican, vote fiscally conservative, a little bit more socially liberal.
Nice. Well, good luck, my friend.
All right, thank you. All right, bye. Oh, okay. I understand how it works, but they're not becoming NATO. Just say you were wrong, bro. Admit it. Just because. Oh my God, Tech. No, because I'm not wrong. You admit that you know how it works and that it's the way that I said it works, but Trump said so he's right. Okay. You have no idea what decency is? All right. Gaza and Russia equals baby kidnappers? True. Of course he's read the Torah. Well, why wouldn't I? Do you support Israel in Gaza? I support the elimination of Hamas. Why do we give a shit? Why do we give a shit about the Middle East? Depends. I mean, if you're referring to global power and influence, you can get into the geopolitics of strategic positioning. You can get into trade. You can get into what we get out of specific countries like Israel or with Egypt with trade agreements. It depends on what. There's no like in general thing. It honestly depends on what avenue you want to go down. But there's a lot of interest in the Middle East for America. A lot of money to be made. Hey, Nope.
Hey, what's up?
You know, just living the band life.
Yeah, what do you think about Greta's journey?
I really want to see her. I want the IDF to let her through, and I
Yes,
want someone to either ask her. You know, I just kind of want to see what the Palestinians are gonna do, or I'm curious: is she gonna bring aid to the hostages? Because she's there to be a humanitarian, right?
it's a very tiny boat.
Yeah.
It just
What aid do you have on that boat that you didn't eat already?
they, even if they like get to the shore, I wish the IDF. I actually wrote
Mm-hmm.
a letter to the government to let them pass and get to the shore. The problem is that the IDF can't let them in for their own safety.
Oh no, let him in. It'll be funny. A lot of American lives lost. All right. So you value that over money? No, I value America being the top dog and nobody being able to tell us what the fuck to do because we're America. I want to see her give Hamas advice. Is this a new account? Nope, just the backup account. Kind of makes me wish Sinwar were alive for that. Oh my God. Sinwar would absolutely be doing videos with Greta.
I
Wait, how can you be Republican and liberal socialist at the same time? When did I say I was a socialist? Hey, Palliative.
Again.
Maybe I'm just stupid and can't explain this. Can you
Yes, you are.
explain to this man what it means to be fiscally conservative but vote more socially liberal? Because apparently that makes me, he says,
Oh.
you can't be a Republican and a liberal socialist. Apparently that means I'm a socialist.
You most certainly can be a Republican in favor of certain liberal privileges, such as freedom of speech, which is a liberal privilege, not a conservative one.
Gay marriage.
Yeah, well, fuck gay marriage. I don't like it.
You know what I mean? Like I could support social causes without being a socialist. Like what?
Well, yeah, because social causes and socialist, although they have social, they aren't the same fucking thing.
No. Tech, voting for more social issues and leaning left on social issues does not make you a socialist.
I have to be like really honest. When you're voting more left than a gay guy, maybe you are a socialist. Because I don't like gay marriage.
Oh, dude, my uncles leave town every time it's Pride Month.
Same.
And
It's
then-
like, oh, it's
and then
Pride?
I was at
Fine.
their I was protesting so they could get married together. They hate Pride Parade. They're like, it's basically just sex on a float in the streets. It's disgusting. Yeah. They picked up 4 refugees on the way. What will they do with them in Gaza? What? You just said
I
you were
don't
all
know.
3. No, I did not say it was all 3. So the Middle East is a money exploit, so we must have Americans go off to war and die for what? When did I say any of that, Osher? You're arguing a bunch of things I never even said. What? They're in between Greece and Egypt. Good luck to them. The politician I'm referring to the past. What? We had Pride in Jerusalem yesterday. Nice. The Greta Flotilla
it
picked up.
Pride in
Wait, the
Jerusalem?
Greta Flotilla picked up 3 Libyan refugees? What?
Huh?
Oh my god. What happens when the boat lands and Greta's not on it anymore? Hmm.
I don't see any source about that.
Wait. Yeah, Iron Dome, where are you getting that? Those 3 dudes are in for. Oh god, could you imagine being a Libyan refugee? You get rescued in the middle of the fucking ocean, only to be told by the people that rescued you, hey, by the way, we're going to Gaza.
But we want to take the Gazans to Libya, not the opposite.
It's all over their TikToks? No way. I gotta look this up.
They got it wrong. We need to take the Gazans to Libya, not Libya to Gaza.
I can't do.
I'm just
I can't
saying- I'm
screen
just
share
saying,
right now.
I don't care
Yeah.
where we take them, so long as it's not on this planet. I say we give the Palestinians the moon.
I'm not allowed to do display capture yet until I stream long enough. God damn it. Okay. Does she have her own TikTok account?
Yes.
What is it? Someone help
No
me.
idea.
Fuck.
I'm pretty sure it's called I threw all my life away so I could be a liberal punt.
Well, that doesn't fucking help me. It's not
That's
very
me.
productive.
Very productive to me.
What the fuck is
What
this
do you
sailing
think?
around? Huh?
What do you think will happen if we let them in, and then, like on the shore, they will meet age group?
Oh, they're just gonna
I
die.
don't care.
They're not gonna meet H group on the, or they're not gonna meet Hamas on the shores. They're gonna just meet a bunch of random Palestinians. They're gonna go, who the fuck are you?
This is a social experiment. I really want to see the outcome. I can't see anything about the 3 Libyan guys. Irondom, can you tag an account that you saw?
Yeah, I'm not seeing anything on this.
Also, they are like in the sea, and they passing through like very severely starving countries,
Oh
but they just,
God.
like,
We got it. We got another one. User, why do we owe Germany an apology? Please enlighten us.
Well, I really shat all over their toilet system, so I do owe them an apology. I really bogged it up. They couldn't drink for days.
Ooh, someone in YouTube chat says, "What do you think about Trump and Elon drama?"
I think
If
it's
if Kanye hadn't melted down a couple weeks ago, Elon's crash out would be the #1 crash out of the year. He's number 2 so far.
I'm just saying, I find it hilarious he revealed Trump being part of the Epstein list.
Okay. Here's my take on that. One, probably not untrue, but here's what that says. One, how would he have gotten access to those files? 2, why would he have gotten access to those files? 3, is he now openly admitting that he was willing to openly work with a someone who he knew was a Shmedophile? Hang on. Let me finish with the ideas. Let me finish with the fucking ideas. Is he willing to work with a Shmedophile until it stops benefiting him, including allowing his child to, be babysat by this person? Like, until it's just not convenient for him.
Information out. It depends on when he finds that information out, because maybe this whole crash out is because he found out about that.
So he conveniently found out like 2 days after he left the White House? Oh, there's a Yahtzee in the chat.
Or he conveniently found out when the decision to be made of him leaving.
Why would he have found out then?
Because people are malicious. Somebody would have found out that Elon is leaving.
Who?
He probably doesn't like Trump in the administration.
Or this has openly happened before, where he's publicly had a meltdown with someone he had a disagreement with before and called them a Shmedophile and then had to give them a public apology. This isn't the first time this has happened.
Possible.
Oh, there we go. More Nazis in the chat. All right, we've got more Nazis. What is it with you people tonight? We're up to 5. Yeah, like I've had none in my stream for the past few weeks, basically, and now we're up to 5. He and his buddies had access. How would they have gotten access to that file? And why would they have waited until he got fired to say anything? Is it just because, oh, it's inconvenient for me to work with Trump now, like I don't benefit from it, so now I'm going to reveal it? Why support Israel? A multitude of reasons. They're a Western idealized nation and ally of the United States who shares common interests and values, and they had the sovereignty of their borders violated by an outside entity that we also oppose.
It's sexy. It's because Israelis are sexy. That's why he supports them.
I'm going to drop you.
No, behave. Come on, be nice.
Sam, bring gold up.
Oh, let me open guest request.
Unless you're saying Israelis are not sexy.
Oh wait, I need to add. We? What do you mean we is? What do you mean we is crazy? Okay. Nope. I'm gonna drop you down for a little bit just because I need to clear space. I'm trying to get some people to discuss.
Shabbat shalom.
Shabbat shalom. Bye bye.
Guys, there's 56 people here. Sam should have, or Anthony should have, way more than 14K likes. Please get to tapping.
Oh, I'm at 1,000 likes. Jesus Christ, that's bad.
Yeah, yalla, let's go.
This is the backup account.
Yeah, you have a lot of Yahtzees today.
5. Hang on. To be fair, one person is the same dude on 9 different accounts so far.
Oh, okay.
9 accounts.
Well, I just want to say about Germany. Israel just completed a deal with Germany. Germany bought, I believe, their Arrow system for $4.3 billion.
And Germany's also chomping at the bits to take over the contract for Patriot missiles.
Nice.
Oh, there he is. He's back. Account number 10. What is with you people? Ban. Okay, remember, ban before you mute. If you're a mod, you ban before mute so that you can. Yeah, because if you hit mute, then it goes away.
If you're gonna be Yahtzees, at least be clever.
Wait, did Germany buy or did Germany sell? Germany is paying for the Arrow system, but they want to bid for the contract where Israel pays Germany to make the missiles for the Patriot system. They want to undercut us, basically. Oh, yeah. Thank you for the heart.
Yeah, you guys are like, you're nothing without America. Dude, we're the fucking startup nation of the world. People want our technology, and anybody who doesn't buy it is going to get left in the fucking dust.
Oh, thank you, nope. Dude, okay, how do I?
Now I can't
shit,
tell
I'm-
if they're saying W Germany because of the deal or because they're Nazis.
Okay. I don't know if this pin thing will actually help with the lies, but whatever, we'll see. Okay. Air raids over Ukraine, same shit as always.
Same shit, different day of the week.
Yup. Russia claimed they were going to launch a bunch of shit today. Oh, well, there's the possibility that Russia launched their IRBM or Oreshnik missile again today, and it failed for a fifth time, exploding over Kazakhstan. But the Russian government and the Kazakhstan Ministry of Defense are stating that it was a satellite re-entering the atmosphere. Oh shit! Thank you. But there's I'm trying to look at I'm trying to look at some satellite trackers to see if we can figure out what it, if it was a satellite, which one would it have been?
Sam, reset your live goal, but make it higher so that it takes longer.
Oh, it normally doesn't get hit, so I just leave it at 100. It normally never gets hit.
Put it.
Make it lower so it can be hit because
Yeah.
that increases your chances on live and protects you from getting bananaed.
Oh, okay.
I don't know if it protects you from anything, but oh
It
well.
actually does. If you achieve multiple live goals, they think that you're getting more engagement than you are.
Oh.
So you don't after the count set them obscenely high.
In a number of cities, Kazakhstan local residents are observing strange. Man, it would really help if I could like share screen right now,
Yes.
but I can't do that
Why not?
because I haven't streamed on this account for a while, so it doesn't let me share screen right now. It says I have to. Let's see if it'll do it actually now. Nope.
Do you have to do for like X number of days?
Yeah, I have to stream one more time for 25 minutes, but I think that's this live right now. I'd have to restart the live.
Sam, Jason is asking you thoughts on Ukraine targeting air bases by infiltrating as civilians.
Jason,
was-
that's not even what happened.
I don't think that's what happened.
Jason, what are you talking? That's not what happened. They did a supply chain interdiction. What?
Yeah, Sam, can you actually like go through the details of that
Okay.
and how Israel's beeper thing was involved? Because that shit.
They're not involved, but they're very, very similar. So, no, Jason, that's not what happened at all. So, Ukraine basically had been planning this attack for 18 months. So that means while Israel's Patriot attack happened, Ukraine had already been planning their thing for about a year. They used supply chain interdiction. So they wanted to take out these bases. And what they did was essentially take over certain elements of the shipping company and carry out business as usual. They then put their own containers onto a bunch of trucks and had them dropped off at specific locations and had them sit there for as long as 6 months. Reuters has satellite imagery showing them some of them there 6 months back. And then they all had solar panels on them. And then when the day finally came and everything was ready, they fucking pop off the roofs and all the drones go whoop, and they go flying towards the target. Then the drone shacks blew up, hiding in civilian trucks and containers. That's not Ukrainians. That's fucking equipment. What are you? Hang on. Please get to what you think is, because I know you're gonna say a war crime here, Jason. What is the war crime?
Wait, before we move on, that was an awesome explanation. That was an awesome job that they did. Can we get a W
Yeah,
Ukraine
W
from
Ukraine.
everybody in the
piece
chat?
of shit, motherfucker. Stop lying.
I'm sorry. Who are you?
Understand? Stop lying, bitch.
Dimmy, be quiet. I didn't give you permission to speak yet. Are you capable of calming down and having an adult conversation instead of acting like an emotional child?
You with these fucking flags, stick it up with your ass, okay?
Where are you from, Aries?
Motherfucker.
Where are you from?
Fuck you, bitch.
Where are you from?
Fuck you, motherfucker.
Where are you from?
Not your problem where I'm from, bitch.
It sounds Arab.
Are you from like a third world
You
shithole?
Asian Zionist bitches, motherfuckers, killers.
Bleh,
Are you
bleh,
from a
bleh,
third
bleh,
world
bleh.
shithole?
My motherfuckers, piece of shit.
Bleh, bleh.
My motherfuckers? I mean, I don't think I'd like to fuck your mom.
This is all I hear.
Oh, shut up with that. Oh, no, fucking. Hey, your prophet fucked a 9-year-old. Get out of my life.
That person did not sound Russian.
Hello, America first. What's up?
America.
Hey, I believe he wasn't Russian though.
He was not Russian.
Third world. That's all I know. What's up?
I don't know. I see you got the American flag, the Israeli flag, and the
Mhm.
Ukrainian.
Sir,
Yep.
you're very hard to hear. Can you get closer to your microphone?
Yeah, it
I'm
is a little.
sorry. How about now?
Oh, that's
That's
better.
better.
That's much better.
So is that some type of alliance going on, or
Well, I mean, they are both allies. I am an American. I serve this country. And I love this country, and I love us being fucking top dog and no one telling us what the fuck to do. And these are two allied nations that are both currently involved in conflicts right now that we are assisting.
right? Why should we be assisting them?
Well, one, that's how alliances work. Traditionally, when you sign an alliance with someone, you make an agreement to help someone. You don't just stop because it gets inconvenient or because they get in a conflict. So that's the basics of it.
Well, so what do we get from them?
Which country you want to go with? Ask away.
Let's start with the one on the left.
Israel. So we get a lot of our early medical advancements from Ukraine or from Israel. We get a lot of what?
Like what? So you said medical advances, like what?
Pull up a list of medical.
Sam, what's the
advancements by
bandage that you guys use in combat that Lion's always talking about?
The Israeli bandage. It's just because they're the ones that designed it. It's a compression bandage that helps save people's lives. So that's one of the big ones.
They
The
use that
Rewalk
in Mass
exoskeleton, the pill camera, which helps with diagnosing the gastrointestinal tract. The Israeli bandage, like you just mentioned. What is it? Cryoablation, a minimally invasive treatment, destroys tumors by freezing. Oh, that's what that's called. I didn't know what that was called. Neat. Feeding tube systems and navigation systems for putting them into people. IFV development, remote
That's
physical
the
exam
medical
devices, various medical lasers. I do know that there's a lot of different medical lasers that have been invented. Diagnostic tool for MeMed, diagnostic tool for distinguishing between bacterial and viral infections. Multiple MRI and ultrasound advancements.
The list is very long. They also
Yeah,
create
like
water
that's
technology, consumer technology,
So why do we-
medical technology,
Why do we get those
military
from-
technology. Hold on, I'm not done. And intel,
Right. Yeah. So why do we get those from Israel?
because we're allies.
well, we have trade
Why
agreements.
don't we
That's
make them in America?
because we have trade agreements. They develop them and they are made in other countries usually, or we sometimes make them, or they make part of it and then the rest is made here or somewhere else.
And they also America uses Israeli technology in a lot of
Like,
American
do you-
systems.
Do you use Google Maps?
But why is a country
Mhm.
that's dependent on our aid?
We're not dependent,
hey,
sir. We have an allyship.
Relax.
Right. But we're fully dependent.
No,
No, we're not.
no.
Anybody can Google.
We just literally
No,
signed
hang
a
on,
$4.3 billion deal with Germany, dude.
Hold on.
Right,
Hold on.
Right.
Hold on. Mirko, why is it that, why do you say, what justification do you have to say that they are dependent?
Well, we give them $3.8 billion per year. And
Mhm.
they choose to buy our treasury notes with it
No,
and collect interest.
that's not what it's for.
That's actually facts.
It's not. You can literally look up the agreement signed by Israel and Obama. It's a 10-year deal. That's not what it's for.
You have 63 people on this line.
America, how much do you want to bet that money every year is for military expenditure that goes directly into the U.S. economy? How much you want to bet?
Actually, they spend their own.
No,
money for
America,
military.
how much do you want to bet that you were wrong about what you just claimed, that they spend that $3.3 billion in American Treasury notes? How much do you want to bet?
Well, I'll bet you as much as you want to bet. As much as you can.
$1,000.
Let's make it a little bit more.
Okay, how much?
Let's make it $25,000.
Cool. So when you say or when I prove this right now,
Right.
you're gonna go, oh, not true. That's a lie. Israel made this. The Jews
No,
own
no.
this. The Jews own that.
This is
Okay,
this is
cool.
What you're gonna prove?
Wait,
Now-
hold on,
now
hold
let
on, America.
everybody
Before
on this-
I'm gonna, I'm.
Can I
Hold on,
respond,
you're
or
making,
do I have to
sir,
get
sir.
cut off
Just
every
one
time I
second.
say
Hold on,
something?
hold on one second. You're making a bet, okay?
I just made a bet with this
I
man, and
understand.
now
I
you
understand.
are
I just
cutting
wanna,
me off.
stipulate something before
Why
you
would
continue.
you cut me off when I just finished making a
Sir, just 1 second.
$25,000?
I understand.
You made
Just
a
1
20
second.
Can you
1 second.
respect the
Holy
bet?
crap! Stop talking for
You-
1
Oh
second.
my God!
Yes, 1
I just
second.
made a-
Great. What I want to say is that if you are going to debunk him, because he's going to show you a source right now. So what you have to do, because you're putting $25,000 on the line, is you have to find your own source that says the
I don't even give a
opposite
shit. I don't even give a
of
shit.
what
So,
he
hey,
said.
everyone screenshot this dude's account so that when he fucking backs out, everyone can harass him by going to his account and asking for my 25 grand. Okay, so in 2016, the Memorandum of Understanding with Israel signed by Obama. The U.S. Here, let's read a New York Times article from September 13th, 2016. U.S. finalizes deal to give Israel $38 billion in military aid. $3.3 to $3.8 billion every year.
Right.
That is not for United States Treasury bonds. That is for them to directly spend within the United States military-industrial complex.
Let me take a snapshot of your account so I can make sure everybody can mock you because you're not going to pay. I know you're not. But $3.8 billion military aid that Israel spends from their own money takes cash from us, puts it into buying treasury notes, and then collects interest on those because
No, that's not. No, just you're just blatantly spewing misinformation at this point. No, because you're gonna get my life taken out for misinformation because you're a fucking moron. What happens is we give Israel $3.3 to $3.8 billion every year in a credit system. Imagine the United States defense industry is Costco. Costco's great; they sell everything in bulk. So we give Israel this. Let's say we give them $1,000 gift card every year. And you go, hey, you can only spend that at Costco. And they come to us because we're Costco and they spend it with us. And we go, hey, kiddo, how'd you like that? And they go, that was fucking dope. And we go, cool. We'll give you that $1,000 gift card at the beginning of every year if you promise to spend $100,000 every year. And they go, fuck yeah, I'll sign that 10-year deal. And now they can only shop at Costco. Do you not realize that's how that works? Buying military equipment is not buying treasury notes.
it's very hard to bet someone $25,000. Then mute them.
Because you're lying. Name me the source right now. I'm reading. I've got a New York Times article. I've got a WhiteHouse.gov article. I've got AP News, Reuters, Brookings, Defense News. Which one do you show me a source that says you were wrong or that you were right?
No, which was correct when you looked up WhiteHouse.gov, $38 billion in military aid. Now, how do we collect our money from Israel?
They spend it directly within the United States defense industry.
$8 billion is giving to them yearly.
It's spent directly in the United States defense industry. Again, it's like a gift card. They can only spend it here by contract. They're contractually obligated under the 10-year deal that they signed with Obama.
And what do we get back?
We get money into the United States defense industry, and they spend more money on top of it. So they typically spend 5 to 7 times the amount we give them in a credit system.
They spend $3.8 billion that we give them, the money from our tax-paying dollars. And now you want to tell me that somehow, some way, they're giving us money?
Yes, they spend more money on top of that. That's why, because $3.8 billion isn't that much with military spending.
And now,
But wait,
Hold on.
No, but he's debunking himself.
I understand that. Golda, stop. Don't. I know, Golda. I know what I'm doing. America.
Why do we give them $3.8 billion? You said we don't
Because they spend more money on top of it and fuel our defense industry.
to give them $3.8 billion. Why do I have to give them $3.8 billion as an American? Why do I need to give them $3.8 billion?
America, hang on. Wait. So are you admitting that, well, one, you don't have $3.8 billion. Are you admitting that you are wrong then? That this is spent in, you're acknowledging this is spent on the defense industry, right?
You're admitting.
No, I'm telling you it's spent in the defense industry. The defense industry is not treasury notes. It's literally the 2016 Memorandum of Understanding. This is a 10-year signed agreement between the United States and Israel. You can look this up. So I have given you the document that shows that you're a fucking moron. Can you please provide me the document that doesn't help you at all and then pay me my $25,000?
I'd love that $25,000. You can send it to me in Bitcoin.
No, Marcus, show me the document that says you're right. Show me the article, the document, anything.
Give me 1 second and I'll show it to you.
This will be great.
Sam, what I wanted to say is this. In the beginning, he said that like they're building it in America. Why does America have to build it for Israel? So he is acknowledging himself that the production happens in the United States of
It
America.
depends on what it is, but again, I know that, Golda, but don't. When I'm on the roll, don't stop, because I wanted to fucking bring it full circle.
Okay.
Who's this?
I just have a question for Anthony.
Oh, what's up, Sailor?
So
Where'd my
I
vape go?
understand you have like loyalty to our to Israel and to Ukraine because these are our allies.
Mm-hmm.
But do you not see the differences in these allies?
Nope. Both Israel and Ukraine are allies of the United States with Western idealized values, uphold our common interests and values. They were both attacked and invaded by outside invaders that violated the sovereignty of their borders. Both Hamas and Russia are openly allies and collaborate with each other. They also both collaborate with the IRGC, who openly hates both us and Israel. On October 9th, 2 days after October 7th, Dmitry Medvedev, the former prime minister and president of Russia, openly admitted on state television that they intentionally funded, armed, and trained Hamas in order to cause October 7th to distract the world from Ukraine. There wasn't a damn thing anyone was going to do about it. He was right. Then the following week, Putin himself openly invited the leaders of Hamas to Moscow. Also, the fact that both Hamas and Russia buy Shahed drones and other weapons from the IRGC, and both of them use them against both Israel and Ukraine. They're both fighting the same enemy.
Do you feel as an American that Israel has a lot more influence in American politics opposed to Ukraine? And do you not think that that's problematic?
No, I would say
No. Influence? No.
You don't think
Well,
they
what-
have any influence?
What do you mean by? Can you give me an example of what influence they have? Because Israel can't even influence them fucking selves. They're fucking terrible with PR.
Okay, so did you see the footage from the NYC mayor race? How they were specifically asking every single mayor of New York that was running for mayor what country would they visit first, and it was very heavily like influenced by why don't you want to go to Israel? And every mayor was like, "Oh, that's the first place I'll go." And
So,
because the area one second, I know this one because the area that they were doing it in was a majority Jewish area, and they didn't ask what country you would visit first.
yeah, they
asked
did.
a
They
very-
actually
no. They asked a very poignant question.
What was the
which is,
question?
out of all of your constituencies, which
No.
country, based on what they've told you about it, would
No.
make you want to go?
No,
that
that's
was the
wrong.
full question.
okay, who
got the
posted the
translation
video?
of
Let's pull it up. Hang on, who posted the
Yeah,
video?
let's pull up the video because I
posted
think
it?
you're kind of lying right
Who
there.
who posted it?
I think you're kind of lying.
Just really fast, America. You
I'm
can't say
not.
you can't say,
I'm
just really fast.
open mind about it, and I think it's a little bit
Hey,
concerning.
like, 1 second. You're not the means point of this live. Go ahead,
Well,
Golden.
I mean, neither are you.
Oh wait,
so-
hold on, guys.
What were
Murica's
you?
back. Murica, can I have that article or my $25,000? Guys, hold on. Murica, do you have that article or my $25,000? Which one is it?
No, I just want to know.
I'd love
No,
my
Sailor, hold on. We were waiting for Murica to get a source. Murica, what's your source?
I would love for you to send me that $25,000 as soon as possible. www.cfr.org. It entails explains to you exactly
Okay.
how much foreign aid Israel
Okay.
receives.
That doesn't answer my fucking question. Murica, I need the article that states that the $3.8 billion we give to Israel in a credit system goes not to the United States defense industry, but that it goes to treasury bonds that Israel saves to make money. I need the article that proves that, or else you owe me $25,000.
Well, you can't manipulate everybody like that.
But
It's
that
all-
would no, Murica, hold on. Murica, that was your claim. You claimed, Murica, fucking moron, shut up. You claimed that the $3.8 billion every year for a fact goes for
Among the
Israel to
dollars.
buy United States treasury bonds that they save to pocket themselves money. When I said, no, that actually is a credit system that we give to go to the defense industry, you said I was wrong. So prove to me that I'm wrong or give me my fucking $25,000.
You think that people on this panel believe that we gave
Murica, show me the proof that I'm wrong then. Show me the proof that I'm wrong. Murica, show me the proof then. Show me the proof that I'm wrong in
So
front of
you're
all these
telling me-
people. Show the
so you're
proof that I
telling
am wrong.
Everybody here that we gave them $300 billion in military credit. You fucking retard.
So you're just gonna crash out because you don't have proof? You just
Because
it's
you
source
wanna
I
manipulate it.
source
You
I
wanna manipulate it.
wait. So wait, Marika. So showing you a source and reading it out loud to you is manipulation from
you're
multiple
gonna find
sources,
it-
including the White House.
You claim
Sam, you're gonna
that
find this really
every-
funny. The
every-
source that
every-
he provided, just
Uh-huh.
put me on big screen. The source that he provided, I went to. It did nothing came up on the
It's
first page.
it's just fucking. It's just the Council for Foreign
So-
Relations.
Yeah. So I went to the Middle East. I chose the
Uh-huh.
Middle East as a topic. The first one that comes up in relation to Israel is Israel discovers the first cost-effective means against drone warfare.
Oh, who cares? That's not what he's talking about, though.
No, I know, but like he's bringing
Absolutely
up
not
Israel.
what
And
I'm
this
talking
place
about.
is actually saying, yeah,
Okay,
Israel
yeah,
has created the first
Absolutely
cost-effective
not what
means.
I'm
Cool,
talking
America.
about.
Do you have, America? Do you have the
said
proof? No,
everybody
America. I
that
want
we
you to
did to
prove.
Israel-
I want you to prove to me what you stated. Prove to me what you stated. I didn't give you permission to speak yet. Prove to me what you stated. That the $3.8 billion every year does not, in fact, go to the defense industry, but that it goes to private treasury bonds that Israel buys to pocket money. I want you to show me proof of that.
Look up private treasury bonds, Israel, U.S. treasury bonds. It'll pop up.
Oh
It's
my
all
God.
over the
Okay,
internet.
okay. Private
Gotta go, Sam.
private treasury
Bye, you
bonds Israel. What else? Private treasury bonds Israel what?
America.
America. Okay. Okay, now what am I looking for? What website? Which one am I clicking on?
How much bonds does
Which
Israel
which
purchase?
which one am I clicking on? No, which one am I clicking on? America, get
Whichever one tickles your pickle, schmuck.
I'm going for your source. You made the claim, so obviously you must know what link to go to because this has to have the answer. So which one is it?
Click the one that sounds interesting.
I want the one that supports your claim. How about that?
How many do you see? A lot.
It's fucking
You don't know which
Google.
one, huh? You don't know which one to juggle. Pick one.
Just name which one. Because you didn't read all of these, so which one is it?
Pick the third one.
The third one. So are you gonna accept an Israeli website then?
Oh no.
Oh, so you're not okay. So
Them as my ally.
do you have proof or not? Like this is just you waffling because you don't have proof and you're fucking clowning on yourself right now. You made a claim that you can't back up. Give me the source that you stated you had or shut the fuck up.
$308 billion.
So show me the proof.
Show me $308 billion of military aid.
The 10 years isn't up, you schmuck.
$308 billion.
Yeah, do you not understand how continuous spending works? It wasn't, oh my God, they got $300 billion on the spot. Do you not know how that works?
No. 300 so far has been given to them.
Oh my God, no, it's not. Oh my fucking
it up.
God. America, don't pivot. Don't fucking run away from me like a goddamn coward. Show me. Don't fucking run away from me like a coward. Show me what you claimed. Show me what you claimed. I don't want to fucking see you unmute until you have a website and article. Stop it. I don't want to see you unmute until you have an article that proves exactly what you claimed. That the $3.8 billion we give to Israel every year is not in fact used for a credit system, but that it goes directly to United States Treasury bonds for Israel to pocket. I want a link and an article that shows that exact claim. If you don't have that, give me my fucking $25,000 or get the fuck out of my stream. Okay, Sailor. Well, he fucking melts down in his corner. I'm so sorry.
Wait, really fast. Schmuck is a Yiddish word, America, just so you know.
Okay, great. So, anyways, I just want to talk about the NYC mayor debate
Okay.
and why that was so problematic, and many Americans are very
Many Americans are you.
well, from what I've seen, many Americans. So.
Okay, you said just a
And
couple
I'm
people.
also, yeah, I was
Well, I mean,
uncomfortable with it.
Why? Hey, are you gonna visit this place? Because historically our leaders have been fucking anti-Semitic and
Well,
allowed
I don't
anti-Semitism. Seems like a
I don't
valid
understand
question to
why-
me.
I don't understand why mayors of cities need to go internationally travel.
What
to
city?
Israel. New York.
So New York City. There are a lot of
Yeah.
Jews in New York City.
Okay, even if there wasn't any Jews, why would the mayor of New York City have to travel to Israel?
They don't have to. People are just
But why
asking.
was it a question?
Because maybe the area with a lot of Jews wants to know if you're going to go visit the place where the Jews are from. Hey, do you support our
A
people?
lot of people are from there, so it's not just
No,
Jews.
not a lot of people are from Israel.
Okay, but it's the Holy Land. It's not just the Jewish Holy Land. It is the
I didn't
Christian
say
Holy
that, but I
Land.
said that's
It's
where
the
the Jews are
Muslim
from.
Holy Land.
But that's
I
not.
understand that, but that's never been a question before, so that's why I'm thinking it's a
But
little
What's
bit.
happening to
I'm
the Jews
so
right
confused,
now?
Sailor. So you're upset that a place where there's a lot of Jews
I'm not upset
ask
about it.
hang on,
I'm
it's
just, I
you're
just
you,
thought
you
that
are
was,
you're
I thought
you're
that was.
you're so
No,
uncomfortable
I'm
and
not.
upset about it that you had to ask.
I'm not upset about it. I'm not upset about it. I feel like that was a strange question
So
to ask during
and I'm explaining to you why it's
Israel
not
visit.
strange. You not understanding that doesn't make it strange. So the
Okay.
place that has a lot of Jews in it that have gone through a lot of anti-Semitic rhetoric and attack recently that the government is just fucking allowed, especially in that area, kind of want to know if their new people that they might be electing either one support Jews or two maybe want to go to see where Jews come from.
So I
Doesn't
feel like
seem
it's
so
got
weird to me.
caveats. It does, because there's a lot of things that saying like even with the Red Cross, like you can't boycott Israel if you want relief. Like there's a lot of caveats.
Cool. That
Like
has absolutely nothing to do with what we're talking about. We can get into that later. But right now, you're
okay,
failing to understand that the place with a lot of Jews wants to know if the people that they might elect like Jews or not. And that makes you uncomfortable?
they're not. There's not the majority. There's not a
I never
huge
said, don't say
population.
majority. I never said that. Don't fucking put words in my mouth. I'm trying to grasp this. You are
Okay.
uncomfortable that the place that holds a lot of Jewish voters wants to know if the person
They're
they
not
might
the
vote for,
majority.
like,
They're
it
not the
doesn't
majority.
matter. I never said they were. I'm
Okay,
saying
so
the
why
place
is a
has a lot of
minority
Jews.
of why
Sailor,
do a
Sailor,
minority
it
of people have
doesn't
that much
matter if they're a
influence?
minority or not.
Okay.
It would make sense if Mexicans in Los Angeles wanted to ask a
Yeah,
person
because
running
they're
for
the majority.
Stop. Mexicans are
Are
not
you
the
saying Jews
no,
are not a
stop.
minority?
Hang on. No, she's saying
Are they
they
not? I thought they
no,
were.
she's saying they are the minority. Stop. Sailor, it would be like Mexicans in Los Angeles wanting to know if the person they may elect likes Mexicans or not.
Okay,
Does that seem like a valid question to ask?
I'm really not sure what it's a valid
It's called
question. I'm
pandering
not
to
trying
your
be.
constituents.
Oh my God. The constituents, the voters want to know if the person they may vote for likes them or not.
So why did they only ask that of one person?
Oh my fucking
They
God.
didn't.
They didn't. They did. Play the video.
They asked
Okay,
that of
which
a few
video?
different
Which
people.
website and what's the title?
They literally. did
What's the
not
what
question
Sailor?
one
What's the
person.
website and what's the title? Sailor,
Only person.
what's the website and what's the title? You said pull up the video. I want to know which exact video you watched. Don't fucking run away from this. Don't be like Murica down there, like a little coward. What video? What
Your
website and what title?
Your mods muted me.
No, that was
so-
me because you talked over me when I asked you what title.
Okay, well, you can't ask me a question then mute me. Like,
I asked you a question then muted you because you started rambling about something else and talking over me. So what
Okay.
what website and what title video? What am I going to look for?
just Google the NYC mayor debate.
Okay, so you want me to sit here through a whole debate?
No. Just you can go to the one. Yeah, I'm sure you can figure it out.
Type
Okay,
in Israel
New York
website.
Times, NBC New York, Politico,
Just
New York
Google
Post.
the new NYC.
Sam, just type in
mayoral debate.
Israel question.
Israel question. Yeah, that's
Oh
all
my
you have to do.
God.
It's
I
completely
honestly-
Israel
hard.
question. I don't know
I
why
honestly-
this is so
I'm not
hard.
trying to be disingenuous.
No,
but,
look,
like,
as a New York Jew, okay, I thought it was a little cringe, but
exactly. It
but I
was a little
see,
weird,
but I
that's what I'm
see.
saying.
Hold on, but there's been a lot of anti-Semitism lately, and they're literally
York
just
is always
pandering to
considered
their
significant.
constituents
Where
with
would you
one
go first?
question. That's it.
Mr. Cuomo?
Facts,
It's
but
not.
I-
It doesn't. It
but-
doesn't go
Biden,
deeper
mayor of
than
New
that.
York, is
Like I
always
don't
considered
Yeah,
understand.
but why
Where
only
would-
Wait,
that one
okay,
particular
stop.
person?
Because of what's
Hang on,
happening in the
big thing, both
world.
of you. Stop.
But why not
Hang
target the guys
stop.
that are with Columbia?
Stop. I'm the fucking host. I said stop. That means stop. Don't care who the fuck it is. Okay, so I'm watching a 1 minute 12-second clip. The very first thing the person says is a visit. Hang on, let's hear this.
Visit by a mayor of New York.
A visit by a mayor of New York has always been significant. So that means wow, it's traditional that the mayor of New York just happens to go there. Maybe because they have a lot of Jewish constituents there. That makes sense.
Play the video.
I'm playing it right now. You can't hear it. The chat can hear it right now.
New York is always considered significant. Where would you go first?
Oh.
And he says, where would you go first? Oh, no, he says, a visit by a mayor of New York is always considered significant. Where would you go first?
Mr. Cuomo?
Ask
Given the
Cuomo.
hostility and the anti-Semitism that has been
The chat said
shown
they
in
can't
New
hear
York,
either.
I would go.
The chat can hear it.
Oh, the dude on the panel who doesn't.
Yeah,
realize
Murica, you're on the panel.
can't hear it.
Go to Israel.
Cuomo says he would go to Israel.
Make my 4th trip to Israel.
Why is
Oh,
it
wow. Wow. So, wait, you said they didn't ask everyone. They only asked one person. I've already seen two people answer
I
the
didn't,
first.
I didn't say one person. I said the one person who said that they wouldn't go to Israel. They would
Mhm.
stay in New York City to deal with New York City constituents. They pushed back on him, but they didn't push back on the people that said Colombia or any other
Or
country.
maybe because they were talking about Israel, and the other two people immediately said,
They weren't talking about Israel.
except
They
the
said-
other two
they said
people had
no.
just said, yeah, I'd go to Israel. And the other one says,
Yes,
I'd go to
but-
Ukraine too. And then the
Okay,
third guy
but
doesn't?
The guy who said Colombia and the other guy who said another country, there was no pushback on that. But the one Arab Muslim man who said he would stay in New York City to deal with New York City constituents, they pushed him on the Israel topic.
So
Is that not weird?
no, it's not weird that the place with a lot of Jews wants to know if the person who supports Jews.
That's not what I'm asking. I'm
But
saying,
no, but that's the answer. No, you are. No, Sailor, you are. You don't understand it, but yes, you are. You're asking why the place with a lot of Jews wants to know if someone they might elect likes Jews.
No, that's not what I asked you.
Okay, I'm gonna. No, hold on. The answer is
literally
this.
not what
the
I asked
answer is
him.
this.
I
Here,
know
I'm
that's
gonna-
not what you asked directly, but that's what the question is that you don't even realize. You don't even no, Sailor, you don't understand what you're asking because you don't understand why the question was asked in the first place. I gave you the answer and you don't like it.
Anthony, if you said you're gonna, the first place you were gonna go is Italy, and there
Sailor.
was no pushback, and then I said the first place I'm not going anywhere. I'm gonna stay in New York, and they judged me for that and said, oh well, why not? Well, why
You're
not?
right.
Because the
You're right.
question was, where would you go? What was the first country? Because that's something that the New York mayor does. No,
Sam, I
no,
watched
no,
this.
no, Sailor. The dude literally said, this is about where'd you go? Because the New York mayor traditionally goes to different fucking countries. With the prerequisite being, hey, everyone's done this, so pick a country. If you don't answer that,
Okay, I got what you mean because you're just. I understand now what you're saying, but. I just feel like that was a little weird. Like he just said he wasn't going anywhere. And as a
Wait,
New
no. Can I
Yorker, like,
please?
stay in
Can
New
I
York.
please
That's how I
explain
feel.
it? Because I do agree with you, and I'm going to tell you what it is right now. Straight
Oh,
up.
God, the video won't
Be
stop
very
playing.
Straight up with you. It's because they're trying to show that this person is anti-Israel.
But he said he wasn't.
Okay, well, that's why they pushed him to actually respond to the question. I watched it too, dude. I'm not disagreeing with you, but they were trying to make a point, and the point is that this is a debate, and they're trying to get their constituents to vote for them. So by exposing this aspect of him, they're showing again certain groups, like whether they're the minority, the majority, doesn't matter who this person is. This is a debate tactic, and they were all using it because they're all against each other. It's literally what they were doing. Yeah, okay, you can say it's cringe, you can say it's weird. That's what they were doing.
So if he said the first country I'd go to was Colombia, you don't think they're giving pushback?
No, I don't think so because he would have named a country. But the
Yeah.
fact that he was trying so hard not to name a country,
Because
and then
he's running
Or-
for the mayor of New York.
or it was also the fact that the two previous people that answered directly gave an answer immediately, and both of them agreed on Israel, and one of them even added Ukraine. It kind of sets the groundwork, like, hey, he may have just been fucked by the answers of the two guys in front of him. Like if they hadn't said Israel, they probably wouldn't have pressed him on Israel.
Sounds like treason.
Okay.
Murica, hang on, Murica, do you have that article?
I get what you guys mean. It just sounded a little like I was like, what is
that's
this?
exactly what they were doing. They're trying to
they-
expose this person, and they're trying to get Jews to, like, every Jew in New York to vote against this person.
They-
That's what they're doing.
They do the same thing with people that get voted on in
understand
they do the same thing with people in San Diego. They ask them about different ethnic groups, and they get real specific in San Diego too. They ask about like different ethnic groups, and it's like, what? Excuse me. It's like, what are you talking about? Of course, I support the people here, but they get really, really weird with it.
Sailor, are you from New York?
It's one thing to have yeah, I'm from New York. It's one
Me
thing to have
too.
an ally, but it's another thing. It's like this is just it's just going too far.
We don't want as Jews, again, specifically
I feel
Jews
like
in
it's
New
gonna
York. We
turn
don't want
against
somebody.
Jewish
But
people.
hold on, we have Jews that are like politically on our side, against us, that we criticize, whatever it is, right? We're gonna criticize everything because we're Jews. That's what we do. But we don't want somebody who we know is going to be actively against us, specifically given the amount of persecution and attacks that have been around in New York City lately. So they are exposing this person because they want, and I agree with this, I don't want somebody who's not going to represent me to be mayor of New York City.
Well, he 100% from that debate has my vote at this point.
That's fine. That's
I feel
democracy.
like-
You're welcome to vote for whoever you want. I'm just
Yeah,
letting
because
you
I
know.
feel like that was just.
I'm just letting you
crazy.
know who their target audience for that specific question was.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah, like a lot of Jews, especially in New York, traditionally vote left, like very strongly. But
Yeah, I
lately,
know.
we've seen a lot of shit. We've seen a lot of. Hang on. Oh
and
my
they all
God!
voted
Would you
for
just
him.
let me finish a fucking sentence? Fuck. Lately, a lot of Jews, especially in New York, are starting to lean right because they've seen anti-Semitic attacks, and the left, even in New York, condone it. Not just like say, hey, shit, that was bad. You guys should stop doing that. Or, hey, I'm going to be neutral. It's like, hey, well, Israel this, blah, 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 and then not take a stance on it. And then some people within political office, not necessarily the mayor, but people just encourage it. So it would make sense that the people who are Jewish and traditionally vote left would want to know what the person's stance is. Because the Jewish people are starting to vote. I'm not saying it's a massive shift, but there's a decent amount of people starting to vote. What?
This was Democrats. It was a Democratic
That's why
debate.
I'm asking. That's why.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. Is do I still stick with this Democratic running person? Do I still stick with this person, or do I say fuck it? I'm going right now.
No, Sam. What I'm saying is, I think every candidate on there was part of the Democratic Party.
Yeah, but people also could just choose to not do it or vote for someone who leans more right, even though
That's
they're
what I'm
left.
saying. Yeah, like you get to choose your Democrat. So even like Democratic Jews who still will vote left will vote for someone they believe represents them more than someone who they think will let anything happen to them.
Oh shit.
Yeah, so like basically instead of voting right, you'd vote for like Como or whoever else was up there.
Exactly. Look, I'm a New York liberal Jew, okay? And like again, I'm scared of what's happening in this country, and I would want somebody who I think would better represent me than someone who I don't think will. And he's reaching my audience when he's asking this question. And again, like I thought it was a little cringe, but I understand the purpose of it.
Yeah, I feel like it does harm to American Jewish.
I don't think it does harm to American Jewish people. I disagree with that. I think having somebody in office who doesn't protect Jewish people does harm to Jewish people in America.
Well, I mean, I feel the opposite of that. I feel like Jewish people are being set up.
Are being set up?
Yeah.
By who?
By Israel.
No, we're being set up by radical Islamic fundamentalists called Hamas, the IRGC, the amount of money Qatar is pouring into all of our universities. This has all been planned for years, specifically to attack the left. And again,
Oh, look,
I'm telling you
more
that
Nazis
I'm a
in my chat right now.
I'm a liberal Jew. So like this is a slap in the face.
To me how that.
Hold on, let me just finish my sentence. This is a slap in the face to everything that I thought that people on my side represented when they are supporting terrorism, when they're supporting people who attack civilians, women and children. That is a red line for me.
Yeah, like the amount of people on the left, especially on TikTok, who I've seen openly condoning what happened in Colorado and encouraging it and saying they hope it happens more. And to Jews specifically, that shit's not okay. And anyone who fucking supports that, get the fuck out of this country.
Okay, so Golda, can you explain to me how, like, your thoughts on that? Because I feel the opposite. I feel like what Israel is doing is harming Jewish Americans.
What? Wait. As someone who's not Jewish but has been told he's Jewish, I'm gonna just say that is one of the stupidest fucking things I've ever heard, and I'll explain why. What you are saying without even realizing is, what Israel's doing creates an excuse for anti-Semitism. You are leaving the room. You are giving the inch for them to take the mile. You are giving the excuse for anti-Semitism, and that's not okay. It doesn't fucking matter what Israel does. Israel doesn't represent all Jewish people. Just because they're the Jewish state doesn't mean they represent all Jewish people, and that it would be okay whatever happens across the world to other Jews. Like that's no. That's an asinine thought.
Sailor, I don't know. Hold on.
Just thought. I would just like to know.
No. But he's 100% right, and he took the words out of my mouth. But I don't know if you know this, but the 2 Israeli diplomats that were unalived a couple of weeks ago, Sarah Milgram, she was an American, and she's someone who loved Israel, and she was a peace activist. She joined the Israeli embassy as a diplomat so that she can try to actually affect change. She was in charge of programs that integrated Palestinians together with Israelis. And she was pew-pewed in the back for, quote unquote, being a Zionist, which literally just means someone who loves Israel, someone who has friends and family there, someone who gives a shit.
Supporting the right to Jewish self-determination in their ancestral homeland. Like, how dare they?
But just simply in today's modern age, someone who doesn't want to see Israel erased. Now, how does her being pew-pewed in the back by somebody who flew from Chicago to attack people coming out of a Jewish museum that was holding an event on how to get humanitarian aid into Gaza? These are the type of Zionists that we're talking about. How does that help the Free Palestine movement in any way?
Or an illegal Egyptian in America firebombing Jews, including elderly and children, and then yelling Free Palestine. How the fuck does that help the Free Palestine movement? Especially when he said he was going to do it again and again and again had he not been caught. Like
you're blaming Israel,
but
excusing
also
anti-Semitism and violence against.
I'm not excusing anti-Semitism.
No, but you are. You're without realizing by saying Israel is causing this,
like
you are
me
giving
saying
the
that-
excuse.
No, but that's like me saying that you guys are excusing Islamophobia when that old man jumped on that little boy and stabbed him in the chest 1 million times.
No, but that wasn't a
That had
Zionist.
nothing. Yeah, that wasn't that wasn't a
He did
Zionist.
because Biden came on TV and said, "Oh, there was like all these."
No, he didn't. No, he was batshit crazy. He had just murdered his wife. What are you talking about?
So do you not think the guy that went to the embassy?
Wait. You're telling me you're comparing the guy that went on a murdering spree and just happened to stab a child that... No, hang on. You're comparing the guy that was batshit crazy and happened to stab multiple people, one of which happened to be a Muslim child.
No, it was only one child that he did that to.
Are you just ignoring that he had just killed his wife?
And the child.
He literally just killed his wife.
The guy that
Yes! He had murdered on someone else before going to do that.
Okay,
he
Anthony,
also
I wasn't
stabbed
aware
him
of that,
as
so
well.
maybe you can tell me more about it.
Sailor, my point is this, okay? There
From
are
what I
things.
know, he
There are
did kill a
things. Hold
child.
on. There are things that happen. There is Islamophobia. That's 100%. But you're gonna find a very, very rare minimum case of Jews and or Zionists committing these acts. It's usually
And then
the
how
same
about the
people.
lady that
Hold on.
went
Let me
around
finish.
it?
Let me finish. The same people who attack Muslims are the same people who attack Jews, which are either crazy people or white supremacists.
Yep.
Okay, so that, yes,
But
yes,
my
yes,
point
yes,
is
we
that
agree.
if somebody plans an attack
Fine.
for over a year, okay, and then fly to their destination or drive an hour and a half to that destination to commit a premeditated attack, that is a completely different thing. And they're doing it in the name of Free Palestine. When there's 3 men that are coming home from shul that are visibly Jewish, and a young man pulls a knife out of his pocket, yells Free Palestine, and starts stabbing them without going, hey, are you a Zionist first? That is attacks on Jewish people.
That's not an attack on Zionism.
And excusing bigotry.
But there's attacks on both sides.
No, Sailor. One is a crazy person that attacked multiple people for no reason other than he attacked multiple people and he's fucking crazy. The other is I support Palestine. I'm going to equate Israel to all Jews and now just go to Jewish specific events and attack Jews. They're not going up to people going, like Golden said, they're not going up to these people going, hey, are you a Zionist? Oh, okay, I'm going to attack you now. They're just going to a Jewish event and attacking Jews.
So what do you guys make of the attacks on the people that got attacked for just being like Muslims or Palestinians?
Where and by who?
By the woman who literally tried to drown the kids, the man who jumped on that baby and stabbed him.
Who are these people? Like,
Yeah,
guys-
what? Give the.
Okay, the woman who
Were
tried
they,
to drown.
were they,
drown
hold on, were they
the woman-
Zionists and said this is in the name of Israel?
I don't know if they said this is.
So
in the
you
name of
don't know.
Israel.
You're asking about stuff you don't even know. You're using
But
events you
no,
don't
but
even
that-
know.
that is- no.
But
She did,
Sailor,
she did,
Sailor,
she
you're
did, she did.
misunderstanding.
Wait. Don't pivot. No. You said I don't know. Then now you're saying confidently she did. So if I
No,
look
the
up this
woman-
event right
the
now,
woman-
she's gonna. There's
the
gonna be
woman-
proof that she
yes.
said this is
The
for
woman-
Zionism.
Yes, the woman who tried to drown the kids. I believe
Okay,
that was
where?
for
What
Zionism.
state was this?
Just Google like woman drowns kids.
What am I? I'm gonna find Casey Anthony. What state am I looking for?
Try that headline and put
Yeah, I'm not
Palestine at
exactly
the
sure.
end.
It was a while ago, but she tried to drown some kids at some pool.
No, but Taylor, the
because of,
problem again, the problem
they're Palestinians.
we're talking about the movement in general being violent, calling for intifada in the streets for almost.
I
2 years.
understand that, Golda, but
No,
I'm
no,
saying,
no, but
like,
you're
do you not
trying
believe
to-
it's on both sides, or
No,
is
because
Israel
while hold on, because while Islamophobia or I would say hatred of Islam or Muslims exists.
and then how
Wait,
about
but
the
wait,
boy
let me
that-
Hey, a sailor, for the love of God, stop interrupting people in the middle of them talking. People are trying to give you answers and you interrupt them every fucking second. Now, before Golden finish real quick, I'm just going to call it right now that you were dead fucking wrong. It was claimed that this woman did this because it happened to be a Palestinian American child. But what the police said was the woman was heavily intoxicated and being racist to every fucking person at the pool, and this just happened to be the person whose child that she got in the argument with the mother of. It had nothing to do with the fact that they were fucking Arab or Muslim or Palestinian. She was a drunk, crazy, racist bitch.
What about the boy who got
Taylor,
shot?
Hang on. Where does Zionism doesn't even come to the mention in this?
What about the college
Stop. You're just going to casually skip over the fact that you confidently stated that this woman yelled out that she did this in the name of Zionism. And you flat out were wrong, or at best, you were wrong. At worst, you flat out lied. And you're just going to gloss over that? You're going to go, well, on to the next thing I'm wrong about. Do you not see the problem here?
I'm just working
Wait,
through it.
no,
with you
Sailor,
guys.
Sailor.
Like,
What I'm
that's what I'm
trying to
saying.
say, what I'm
If you
trying
want
to
to fact check
say,
me in real life, that's cool.
Taylor,
but-
stop for a second. What I'm trying to say is that yes, there is hatred of Muslims that exists 100%. I'm not saying that it doesn't exist. What I'm saying is that the Free Palestine movement in general is inciting people to violence. They're climbing the walls of children's cancer hospitals. They're luring people who are Israeli, who are locksmiths, who are American citizens now, to jobs to unalive them. They are unaliving heads of Hillels in front of their houses in Chicago, or actually, I think that was Pennsylvania. Like, this has been happening for the last 2 years in the name of a free Palestine, specifically, not because of just hatred. Because again, the same hatred you're talking about that happens to Muslims has been happening to Jews for a while. But in the last 2 years, it has spiked over 700% because of free Palestine. And not just that, but now the rhetoric is moving over to the far right. So they're getting more emboldened. So on this app, we're dealing with both Islamo-fascists and then Yahtzee fascists. And they both hate us.
Yeah, again, you're missing the point that one side is saying, this is my excuse. I shall carry out this and it is justified. And the other side is just not doing that at all. And you're attributing random instances that have nothing to do with it and blaming that side. Again, this exact example that you brought up and stated for a fact that this woman yelled out she did this in the name of Zionism. But even the police report openly says she was just a drunk, racist bitch who was going after anyone that wasn't her. She went after fucking brown people. She went after fucking Muslims who were wearing hijabs. She went after everyone. She happened to get in an argument with these kids' mother, and unfortunately, she tried to drown them. This has nothing to do with Zionism. This has nothing to do with Israel. It has nothing to do with Jews. The woman wasn't even Jewish. But you're saying confidently, and I guarantee you that if you went into another live, even though I've proven you wrong, you would still say that that was a Zionist and that she did it in the name of Palestine or in the name of Israel. I doubt that.
Also, well, I mean, then you don't know me. So
No, I actually believe her.
and
so-
also, Anthony, like,
Mhm.
do you believe that there is no like Islamophobia going on or something like that it's a thing? Like,
It's not what I said, but
okay,
I
but
know there's
after that, I'm
Islamophobia
not
going
saying what
around.
what you said. I'm saying, do you believe that there is Islamophobia and that there are Zionists that do enact Islamophobia on Muslims?
Where?
Yeah, where?
Florida.
No, I'm just asking
America,
you.
you weren't given permission to
that.
speak. Find me that article.
Say
Or I
that
want my
again.
$25,000.
I can
No,
think.
no,
Hold
no,
on. I
hold
can
on,
think
hold
of
on.
one. I
I'm
can think of
asking
one
Anthony, do you
instance
believe that?
only.
Yes or no?
Yes, of course, Islamophobia
No, I
exists,
asked
not at the
Anthony.
hands of Zionists
But
or
Anthony
Jews.
doesn't believe that.
Neither do I. Anthony believes that Islamophobia exists, but again, like I believe, not at the hands of
didn't
Zionists
answer.
or
Oh.
Jews. He did say that.
No, he didn't answer me.
He did.
Anthony, do you
Wait,
believe
hang on. We got
Islamophobia
a
exists
hang on,
at
hang on.
the hands of
Hang on,
Zionists?
hang on. This view is not.
So there's no answer
Hang
there.
on, no, hang on. I'm reading
He
something.
is.
He didn't answer.
I said, hold on. Are you fucking deaf? I said, hold on. I'm reading something. Okay, so apparently the Nazis in chat are reporting this live stream for a bunch of stuff because we now have a warning on donations. TikTok thinks I am money laundering. Way to go, people. Way to go. Okay, so what was your question? Because again, I said I was reading something. What was your question?
Okay, Anthony, I just wanted to
Mhm.
know if you believe that has been any type of Islamophobia from Zionists in the
I'm
United
sure there
States.
has. I don't know every Zionist. I'm sure there absolutely has been, but it's not a widespread issue like we see from the other side.
Can you name me some like chants you've heard at any rallies that we've had? Because again, we don't protest; we just get together and sing songs where people are calling for unaliving of Palestinians here in the West.
Like every single clip of protest I've seen,
Cool. Give me an example.
Zionists like doing the motion, the throat motion, and
Where?
Cool. Can you give me an example of this? Hey, Sailor. Hey, Sailor. I'm just gonna say right now.
literally
I have a
everywhere.
feeling. Okay, if it's everywhere, then it should be easy for me to find. Give me an example. One example.
But hold on. she's talking about like singular events. I'm
Anthony,
talking. Hold on.
No, Golda. She said it's everywhere, so it should be
Yeah,
everywhere.
but
So
Sam,
say.
Sam,
Anthony, Google it. Google it.
no, but she.
What am I googling, Sailor? You made a claim. Back it up.
Zionist
Mhm.
slit throat motion.
You're talking about
Go ahead and Google
individuals.
that.
I'm talking about chants for the
NYC.
entire movement.
Oh, so now we're going just NYC. Okay, so it's not
but
everywhere.
It could be anywhere. It could go anywhere, but you can do NYC. 'cause
Okay,
that's
but
where
again,
that's where I
Sailor, you're
live.
talking about individuals. I'm talking about a movement that chants for intifada.
Golda, you know
There
it's
is
there.
only one
Golda,
solution:
you know it's there.
intifada revolution.
What's
Wow,
Intifada?
hang on. You know what's funny is I Google Zionist slit throat motion NYC, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 things. The first 7 links. 2 of them are about Israelis having the throat slit motion made at them, and the other ones are about pro-Palestinian protesters doing the gesture to random Jews in New York.
Okay.
So where is this?
It's
I
all
don't.
over.
I think you're flat out fucking lying because you don't have an answer. I think you're making excuses
No,
because you
I don't
realize
think
that you
wanna
don't have an
pull it
answer.
up. I don't think you want to pull it up.
I just Googled exactly what you told me to,
Okay,
and
so
I
pull
found
it
the
up.
exact
Pull up
opposite.
what you-
Okay, the
show us,
first
show us.
one, chanting
Put it
700
on the
pro.
big screen.
Well, let me yet. Hang on.
Yeah, put it on the big screen.
It's
He's
not allowing me to
doing-
share it
You
yet.
know
This is the
what's there.
this is the
You know
first.
what's
Hang on.
there.
This is the first
We're
time I.
doing
Hang on.
this from a
This is
PC,
this is the first
Sailor.
time I've streamed on this account in like 3 months, so it's not letting me share
Go
screen. But
look
I'll
up
read you.
Israel Jerusalem Day. Like,
Cool.
it's
I'm
literally-
reading
That
right now.
is
Hang on.
Israel.
Yeah, here.
We're talking about the
Hang on.
West.
Chanting 700 pro-Palestinian.
Israel was black.
Hey, Sailor, I'm going to read you the first link that came up. Chanting 700 pro-Palestinian activists in New York fate Hamas attack. Israel's supporters rallied to mourn hundreds of dead and express solidarity and outrage as opponents mock them and applaud the resistance at dueling protests. In New York, a pro-Palestinian demonstration on Sunday in New York celebrated Hamas's deadly terrorist attack against Israel as supporters of the Jewish state held rallies to mourn and express outrage over the slaughter. Several hundred pro-Palestinian demonstrators rallied in Times Square waving Palestinian flags and saying, "Resistance is justified, globalize the Intifada, and smash the settler Zionist state. From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free." So that was the first link. The second one,
Wait,
let's
did
see.
you ask what Intifada was?
It doesn't fucking matter.
No,
Man,
I'm asking you if you knew what that meant.
Yes, I know. Do you
What
remember
does
the
it
first
mean?
and second Intifada? It's a
What,
violent
what
uprising.
does the word intifada mean?
Violent uprising.
It means violent uprising?
Yeah.
Okay.
Do you remember the first and second Intifada?
No, but is that what
Do you know how many? Do you
wait,
know how many?
you don't know about the
civilian buses
intifadas?
went kaboom?
No, but I'm asking if she knew what that word meant.
Yes, of course.
I guarantee you, Golden knows far more than you will ever know on this topic. So,
okay.
so again, I looked up exactly what you stated. If it's so widespread and so easy for me to find, why is it that the first 7 links all show the not only that not what you said, or that what you said is not true, but the exact opposite, and that it's pro-Palestinian protesters doing that to Jews and Israelis?
So if the pro-Palestinian protesters are this much of a
No,
a
I want you.
problem-
No. Don't ask another question. Answer what I said. Why is it that you are so confident this would be everywhere? Because I
It's
think
to
you
me. I see
stop.
it everywhere.
Stop. I
asked me
think
a
you.
question, so I answered it.
Cool. So you can come back when you can stop interrupting. Marika, do you have my link yet? So I warned you. I don't even know how many fucking times.
You are ready, Anthony?
Marika, where's my link that proves you're right?
I told you, CFR.org.
Cool. CFR.org. What page on CFR.org?
Look it up.
You made the claim. You made the claim. Which article did you read that says that I'm wrong? CFR is a website. What article on that website?
All you have to do on that website is search.
Oh my
Israel.
fucking god,
Sam
Marika, give me.
Julicious is in your request. He said he has the link.
Oh my god, Marika, you can speak when you have the article.
Hey, Julicious.
No, he's not
I think
connected yet.
No, oh no, I think he's looking for the link.
have his article, by the way. I have his article.
Your
Let me
connection is
find,
your connection's horrible for me. And I gotta drop you. Come back up.
It's really fascinating.
Julius, just come back up. Your
Probably in a tunnel.
connection's horrible for me. Oh Jesus, Marika, you're not allowed to speak unless you have that article. Stop speaking. Give me my $25,000.
You're gonna get this live banned.
Cool. Give me my $25,000, Marika.
You owe me.
You never
Right.
proved me. I showed you proof that you were wrong. You didn't show me jack shit.
I proved it to you. All your
Julicious.
followers.
Okay. Hey everyone, I'm gonna take the recording of this stream and I'm gonna replay it constantly and post the videos of it and constantly tag you, Marika, until you give me my $25,000. Because you were wrong and you
Yeah,
lied.
this live is recorded, sir.
I would love for you to do that.
Okay, so are you gonna pay me?
You're gonna pay me.
But you never
Wait.
proved your point, Marika. I gave you umpteenth chances to prove that you were right. You gave me a singular website. Where is the link to the article? Where is the name of the article? Where is literally anything?
I have it. I have
Oh,
it.
is it? Let me guess, Julicious. Let me guess. Is this something he misread about Israel investing in bonds?
Not even. He just made it up in whole cloth.
Well, yeah,
So
no shit.
if you go to CFR.org, I'll put on my camera.
I've got it up. CFR.org.
Not that it's going to help. And the article is called U.S. Aid to Israel in 4 charts.
U.S. aid to Israel. Okay.
Sam, can we make him big?
Hang on, hang on. Yeah, hang on. Just let me
And
see.
then-
Hang on.
and
What?
then
When?
if
What?
you
The
go
article's
down-
titled "US." Oh, in 4 charts. Got it. Okay.
And if you go down, there's a paragraph that talks about how does Israel use the aid? And it reads, most of the aid, approximately $3.3 billion a year, is provided as grants under the Foreign Military Financing Program, funds that Israel must use to purchase U.S. military equipment
Oh
and
my
services.
God. It's almost like I read that directly off of the
So,
memorandum of understanding.
right.
How much?
In
How
October
much will it
2023,
spend?
Joe Biden administration said that Israel had nearly 600 FMF cases, totaling around $24 billion. Israel has also historically been permitted to use a portion of its FMF aid to buy equipment from Israeli defense firms, a benefit now granted to other recipients of U.S. military aid. But this domestic procurement is to be phased out in the next few years.
Hey, I gotta make
U.S.
you
aid
small. Your thing's
reportedly
bugging
accounts for
me out.
some. U.S. aid
$25,000
reportedly
in the
accounts for some 15% of Israel's defense budget. Now, keep in mind
Mm-hmm.
that from 1950 to 2022, Israel spent $53 billion of U.S. Arms sales to Saudi Arabia's $1.64 trillion. So now, if you search the article for Treasury, you won't find a single mention of Israel taking the $3.5 billion a year that it gets from the United States and using it to buy Treasury bonds to earn interest. So, and I looked all over CFR.org, and there's no mention of anything even remotely close.
Almost like he made it the fuck up, like I said from the
To
beginning.
what? Yeah, he made it up in whole. I don't even know why he chose .org.
Oh, Julius,
I
your
thought he was gonna
service
bring
is
up,
cutting
like,
out.
Stormfront.
Hang on, Murica.
Oh,
So
sorry,
do you
hang
do
on.
you have any link to show? I think it's your camera being on, Julius. That's lagging your signal. Murica, do you have any article that proves what you said? Because the website that you used as a source, like I had already stated,
Yes.
proves you wrong.
Okay, so the article that he's
It
reading
doesn't
right now.
prove
you
he's
can-
wrong. It actually directly
You're not gonna
contradicts
let me
him.
talk. Of course, you're not gonna let me talk.
Yeah, whatever, schmuck. Where's that article?
You know, calm.
Where's the
calm
article?
Down. Calm down. The article.
Wait,
Where's the article?
Murica, first, do you not like when America makes money?
No. I love America making money.
So what's the problem here?
I just hate countries stealing our money.
But they're not.
No. Yes,
No, the article, in fact, proved that you were not only wrong, but fucking blatantly wrong.
Back up. Put it back up.
Okay,
Let the
so you're
people
going to tell
see
me,
it.
so this is your chance. You're going to say that in that article, it shows that Israel's using stuff for treasury bonds?
On that chart,
Uh-huh.
I will prove you wrong.
What part on the chart? What am I looking for?
Put up back.
Yeah, what part of the chart am I looking for, America?
Put up the tissue guy. What's his name?
What part am I looking for?
That chart right there. What's that
What-
country up above?
Saudi Arabia.
The first
And
one.
this article.
Saudi
makes no
Arabia.
reference
The
to
first
treasury
country
bonds.
on that list is Saudi Arabia, you illiterate schmuck.
Okay, now the chart that shows how much aid Israel receives. Go back to that, Julicious.
I'll go there.
Go there.
Where's
you-
the reference to treasury bonds?
Go up. Go up. Tissue.
You mean the first figure? Figure 1?
Go up to how much aid Israel has received from the United States of America.
Right here. Where's
What's that
the
first
reference
country?
to treasury bonds?
What's that first country?
Israel.
Okay.
Where
How much does it
is
show?
the reference to
How much-
treasury
No,
bonds?
America. Where,
Are you
America,
illiterate?
where is the treasury bond claim?
Once again, you took down the guy's chart. I'm showing.
I
you right
want
here.
you to answer the
it's right here.
fucking question. Stop, Julius, stop. I want
want
you to
my-
shut up, you fucking inbred retard that makes America look like fucking idiots. You are the reason people laugh at America. Fuckwits like you. Where is the part that proves that you claimed? Where is the part that shows that Israel is buying U.S. Treasury bonds? Give me my fucking $25,000, you illiterate fuck. Get the fuck out of my stream. God, you make
Guys,
us look retarded. You have been
everybody
shown the
is
fact. Hold on.
so
You have been shown the facts by multiple people. We read your source. We Googled what you said to Google, and you lied. You lied. Give me my fucking $25,000.
Everyone, education alive, great live, good live. Please protect the
TikTok
live.
shop is awesome.
No, Sailor, I have an issue with morons that can't admit when they're wrong and people that interrupt. This will be great. What's up, Mo?
Hello, guys. How are you?
Doing okay? What's on your mind?
Okay, so I just heard on that chart that you guys was showing on the screen that
Mhm.
USA is supporting or aiding KSA Saudi Arabia.
Now, if you go to the stuff, no, that chart specifically refers to
The cumulative amount of aid that Saudi Arabia received from the U.S.
Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
$1.6 trillion.
So you're gonna tell me that
Mhm.
USA is aiding Saudi Arabia, or it's the opposite way?
Saudi Arabia gets a lot of stuff from us. It just kind of depends on if they want to pretend they like us or not, which day of the week, basically. Saudi Arabia likes us 1 week, and then when it's convenient for them, they like us again. Then they don't like us, and then they get
You
free shit
guys-
from us.
USA is sucking the oil out of Saudi Arabia, sucking the money out of her. You just saw
Wait,
saw Trump. last
are
week.
we just getting
You
it for
saw
free?
Trump. So what?
Yeah,
yes,
for
yes,
sure.
you're getting it
America
for free.
gets-
Yes, Trump said that.
America gets free oil from
Yes,
Saudi Arabia.
yes, because Trump said that we are protecting. Trump said it clearly. We are protecting you, so you have to pay for us.
Wait, wouldn't
Right,
that be an
and
exchange
so-
of goods? An exchange of goods and services? Wouldn't that mean that it's
100%.
inherently not?
But when you
Hang on. Wouldn't that mean
100%,
it's?
that's
Wouldn't
a
that mean?
contradiction
Hang on.
right here.
Wouldn't that mean it's
That's
not?
a contradiction right here.
Wouldn't
When
that
you say
mean it's
USA
not
or
free?
KSA, then how?
You
how's
realize that you can do aid and trade at the same time, right?
you believe that? You believe that USA is aiding?
No, no, no,
KSA?
no, no. Answer what I just said. You know that you can do both trade.
Yes, you can do that with maybe Ethiopia, Somalia, whatever. But USA is aiding KSA. Does that make sense for you?
The chart wasn't the chart.
I
The
don't
chart
believe
wasn't
what
about
charts you
U.S.
guys
aid
showed
to
there.
Saudi
They
Arabia.
can
Wait,
put-
wait, wait. If you don't believe the
Dude,
chart, hang on. If you don't believe the chart, then why even bother? Cool. Goodbye.
Because
If you're not going to
chart
listen to
was
the
about
chart,
how much
hang on, Julius.
purchases-
You wanted to see the chart. You then said, "Well, I don't believe the chart because it proved you wrong." What?
chart was about how much military purchases Saudi Arabia made.
Hey,
from the US.
where'd that dude that was being a fucking coward go that wanted to come up here?
The chart was about Saudi arms purchases from
Palestine belongs to Palestinians. Name me when Palestinians have ever owned me, or owned their land ever. Name one time in history that Palestinians owned that land. This foreign asset owes me $25,000. America, I'm just gonna post a recording of this live every single day and tag you until you pay me. I wonder if that counts as a. Where's Dave? I need to know if that counts as a verbal contract.
It is recorded.
It is recorded, and I have him doubling down.
I kept
It's a bet.
telling him before he was interrupting me, but I said, "Sir, if you're going to make this bet, please make sure you have a source debunking Sam. This is recorded."
Oh shit! I'm sorry, Twitch and YouTube chat. I've kind of ignored you guys. I'm sorry.
Oh,
That's
Oh, Julius,
had-
your service keeps cutting in and out.
you had pixels in the request before.
Oh,
but
Sandberg,
he's-
where'd you go?
Oh, he's gone now.
Is his mom here? No, his mom's not here.
Hello.
What's up?
Hey, how are you?
Doing okay? What's on your mind?
Oh, what? No, I just wanted to debate for Palestinians.
Oh, yeah, I got enough friendlies up here, man. I'm sorry.
Oh, okay.
But thanks for coming up. Is it like you own your... Oh, so we've had gifting suspended. That's lovely. Ah. This dude reported my live. Lovely.
Which one?
I guarantee it was the America dude.
Yeah.
Gifting has been suspended.
What?
Yeah.
Oh shit! It has.
Fucking cucks. Like, seriously.
Bro.
Why are you
doesn't
surprised you support genocide? Come prove to me it's a genocide. Dark Spider, prove to me it's a genocide. Let's go. Bro, you get so mad, it's not even a debate. You mean by talking to morons, I get irritated? Oh, well. I get irritated with people that lie and interrupt. Oh, where'd you go? You were supposed to come up here. Dark Spider, where'd you go?
Okay, who is Wolfie Falcon?
Talk about Ukraine's new Operation Spiderweb. I did a big segment on that last stream, and I have a whole video on it. We can go in that in a second. Yo country is buns. What is my country? Nah, dude, I'm going to sleep. So you can't defend your point, Dark? You can't prove that it's a genocide? Do you ignore ground footage? How the infrastructure in Gaza is cool. Nowhere in the definition of genocide does it say buildings were destroyed, therefore it's a genocide.
Also, ground footage shows all the tunnels and all the shit that they found.
Also
Hamas
shows
was
all the nice
using.
food markets.
Yep.
The 5-star cafes that look nicer than shit around my house.
Yep.
Do you have empathy for Palestinians? Yeah, the ones that don't support Hamas. What can you say about Saudi normalization? I think Saudi Arabia is just gonna the normalization with Saudi Arabia just seems kind of dumb to me, because even if Saudi Arabia doesn't normalize relationships with Israel, they're still gonna fucking trade with whoever or whenever it benefits them. Like Saudi Arabia could officially not recognize the state of Israel, but if Israel had something they wanted, they'd still buy it from Israel.
Sailor, they're posting
Jesus.
all over social media, and you can check Snapchat because they have like a 24-hour timeline, but they're showing all the new cafes that they're opening and food
Yeah,
markets.
if
and
you want to go to my main profile, link to my bio, Sailor, I have an entire video where the Gazans are openly bragging about all their 5-star restaurants they have opening up right now in Khan Yunis in northern Gaza, and all the aid they have that's been stockpiled, and how great their fucking lives are. Okay, go to my bio, click on my main profile, and watch the video that the Gazans post themselves.
No, they're literally posting it themselves. They have lives.
It's anecdotal. It's anecdotal. But if everyone is starving, how do they all have? How do they have a bunch of 5-star restaurants? You can't have everyone starving, but a restaurant full of food at the same time opening up every other week.
You sort of can, because the people who are in the employ of Hamas are the ones who are in charge of those restaurants and the ones getting paid, and the other ones are subjugated by them. And
But I'm saying you can't have the whole country is starving. There's no food except for at this restaurant. Mason, what's on your mind?
What's the topic again?
This is a restaurant in Gaza that just reopened. It's called Thailandi Gaza, and it's in Rimal.
Good talk, Mason. Anti-Zionist, what's up?
Hello. Thanks for having me.
What's on your mind?
Israel.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, what's so funny, Golden? Seriously.
Just focus here. What's up?
Well, let's talk about Israel and how they're committing not only a genocide, but crimes against humanity and an ethnic cleansing.
Okay, a lot of buzzwords. Great. Let's go with genocide.
No,
Where does it? No, don't fucking interrupt me. I'm still talking. Where does the definition of genocide come from?
Well, a genocide goes back further than you would think. It goes back.
Where does the definition of genocide come from? The legal definition of genocide.
Comes back specifically 1,000 years old.
Where does the legal definition of genocide come from? If you would stop fucking interrupting me, you would have heard the question.
The Battle of Hatzal. The Battle of Hatzal, specifically in the year 582.
No.
That was the first recorded definition of the use of
The
genocide.
legal definition of genocide comes from the Genocide Convention of 1949.
No, it actually.
No, it does. That is the legal definition of genocide.
I mean, you seem so angry and just.
I don't like liars. I don't like liars using the Dunning-Kruger effect to think like they know more than other people.
It seems like you're using buzzwords like Dunning-Kruger effect, but despite you not having the actual knowledge, and rather than me actually formulating a response,
The definition of genocide comes from the Genocide Convention of 1949.
I really wished that you had have been killed in service because you seem like a terrible person.
That's the pro-Palestinian movement, everyone.
That's the pro-Israeli mindset. When I mentioned genocide, come on.
That's the pro-Palestinian movement, everyone. Woo!
Go fuck yourself all the way off. What the fuck?
Typical. That is the pro-Palestinian movement at heart, justifying firebombing Jews, justifying assassinating Jews outside of a Jewish event, or
Wishing
justifying, yeah,
unaliving
it's
people.
shooting people outside a Jewish event, meant to raise awareness for aid to Gaza, by the way. Don't forget interrupting me 5 times in a row. My man,
Okay,
you
that
interrupted me because you didn't know where the legal definition of genocide came from.
I'm so sorry. Him interrupting you qualifies for you to wish unaliving on him?
Oh, who cares?
No, I do, because that's the whole
I don't give a
movement
fuck.
in a nutshell. Fucking
Okay.
crazy.
Sailor, are you back to say that it's a genocide?
Okay, so let's say it's not a genocide, then what is it?
A war?
War.
Definitionally speaking, it's a war.
One of the leaders of Hamas came out on TV like 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago now, and he literally said that there have been more babies that are born during this war, and that the women's wombs are made to breed.
Wait, hold on. Trying to plant bombs on American factories. Cool. I'm screenshotting that, and I'm gonna fucking report that to the FBI because that is an actual call to violence and a threat. Good job. This is the fucking pro-Palestinian movement. You bunch of fucking dirty terrorist criminals. That is the fucking pro-Palestinian movement. Get the fuck out of my chat. You fucking terrorist. Disgusting fucking cretin. Okay, Sailor, I'm sorry, fucking distracted, ADHD. You asked what is it, right? We said I said definitively speaking it's a war.
The leaders of Hamas are calling it a war when it suits them.
Okay, so
Can you name me a G-side?
Wait.
Wait, that would end with them surrendering and releasing hostages?
So with the hostage situation, how do you think would be the best solution to getting the hostages released? Because it seems to be that the best solution so far that's gotten the most hostages released was a ceasefire agreement.
They refused every ceasefire. The best
Yeah.
solution is them surrendering, realizing they lost, and releasing our hostages.
Yeah, you're
Okay,
you're
but
not gonna like my answer on that. I think we should do what we did in Fallujah, where
Okay,
you
so,
drop a bunch
I
of
don't know.
pamphlets and you say, if you're not a terrorist, you might want to get the fuck out of here. If you're still here by this date, you're as good as dead. We're going to
What about
come
the
in, we're going to fight the fucking terrorists, and we're going to get what we can and get the fuck out. Welcome to war. As much as I would love to get the hostages back, I also know that there's a very high likelihood, considering they've openly admitted that they were given permission to execute prisoners if the IDF gets close to them. I am under the understanding that I might not get prisoners back alive, but I can at least get their bodies back. And the people that committed the atrocity on October 7th will be fucking dead and 6 feet under.
That is Sam's personal opinion as a U.S. Marine. That is not necessarily how Israel is going to handle it, but I'm sorry, Hamas has rejected every ceasefire. Their two goals are not just the hostages, but to dismantle Hamas capabilities forever, and they are holding tight that they want to remain in power. Them in power includes them stealing aid from the civilians and continued subjugation of their civilians and continued terrorizing of Israelis. So that can't happen. What they did on October 7th, because, like, I don't know if you know this, but they fired at least 6,000 rockets a year at Israel, and not including the T attacks that they did within Israel. And Israel doesn't really respond to that. We built the Iron Dome, da da da. What they did on October 7th is the straw that broke the camel's back, no pun intended. Okay, and Israel, that's it. We've had enough. 20 years of them firing rockets, 20 years of Israel just taking it, 20 years of civilians running to shelters. And this group is willing, and they said it on television, that they want to sacrifice their own civilians. They want the blood of the civilians to the women, the children, and the elderly to ignite a revolutionary spirit in the West. That was their whole goal. To sacrifice the civilians, take videos, put it on social media, appeal to the West, demonize Israel, and put our backs up against the fucking wall. They're testing our morality.
All right, but
So
that's
what would be the solution in this situation for
well,
you?
They need to surrender and release the
hold on, because
No, no,
I can give you a multitude of solutions from a tactical perspective, from a political perspective. You're probably not gonna like any of them, since you seem to be critical of what is happening right now, though. I don't want. I'm going to ask you this question. What I don't want is hang on. What I don't want is an answer to of what Israel shouldn't be doing. I want what should be done. So I don't want. Well, I'm not happy with this. I'm not happy with this. Since you seem to be posing the question, I would hope that you have your own sort of answer. What do
Yes, I
you
do.
think should be done to get the hostages back and to make sure Hamas never does on October 7th ever again?
What I think they should do is a ceasefire. They should have a hostage negotiation, which happened before, which released a bunch of hostages. Have that happen again, and then remove the blockade, the occupation, the apartheid, and give these people equal rights and equal citizenship in that land.
Wait. You want? Hang on. Let's slow down. Let's go one at a time.
keep the
So
security of
hang on. Let's
Israel.
again. Let's start with number one. Hamas has said openly that this isn't even about getting a Palestinian state. This is for the elimination of all Jews in the land, starting with Israel and then expanding to the world. They've openly stated this. So
Well, according to the Hamas charter, that is not what they've stated.
really
Right.
cool. Let me pull up the Hamas charter.
Okay.
Hamas charter.
The
You
first
you
one-
know you know the 1988 one still applies, right?
Well, I'm talking about 2025 when the people that are alive now, the people that are alive in that time might not even be part of Hamas,
Cool.
probably dead.
Cool. It doesn't matter. That's still their leaders have openly stated that the 19 No, stop means stop. Stop means stop. The 1988 charter still applies. Their 2017 charter, when they publicly released it, their leaders openly went on international television and said, yeah, the 1988 charter isn't redacted. This doesn't replace it. It still applies. We're just putting this one out to appeal to a Western audience because apparently telling the world you want to kill Jews isn't really appealing. So let me read to you where they use a hadith. Let me read to you where they use a hadith, a religious text, for their first charter. The last the last paragraph of Article 7 of the Hamas Charter, the Covenant of the Islamic Resistance Movement, released on 18th of August 1988. Article 7. Golda Guide violation. Lovely. Article 7, quote, the day of judgment will not come about until the Muslims fight the Jews, unaliving the Jews. When the Jew will hide behind the stones and the trees, the stones will say, O Muslims, O Abdullah, there is a Jew behind me. Come and unalive him. Only the Garqad tree, evidently a certain kind of tree, would not do that because it is one of the trees of the Jews. Does that sound like a people that really are going to give a shit about having a state and like they're just going to stop attacking because they have a state?
I'm not gonna quote something from Ronald Reagan and apply that to Donald Trump. Like, you can't do those.
Yeah,
things.
because Ronald Reagan's documents don't apply to Trump.
Okay, and he
This
says
is their literal chart. No, the Hamas charter represents Hamas. Their document that they go, this is our document, that represents them. Don't make excuses because you don't realize how fucking bad it is now.
They said they didn't. So
What do you mean they said they didn't what?
that is not what their charter states.
When did they say that?
That's literally
When?
If you look up Hamas charter.
Mhm.
Look it up. Hamas charter now in our real life.
You mean the
Not from
2000
88.
you mean the 2017 one that I already addressed. The 2017 charter that was released on May 1st of 2017 where 5 days later they went on international television and went, "Oh yeah, no, the original one still stands. This was just to appeal to a Western audience." That one?
No, not that one.
So what charter? There's only two.
Well, you can look it up.
No, Sailor, you made the claim. You made the no. Back it up. No, I'm not picking and choosing. I'm giving you the facts. I'm giving you the facts. Sailor, Because I
So
told you I can't. I'm giving you the
you
facts.
think you're
Cool.
debunking people, but you're literally just giving your
Cool.
opinion and saying people's facts are not
Memory
real.
TV. Let's see. Memory TV. Policy document. Okay, here we go. Is this it? Cool. The article is titled Hamas Policy Document, Palestinian State in 1967, Borders is National, Agreed Upon, and Joint Formula by Hamas PLO. Okay, so this article is from May 1st, 2017. It says, quote, Hamas published a policy document approved by all the movement leaders. The leaders clarified that the document was not replacing the original Hamas charter, but was aimed at adapting the movement's position to the current time. So again, I repeat, the leaders of Hamas say you are wrong. Do you know more than the leaders of Hamas about what Hamas stands for?
I do not.
Okay, so can you show me an example of where this supposed 2025 charter that doesn't exist is?
What I'm telling you is that the latest information that they had said that is not part of their charter.
Where can I find this information?
Google it.
No,
They changed
Google
one
is
word.
not a source.
Okay,
Goo-
well I can't.
So
I
tell me,
can't-
no, you seem to have found it. Then why, if you don't have it, then why are you speaking it? If you don't have the proof of it, why are you using it as an example?
Even if I had the proof of it, you wouldn't Google it. That's my whole
No,
point.
he
I've
would.
been doing it this whole fucking time.
No,
If
you
you go on
haven't.
my other streams, you can literally go to any fucking YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter right now. You
Alright,
can
you-
see
you
that I'm
got it.
pulling these up all right now.
Okay.
I'm pulling up
You
all
got
these
it.
sources
Got it.
all night.
Okay,
Sailor, they
well, you got
changed it once and they only changed the word Jew to Zionist and only in the English version.
Okay, so thank you very much, because that's what I saw.
No, but that was in 2017. There was no 2025 version.
Okay, so
And,
What
ag-
I'm saying-
and
that's
again,
also-
the
so- so
2017 version that they said doesn't change what their actual goals are.
And Zionists, when they talk about Zionists, they mean every single Israeli living on the land. Like on October 7th, they unalived Muslim Arabs also.
I
because they
know,
live
I
there.
know, I know.
So
They
what
did.
they so what they mean is every single person on the land. So they just expanded it from Jews to every single person living on that land.
So in Israel, will there ever be an Israel where Jewish people, Christian people, and
They
Muslim
already
people-
do right now.
Okay, but without having different identification.
They, yeah, no, Israeli citizens are Israeli citizens, whether you're Jewish,
Wait,
Arab,
hold on.
or Christian, or whatever you are.
Confused, Sailor. So okay, there right now there's certain areas that are disputed. Okay, so we came up with the help of America, the Oslo Accords, which is supposed to be a precursor to a Palestinian country.
Golda,
right?
I have a really good litmus test here, real quick. I'm sorry to interrupt.
Just really fast, please. Let me finish. I have ADHD too, please. So
we all got ADHD.
Yeah, I know that the
I'm
app
just
is.
saying.
I'm back on
Just really-
I'm back on meds for the first time in 14 years, and I am not having a good time.
So wait, so hold on.
Chill,
So,
Anthony.
so my fuck, I forgot the point. What did you ask before?
Yeah. No, my question, because I still remember mine. Okay, hang on. Sailor, do you know what Oslo and Oslo II Accords are?
A little bit.
Okay,
Oh,
do you
I
know what
remember.
areas A, B, and C are?
Isn't that like the West Bank?
Well, they're all within the what they would call the West Bank. But
Yeah,
do you
so
know
there's,
do you know who owns what, who governs what, and who agreed to that?
So let me just tell her.
Wait, hang on.
love to
I'm just
know
doing a
more.
litmus
I
test.
don't.
Okay, we will
I
get to
don't.
that. Do you know when people say from the river to the sea?
That's also my next question
Okay.
to you: is the West Bank
We
situation?
can get to that.
What's up with that?
Do
you
you-
know what I mean? So
It'd be really
Well,
helpful if I
that's
could.
what I'll
It'd be
Anthony,
it'd be really helpful if I could pull it up.
Blank answer on your litmus test?
Uh-huh.
Nothing. I don't know nothing
Wait,
about
hold
it.
on. Let me just tell her. Okay, so when first of all, let me back up a little bit. Oh, Julicious, can you mute? Oh, thank you. In 1948, when there was that war, Jordan actually beat Israel and they illegally annexed Judea and Samaria, where Jews had been living for 3,000 years. They renamed it to the West Bank and they kicked all the Jews out. Okay, they started another war in 1967 where Israel pushed them back to their borders, and then under international law, that whole land went back to Israel. In the 90s, in an effort to, again, a precursor to create a Palestinian state. Together with the United States, they came up with the Oslo Accords. So they split up the area known as the West Bank, or Judea and Samaria, into 3 areas, A, B, and C. And under the agreement, which was signed by both parties, Area A is fully under control of the Palestinian Authority. Area B has a shared control with Israeli security forces, and Area C is completely under Israeli control. Okay, so it's disputed territory, it's not occupied. In 2005, at the same time, Israel completely pulled out of Gaza because, again, it was a precursor to them having autonomy and getting their own state. So, again, not occupation at all. But it is disputed territory. That's what it's known as. Okay, and that's because of the Oslo Accords. Now, when we're talking about citizenship in Israel, everybody who's a citizen, and that includes Arab Christians, Arab Muslims, Jews, Baha'i, Druze, like anybody who's like outside of the Jewish religion who like moves there, anyone who's a citizen has the same rights and privileges. Where it gets a little murky is the citizens that are under the Palestinian Authority. And they have their own citizenship, they have their own passports, and they have their own government. So when they come into Israel, they get permits, and they have to go through checkpoints because it's like going to a different country because it is disputed territory, and they come to work every day. Okay, so there's a lot of shit that happens at the border checkpoints. We didn't used to have border checkpoints. It wasn't until that word we told you about, which is intifada. So what happened, the reason why the state never happened is because it was supposed to be conditional on a lasting peace. And what happened instead was something called the Intifada, which, yes, it means uprising, but to Jews specifically, you know, Israelis who remember and live through it, it means violent uprising because they were kabooming buses, they were kabooming pizza shops, they were like specifically
Yeah, because
targeting
uprising is not going to be
civilians.
peaceful, you know?
Exactly. So, like, when we hear people in the Free Palestine movement here in the West shouting things in New York, like, I've been there, I've heard them. There is only one solution, Intifada revolution. To Jewish ears, first of all, the use of one solution is not a great one. Second of all, Intifada, we remember what that's like. So, for us, that is a call to violence against Jewish people.
Yeah.
Okay, and this is where it's coming from. But when you're talking about like why doesn't Israel already have, like, just back to your original, why doesn't Israel have that? They do have that. They just have that for citizens of Israel. There are options for some Palestinians in some areas to apply for Israeli citizenship a
Oh,
few
that
times a
claimant
year.
jobs.
Okay,
So
like
what about the Israelis that are taking over lands in the West Bank? That's
So hang on. So about that, there's 2 claims to that. Or there's
That's
two
been
there's 2 truths. There's 2 truths to it. There's one where they say Israel is expanding and taking land in the West Bank. The most common thing you will actually find out is that every single time they say that, you find out where it is. Oh, shocker, it's in Area C. The area that the PA agreed, or the PLO agreed to and agrees, is Israeli territory. So
so it's never been like
that's some of it. Hang on, that's some of it. So if Israel wants to build an Area C, they're fully within their legal right to do so.
No,
But
are there other areas where they're doing it illegally?
hang on.
Trump condemned that. and
Hang on.
other
We'll
people
get
in the
we'll
West
we'll
condemned
get
it.
to that. But most of the articles will say, hey, they're building illegally. They're expanding settlements illegally in the West Bank, and you find out, well, they're in Area C. Oh, well, actually, Israel has full legal rights to do so. Now, the other part is some people don't recognize that. Like the ICJ gave out an opinion statement. It wasn't a ruling. They gave an opinion statement where they did, like, I think it was 120 paragraphs. Hang on. The ICJ did an opinion statement that said 120, or it was like 120 paragraphs. It stated that the West Bank was occupied territory. But they even admit in paragraph 88 of their entire document that their entire opinion is invalidated by the fact that Oslo Accords exists, period. That because Oslo Accords exist and the local treaties trump international law, that because the PLO agreed to it and the PA still upholds it, that it's not valid, or the argument of it being an occupation is not valid at all. Now, there are some people that go into areas A and area B and try to build illegally. It's usually idiots with little shanty shacks or a little mobile home that try to set stuff up. That's illegal under that's illegal under Israeli law. The IDF works in coordination with the PA, and they come in and they bulldoze the fuck out of those tiny little shanty shacks, and arrest those people. Now, I do have complaints about the Israeli judicial system, how some people, kind of like in the U.S., where some people don't go to jail for as long as they should because they just fucking get out and do it again. But it's still illegal according to Israeli law. Like building in areas A and B without permits and without permission from the PA and all that stuff, that's illegal under Israeli law. You can't do that. The IDF enforces that. But people
Right,
ignore
so
that part.
do they? That's what I'm wondering. Do
Yes.
they
Sailor,
enforce that?
yeah, no, we don't.
Because there's a
Like,
lot of people
no,
saying
Sailor,
like
Sailor,
my
we don't
home is
support that, and neither does the Israeli government, which is why the IDF comes in and takes those things down. But I just want to explain something. I mentioned this quickly before, but Jews were living in Judea, like that's where the word Jew comes from, and they never left for 3,000 years. Like
that doesn't matter. That
well,
doesn't
hold on.
matter.
Hold on. I'm just going.
She's
Let me
giving you
explain
some preamble stuff.
backstory.
Okay,
Please,
bye.
I'm trying to explain.
If you don't care, then there's no discussion with you. I thought you were at least coming around in good faith, but when she's trying to give you context and you just straight up say, I don't care, then there is absolutely 0 point in having further discussion with you.
I was getting to a point, Sailor. I really appreciate if you just allow me to get
Oh,
there, and then you'll understand where I was going.
There was someone in the request that just disappeared. I didn't see who it was.
Okay, I'm just gonna say my point anyway. Jews were ethnically cleansed from that land by Jordan. So in 67, when they moved back in, they already realized that Palestinians had taken over some of their villages and homes, and they weren't going to kick them out. So what happened is when it came back under Israeli sovereignty, they then, because they didn't hold the deeds to those houses, they had to pay rent. But Palestinian Authority doesn't allow interaction between, like financially, between Jews and the Palestinians. They usually have to find a third party. So when people don't pay rent, that's when you get videos about taking over and this and that, and it's a complete misunderstanding of the situation.
Someone in Twitch chat says, but our whole argument is the Palais belong there because they've lived there for decades. But it doesn't matter if anyone else lived there for decades or for 3,000
right?
years. What's up, Alice?
Hey,
Oh my
Alice.
God. Hey.
I thought you were lying.
Everyone says that. I need to get so I'm thinking about changing my profile picture to the one that I just put up because it would represent both me and Lion. But anyways, how's it going, guys?
It's a shit show. Aang Ong says, why did Jordan do so good in 48 and so bad in 67 and 73? They did better in 48 because Israel was kind of spread thin, and the Israeli forces, there was kind of a lot of internal strife on who was the official force or who got what resources allocated. And there wasn't, dude, there's plenty of units within the Israeli forces back in the 48 war that literally didn't have weapons. They had broomsticks that they would stand on hills with and pretend to have rifles from a distance. Like, that's an actual thing that happened, even documented by the Arab armies. So that would explain why Israel didn't do good on all fronts in 48. Also, they were having to buy weapons, like German surplus weapons from the Czech.
Also, a British general was literally leading the Jordanian army.
Yeah. Hello, Orc Hunter.
Fun
Shit,
fact.
I was supposed to be tracking a satellite. What's up?
The Native American community is starting to wake up to Pan-Arabism and Islamofascism.
Oh?
So, yes. I encountered a live earlier today. I didn't actually join, but it was the second or third of its like that I've come across recently on native TikTok of indigenous people starting to wake up and see that they're not like us. The Arabs are not like us by and large. Their culture is colonialist by nature. They are supremacists. They are forcibly assimilative, and that does not align with indigenous values at all. And it is paralleling almost to the letter the same um, strategies and
No.
patterns that caused the destruction of the indigenous peoples here in the West. And they're starting to wake up and say, that's not great. We are facing some struggles, though, especially with the push for Islamification in our prison systems. And I'm currently in Montana right now, and um, there's 100 and something people in the chat. anyone who is, part of the indigenous community or is trying to push back against the spread of Arabization in the West, I would highly recommend that you guys start doing outreach in our prisons because while we are fighting against some of the systemic issues, especially facing indigenous peoples here, Arabs, I don't want to say just Arabs because it's not just Arabs, but Islam is working twice as hard to campaign in our prisons. And for example, in Montana specifically, indigenous people make up about 4% of the population, but over 90% of the people in Montana prisons or institutions are Native American or people of color. And so when you have that kind of disproportionate marginalization and systemic oppression, they're going to be seeking the, I guess, community and safety that Islam pretends to bring. And that's concerning because this is where the majority of conversions are happening is in prisons. So
Yeah. By the way, unrelated. So with Ukraine, everyone kept saying that Russia was going to nuke Ukraine. There was an odd thing that was spotted a few hours ago over Kazakhstan. What appeared to be a large debris field of something breaking up over the skies. It came in from the direction of Russia. Now, the Kazakhstan Ministry of Defense and Russia are claiming that it was a satellite. They then tried to claim that it was a Starlink satellite, and they even gave the exact name and number. But if you go to that satellite and look at it right now, you can see that it's still in orbit. Weird. So, is it in orbit or did it just fall out of the sky? Which one is it? If it is the Oreshnik missile from Russia, that would be failure number 4. So they'd be 1 for 5. I saw native people. You should stop supporting. Yeah, so Irene, if you actually look at what's gone on, like Alice was saying, with the indigenous community in America, you can find documentation back in the late 90s, early 2000s of Palestinian leaders actually coming to America and pandering to the indigenous communities and basically saying we are one and the same. The white man did us bad. The Jews are just white, even though we know they're not. The Jews are just the white man. They're taking our land. We are the indigenous people, not explaining how they're indigenous in the slightest because they're not. Where are you getting your sources from? 48 War about Israel's carrying broomsticks. From British archives, Arab accounts of different battles. Depends on which area we're talking about. Same with AIPAC. What the fuck are you talking about with AIPAC, Sebastian? Are you saying that AIPAC is in fucking prisons trying to convert people? It's back to Montana saying Montana is all indigenous but not Arabs in all Mid-East. No, Arabs are not indigenous to the entirety of the Middle East, Josue. Arabs are indigenous to the Arabian Peninsula. They are not indigenous to the entirety of the Middle East. Native Americans have interesting history with the casinos and baseball team names. Yeah, they tend to not like the baseball team names.
and that's why, because our entire identity gets completely reduced to, wow, the Redskins.
Oh, come on, let's be real. The tomahawk chop fucking chance fucking goated.
Oh my god.
Oh, we're winning? Ha!
Yeah, it's a joke in Indian country for sure.
Now he's reading comments because he won't let me back up how boring. Are you gonna have a conversation, Sailor? Because, again, you constantly interrupt. You bring up shit that you say is a fact, but then we find out was a lie. And then when someone tries to give you context, you just say you don't care and you're not gonna listen.
You literally said that natives were salty in the chat. Like, oh, I'm so sorry. We are actually experiencing the G side that you're bitching about in the Middle East. There's literally a tribe here in Montana that's experiencing a paper genocide. People are being disenrolled. Their identity is being stolen and traded for millions of dollars. Please,
I I
please cry yourself an entire river and drink your water, Habib, because I know you're fucking dehydrated.
I like the anti-Semitism, the person with Arabic in their description saying real Jews are for peace. Thank you, Mr. Arab Muslim account or whoever the fuck you are, for saying that you can determine who really is and really isn't Jew. Nice.
There's also Sebastian in the chat saying that APAC is somehow comparable to the propaganda campaign that's been taking over the prison systems.
To be fair, you
Like,
kicked the
yes,
last 5.
APAC. Oh,
I
go ahead.
I kicked people for being for interrupting, lying, and reporting my live. Am I supposed to keep people like that? If someone says they're not going to listen and they're not going to have a conversation and they don't care, why would I leave them up? If the person is openly stating they're not going to have a conversation with me, why do I leave them up? If the person is going to make shit up and when I show them that they're wrong, keep making shit up, why am I going to leave them up?
We don't like having conversations with disingenuous people. There are so many more interesting people in the world. 7 billion of us. Why would we waste our time on someone like Sailor?
What war if one side is being funded billions of dollars for war ammunition? That doesn't mean it's not a war, Iman. But I'd like how you skipped the part where I called you out for your anti-Semitism. Good job, Sebastian. What are you trying to claim?
Who are the Semitic people? There's multiple Semitic people. Who
There's
are the
multiple
Are you going to
Semitic
claim that
languages.
you can't be anti-Semitic if you're a Semitic person?
No, I'm just asking you. Who are the Semitic people?
People who speak a Semitic language. Why?
So, who are the Semitic people? It's a simple.
Why does it matter?
Who are they? Who are they?
Why
There's
does it
multiple.
matter?
Well, if you
Because
ask the
it
person
could-
who coined the term anti-Semitism in order
Wait,
to
hang on. I want
justify
to let him get to that. Because he already said that's not what he's going to say. So why does it matter, Sebastian?
Why does it matter? Because you guys are being quite anti-Semitic.
There it is.
Oh,
Okay, so
there it is.
what is it? The word butter. That's like you can think of like a stick of butter, right, Sebastian? Right?
Sure.
Okay. The word butterfly. Is that a stick of butter with wings?
No, it's an insect.
Because they're two entirely separate things, right? Anti-Semitism does not mean anti-all Semites. The definition of anti-Semitism is specifically going against Jews. The term anti-Semitism was literally created. Stop. The term anti-Semitism explicitly means being against Jews because it was created to be more palatable than just saying you hated Jews. It was
I have a question.
Wait, Semite doesn't refer to a person, it refers to a set of languages.
Yeah, I already said that. Sebastian, what is your question, Sebastian?
So, I've seen a lot on Twitter. There's a lot of Hebrew tweets that are translating.
Mm-hmm.
I know that's not 100% information accurate. Twitter is never a good place for
Nor is
sources.
translating Hebrew.
Yeah, translating
Hebrew is
directly
awful.
into people saying that they think that these children of Palestinians deserve death as well as the Palestinians themselves.
I highly doubt that.
There's also
There's
been
also a lot of
Hang on, no,
because
Alex, hang on,
Can I
hang
speak?
on,
Can I
Alex,
speak?
hang
Can
on.
I speak, please?
Everyone,
Can I
everyone,
speak,
everyone, stop.
Yes, boss.
Are you just gonna be condescending?
No, I was trying to explain something.
And I was trying to get multiple people to stop talking over each other, and you're just being condescending now.
Do you guys know about Robert's rules or no?
How old are you?
I'm 20 years old.
What year were you born?
2004.
Ooh,
Come
don't
on,
say that. Don't say that out loud on this
Okay,
panel. That makes me
so
feel so old.
nothing to do with this.
sorry,
So again,
Cook.
let's get back to the topic. I don't care what you claim to have seen on Twitter, because that has nothing to do with this conversation.
Okay.
I see shit on Twitter all day long, but I'm not going to pull a whataboutism and bring it up, because it doesn't fucking have any bearing on this conversation.
Do you guys know anything about Israeli politicians calling for the death of children?
Who called for the death of children? Let's pull up the fake quote.
Yarvin Levine.
What was the quote?
Let me pull it up real quick. Give me like 2 seconds. I should have this information prepared, but it is currently 4 a.m.
Hey, if you can at least go get the source, you're doing a hell of a lot better than literally every other guest I've had.
I got you guys. You guys can continue your conversation. I'll be like 2 seconds.
I love having permission. Thank you so much.
What about the live videos of slaughter and destruction? Are you referring to October 7th, Iman? You anti-Semitic
there's
piece
a
of
live
shit?
video. There's also a live video of them destroying a Palestinian building for a gender reveal. What's your thoughts on that?
I'd like
don't
proof that
do-
it's for a gender reveal.
They don't do gender reveals in Israel.
No, no,
Literally
no.
the joke that they were making. It was a certain type of smoke bomb let off that's a signal, and because it was blue and they're making fun of Americans doing gender reveal, one soldier said to the other, "It's a boy."
So it's a joke destroying people's buildings.
No, it
Yeah,
was a
in
smoke
combat, sometimes people have dark humor and say really fucked up things. Welcome to the fucking military and welcome to war.
But it wasn't even a bomb. It was a smoke signal. That's why the smoke was blue.
No, but it blew up an entire building. How is that not a bomb?
No, it didn't.
I don't care. That has nothing to do with what we're talking about.
Building
Hang on, let's stay
side.
on one fucking topic right now. I would like go ahead and go get the quote.
Gotcha.
There's no proof of October 7th, whatever you think happened. So Hamas openly admitting
My
it happened
God.
isn't real. The leaders of Hamas literally filming themselves watching it happen live on television, and it's not
The
real.
literal hundreds of hours of footage.
Who was it that was
I've
watching it? Who
watched.
was Golda? Who was it that it was watching it on TV in Qatar?
The leaders?
No, which one was it specifically?
I'm not sure.
I would say to Nazg in the chat that he should go watch what happened on October 7th, but something tells me that he already has, and that he's probably painted the underside of his desk to it, and that's disgusting. People like that should be removed from the gene
I
pool.
can't remember who it was, but one of the leaders was literally watching it. Oh, it was Hania.
Calling for people to be removed from the gene pool is crazy.
Yeah, being
even
fetishizing
after
gore
your
porn,
people experienced the
fetishizing
genocide.
gore porn and the essay of women is also fucking crazy. People like that don't deserve to exist.
Oh yeah.
If you were going to sit here and sympathize with rapists and people who get off to that kind of content, please face the wall.
Yeah, I think people that like want to watch great videos and like pedophiles should be fucking lined up on a wall.
I'd concur with that, but that doesn't mean that people need to be.
That's
removed from the gene
that's
pool
what
for
she was
having
saying. No,
That's what
she's
I'm
saying the people that support watching grape videos because that's what they're talking about. Also, it was Ismail Hania was openly watching October 7th unfold live on TV and bragging about it. Oh, he was in Tehran. He wasn't in Qatar. Okay, so yeah, so he was watching it and praying about it and laughing about it and talking about it on live TV, but it didn't happen. Weird.
Did you get that source, by the way, Sebastian?
Yeah, give me like 1 more second. I'm getting through this. There's a whole quiz to go through it. My bad.
What?
You're good.
Someone in chat, someone in Twitch chat is already calling out how long till they said, I bet this guy's trying to find the quotes of a few government officials referring to Amalek. That's gonna be funny. Carmine, what's up?
I think he's taking too long.
Was that you, Carmine, that was just talking?
Yeah, that was me.
You're
Motion
really quiet right now.
Moshi
Yeah, if you keep
Fogler.
it closest to your... What was that?
Moshi Figlin? I don't know how to.
But I thought you said it was Yarvin Levine.
There was another one. I'm sorry. I mispronounced. My bad.
Okay, type it in chat how you spell it. And then what website am I going to? Carmine, you're really quiet. I'm sorry, dude. You were like, it sounds like your phone is in your pocket.
There we go.
I'll fix that.
Phelan. Okay,
And
Phelan
it's
Israel.
MOSH.
Okay, Moshe Phelan. Okay.
There's
He
one and only one solution, which is to completely destroy Gaza before
okay.
invading.
Hang on. Let me
And when
find.
I
Hang on.
talk
Let me
about
find the quote. Hang
destruction,
on.
I
Give me the.
mean
Hang on.
destruction like
Hang
like
on. Give me.
Dresden.
Hang on. Give me the first few words. I muted you because I need to look up the quote with you so we can read along together. Give me the first few words. Or wait, what website are you reading this from?
I'm gonna give you the first few words.
Okay.
There is one and
There
only
is
one solution.
only one solution. Okay, what website are you getting this from?
It's from Deputy Speaker, Israeli.
No, the website. The website.
The Israeli KNES consent.
Knesset.
Knesset.
No,
Knesset.
what is the website? What
It's
website
from
are
the
you on?
Israeli Knesset.
So it's on the Knesset website. What is the Knesset's fucking website? Knesset.
You can also get it via YouTube link, and you can have him speak it.
Okay, so is this on Knesset.gov?
I will literally play the YouTube.
My
URL.
dude, literally read me the URL.
YouTube.com.
No, not YouTube. No, the fucking holy shit, dude. Here's how this works. You are looking up a quote. So you go to a website. Let's see here. You go to a website and you go, "Oh wow. This is about Ukraine." Hang on. This is about Ukraine. Who is the host? Associated Press.
How? There's this whole quiz that you have to take.
You have to take a quiz to get what you're talking about?
Yes, it's trying to prove that Nazis and Zionists
Oh my
have
God.
the same rhetoric.
Oh my god. What? Is that why you don't want to read me the URL?
Okay, it's Zionism.wtf/#Zionists or Nazis.
Oh my god.
When you guys can actually take somebody who is an Israeli politician's actual quote word for word,
You don't
guys
know
just
who
laugh
it
about
is,
it.
and
You
you're
guys
not
are
So
fucked up.
sorry. So by your logic, Marjorie Taylor Greene, who says that there are Jewish space lasers and that the space lasers are in charge of the fires in Hawaii, that's someone we should take seriously because she's in government.
Okay, fuck it. What's the date on this quote? What's the date?
The date is October 26th, 2023.
Oh, so right after the attack.
October 26th.
Oh yeah, so we're calling the actual bombing and destruction of Hiroshima something that they want to compare Gaza to.
I'm sorry.
I don't recall that Americans provided
Wait,
safe military
here, let's
passageways
see.
for residents of Nagasaki and Hiroshima. On the contrary, they looked for the weakest cities, and over there they dropped their rockets to make it clear that they were serious. This is what brought an end to the war and saved the lives of 1 million American soldiers.
Hiroshima and Nagasaki were not the weakest cities. They were epicenters for.
Well, this is what Moshe Faglan said, so.
So what?
He's also just a random
what?
Knesset
He
member.
was wrong.
Hang on. Oh my god, do you guys know who one of the original sources of this is? Of this post?
Who?
Jackson Hinkle.
Of course.
On October 30th, 2023, social media users shared a screenshot of an article claiming that an Israeli leader said it's time to turn Gaza into Dresden, gas the Palestinians now. It claimed it was a screenshot of an article by The People's Voice, previously known as News Punch, a quote-unquote news website best known for generating clickbait conspiracy content. Oh my god, this website is, oh boy.
Dude, that's embarrassing.
Okay. Person visible in the article, social media post, is referred to an Israeli leader, is an Israeli politician, former member of the Knesset, Israel's parliament. He is also not a leader, not in the government, not a minister, and has no official role in Israel. So, okay, wrong already. Bain is not a member of the Israeli government, blah, blah, blah. Let's see. Hang on. We're going through it. Hang on. I'm going through this. I'm going through the analysis of your claim. Let's see here.
And where
The
what
first part
website
of
is this?
Phalan's alleged quote it read as "It's times in Gaza and Dresden." The People's Voice article redirected to a video published by Middle East Eye's, of course, Middle East Eye. The video is also shared on Middle East Eye's YouTube channel, where the title read, Moshe
If it's
Phelan,
opposite of your opinion, it doesn't matter, right?
No, Middle East's lie has been proven blatant liars, including where they posted one of my own friends on there and blatantly lied about him. Dude, we transcribed the interview to check the authenticity of the claim. Emphasis hours. Okay. Here's the exact quote. We do not need a victory to restore the image of Israel's dignity or to restore our deterrent image, which we have lost completely in the jungle that surrounds us. Now we need to retaliate with strong vengeance. There is one and only one solution, which is completely destroy Gaza before invading it. And when I talk about destruction, I mean destruction like it was
So
in
he
Dresden
does
and
legit say
Hiroshima
it.
without nuclear weapons. I don't recall that Biden or his predecessors, I don't recall that the Americans provided safe humanitarian passageways for the residents of Nagasaki and Hiroshima. On the contrary, they looked for the weakest cities, and over there they dropped their rockets. So he's saying, oh, wait, and that is the price that hundreds of us paid. On the contrary, now that we have, like was done in Dresden. Okay, cool. So he's saying to bend their knee, make them yield. Unconditional surrender, like we did. Hang on. Break them so fucking hard they unconditionally surrender, like we'd forced Japan to, but without nuking them. It's what he just said. So you're not entirely wrong, but the characterization, the original translation is inaccurate. But what?
He wants them completely destroyed.
But he didn't say destroy the people. He said destroy, make it look like Dresden. Do you realize that Japan literally only surrendered because we fucking nuked them twice? Are you trying to justify what we did to Japan? Abso-fucking-lutely.
I feel like they had more of a culture of warriors than what the Palestinians have in their small area of living.
Arguably the same two sides of the same coin. Both doing stuff for what they believe is a righteous purpose based on a religious ideology. For Japan, though, they viewed their emperor as a god. Both willing to S-bomb, sacrifice themselves, and fight to the last man, woman, and child.
So do you think these children should be killed as well?
No.
No.
Where do
They
you think
wanna
the women?
They want to
Can
sacrifice
I
the children,
finish
and they
speaking,
said so
please?
themselves.
Okay.
No, I can't. I can't turn on gifting because the Nazis reported the live. All right, so Sebastian, what was your question?
Yo. You know what?
What?
I don't even want to be associated with any of you guys. Calling anybody who is in not support of Israel during this time Nazis is crazy.
No, I'm talking about people that were literally saying that I should have been in a gas chamber, calling them Nazis. People that were coming in my live on multiple accounts and saying, oh, Jew this, Jew that, Juden this, H-Man was right, Heil H-Man. The people that were repeatedly coming into my live and spamming my live at the beginning, I'm absolutely calling them Nazis. That's why I have a fucking Nazi counter, because I regularly have people who come in and tell me, who's not Jewish, that H-Man was right, I should have been in a fucking oven, and then 6 million wasn't enough. I regularly have people say shit like that. So yes, I will call someone like that a Nazi.
Do you guys believe that Kanye West has spread the act of Nazism?
I think he's helped make it more socially acceptable.
I feel like there's a lot more Nazis now than there was in 2016.
I think it's just a lot more people who are open about their feelings and not afraid to hide it
It's not
anymore.
just about Kanye. Kanye's just one more to add to the list.
I think it's just he's made it more socially acceptable to where there already were people like that who just don't feel afraid of hiding now.
Yeah.
But yeah, what was your question? I'm sorry. It wasn't not calling anyone that disagrees with Israel fucking a Nazi. It's just the people that were literally being Nazis.
How about this quote from an IDF member? Be triumphant and finish them off, and don't leave anyone behind. Erase the memory of them. Erase them, their families, mothers, and children. These animals can no longer live. Every Jew with a weapon should go out.
They're
and kill
talking
them.
about Hamas.
Hold on, let him finish the quote.
If you have an Arab neighbor, don't wait. Go to his home and shoot him.
Who said that quote?
Ezra Yachin, an IDF member.
Cool. So one random IDF soldier?
Do you think that an
No, I'm
IDF
asking one IDF soldier.
I'm sure it's in the multiples.
Okay, cool. So you read a quote from a single IDF soldier, though, correct?
It was actually given as a pep talk. But
Cool. So again, one
before
person said it, correct?
when you rally troops, should you be saying
Motherfucker, answer the question without avoiding
I am
it.
not a motherfucker. Refer to me
Answer
as
the
a person.
cool. Answer the question then. Stop avoiding it.
Motherfuckers are typically
It was an
people as
IDF
well.
member.
Okay, cool. A random IDF member. Cool. I know people who I served with as Marines that thought when I was stationed in Japan, that we should have just unalived all the Japanese people. Does that represent me as a Marine or all my fellow Marines because that one Marine said that?
No. But when it's a common thought between multiple IDF
You
members,
don't know that. You can't say that it's a common thought because you don't know that. That is your opinion.
Can you prove to me that?
No, I can't. I can't prove that it is or it isn't because it's an
I have a
opinion.
question for you. Are all the people on the left Nazis?
No.
Okay. Well, I have encountered multiple individuals who have represented themselves as far left communist people who are out here saying
That's
that
like the
they
exact.
own the natives and that indigenous people should have all been wiped out by the G-side that happened because look at all this land back. We're being native supremacists and we're feeding the machine that creates capitalism. Do you believe that? Because I would hope that you don't.
No, I've never ever thought that the indigenous people to the land of America deserve anything other but than the utmost respect. And honestly, there is money set aside within the government that they won't take because they would have to recognize that they gave up their land.
So do you understand? Do you understand her point?
Recognize that.
Do you understand
My
the point she's
point-
making?
Obviously.
My point is, Sebastian, I have lots of friends. I used to be pretty far left myself. I was never a communist, but I still am pretty left of center when it comes to social issues.
When it comes to American social issues.
When it comes to global social issues, I used to be pretty far left. I used to be pro-Palestinian. That being said, if I were basing my opinion on the loudest, most obnoxious minority in the left, I would probably be a fucking Proud Boy. I'm not because I understand. Shut up, Sam. I'm not because I understand that there is nuance and I understand that people speak from trauma and I understand that there's a thing with humanity when one group of people get super loud and super obnoxious. They tend to represent, especially in today's media where we have sensationalism and we have click views and clickbait, people will spread the most extreme narratives in order to, I guess, foster engagement, but those very rarely represent the majority or even reality of what the people truly believe.
And like this, we've already got someone in chat who's doing exactly what we are saying is bad, with taking one thing and saying it represents an entire community or just misrepresenting something. Someone says she was never pro-Palestinian. Nobody can just decide unaliving children is good all of a sudden. Yeah, she was very pro-Palestinian. I distinctly remember her being in lives arguing as a pro-Palestinian, and then when being presented with facts, leaving for a while and coming back and going, "Holy shit!" But nobody is saying that unaliving children is good. Period. It's just an unfortunate reality of what happens in war. Civilians die.
As somebody with tactical experience, what do you believe that the best way to solve this issue is?
Israel not listening to the Western bullshit audiences right now and actually getting the job done, because the longer it goes, the more civilian casualties. The more civilian casualties you're going to have. And right now, Israel's already doing a phenomenal job considering the actual combatant to casualty ratio or combatant to civilian ratio right now. They have the lowest civilian to combatant death ratio in the history of urban warfare, and that's even according to the Gaza Ministry of Health's numbers. Hamas's best numbers. They have the lowest civilian to combatant death ratio in the history of urban warfare, and apparently that's still not good enough.
Well, doesn't Israel claim that they're one of the strongest armies in the world?
Yeah, they can claim whatever they want. It's just fighting insurgencies and guerrilla warfare style tactics are still a pain in the ass no matter who you are.
I'm sure.
Especially when they do stuff like, I've got friends who have fought in Gaza that were told that they were denied air support because there was too many civilians in the area. Like, they had to clear buildings and go through areas without air support because there was a chance that a civilian might be in the area and get hit. Like, that's insane to me. Like, that blows my mind that I would ever willingly go into a combat scenario and get flat out denied air support. Like, fuck that.
Can I read another quote to you guys real quick?
Okay.
This is from the Minister of Justice and the Interior of Israel.
What's the name?
Former. Ayelet
Former. Okay.
Shaked.
How do you spell his name?
SHAYELET.
Hang on. Fucking copy paste in chat. Fuck me.
I got you.
Guys, it'd be so much easier if I could bring up the fucking screen right now. Is it gonna let me do it yet? Nope.
Are you streaming on Twitch as well?
Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube all at once.
OBS in the chat.
Hey, by the way, W for dead naming Twitter. Thank you.
Oh, fuck it. Elon can cry a fucking river. I don't care.
Have you guys seen the fight that Ellen and Trump are having on Twitter
Did
right
you
now?
just call him Ellen?
Yes, Ellen Degenerate.
All he needed to do was add some anti-Semitism, and it would have been the biggest crash out of the year. But we have Kanye's crash out. It's just
I feel like Kanye's crash out is still the worst crash out of the year.
that's why I said all he had to do was add the anti-Semitism, and he would have had all the factors of Kanye.
The apology, though, like I've talked to my children. I'm no longer. I'm so sorry for all the pain I've.
Wait. Who apologized?
Ye.
When? What?
Ye apologized.
Hold on. That's more important. Fuck everything we're talking about. Kanye apologized for anti-Semitic. What?
Somebody held him down and made that boy take his meds. I swear to God.
Hold on.
I feel so sorry for Nord.
Hang on. 2020.
Can I speak?
Hang on.
Real quick?
I just have to I just want to add that I have to, when I Google Kanye apologized for anti-Semitism, I have to add the year because there's a 2023, 2024, 2025, 2020.
She put chemicals in the water to make the rappers anti-Semitic.
Oh yeah. Go ahead. Fuck. I started typing the name.
What's so
Okay.
horrifying about understanding the entire Palestinian people is the enemy.
Okay.
Every war is between two peoples, and in every war, people who started the war, that the whole people is the enemy. They are all combatants, and their blood shall be on all their heads. Now, this also includes the mothers of martyrs, who send them to hell with flowers and kisses. They should follow their sons. Nothing would be more just. They should go as should the physical homes in which they raise the snakes. Otherwise, more little snakes will be raised.
Okay. So, 1, random politician. 2, do you understand why she said? Hang on.
Actually, the former Minister of Justice and the Interior.
Hang on.
It's not a random
Former. Right now, because she's former. Yeah, random right now. It holds no relevance. But do you know why she's saying what she's saying?
I can have the thoughts of an understanding because
I'm not asking you to agree with what she's saying. I'm not asking you to agree with what she's saying.
I can break it down. I
Yeah.
have
But
basic
do
comprehension.
you know what the support for Hamas was?
Above basic.
Do you know how much the Palestinians, according to their own polling, previously supported Hamas?
Isn't it the leading political party of Palestine?
Yeah, they almost ousted Fatah in the West Bank until Fatah started losing seats and stopped the election early. I mean, they have over 50% of the parliament in the West Bank, and they have Gaza where they were elected and then proceeded to throw Fatah members off of roofs. They have a very, very strong support, and they state that, like, we're not going to stop until all the Jews are dead. So someone who's living in an area, again, not saying you have to agree with her, not saying I agree with her, but someone who's living in an area with where the both sides around here are saying, yeah, we're going to do everything we can to unalive all the Jews. We're going to have as many children as we can to use them for martyrdom. Like, they openly admit this, that they're saying they use their children for martyrdom.
Quotes because they sound like actual Nazi quotes. They literally, or I'm sorry, Yahtzees.
Okay,
bad, Lottie.
so the Yazis who were talking about the Jews by using fake Talmudic and Torah verses and saying that the Jews were to blame for everything, but it was false, versus this person who's being extreme, I will agree, but talking about a people that have openly stated they will not stop until the Jewish people are
You want to
exterminated.
hear another
No,
extremist
do
quote?
hang on. Address.
The
Hang
weak
on,
stumbled, and
Sebastian. I want you to address what I just said.
erased from history.
Sebastian.
All the strong for good.
Sebastian. Before you run away, I want you to address what I said. You just said that this is like the Yazis, but the Yazis blatantly made shit up, used fake Talmudic verses, fake
But I'm
Torah
using
verses.
real
Hang on,
quotes.
stop. Listen to the words that I am saying.
You're trying to say that these are lies, but these are real.
No, that's not what I'm saying, Sebastian. When H-Man was going against the Jews, he was saying, lie, 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 lie. If these are reasons it's okay to blame the Jews and unalive them. The Jews weren't actively going out of their way to wipe out every German Aryan, though. But in this case, we have someone who is a Jewish person saying, hey, these people want to unalive all of us. They tell us that on a daily basis, which they do. That is a fact. Hamas openly states that they want to wipe out all the Jews on the earth, starting with Israel. So she's addressing those people. I'm not saying I agree with how extreme she's being, but that's what she's talking about. She's talking about people that openly state, yeah, we have more children so we can use them to blow you up. People that willingly strap suicide vests on their children and send them to blow up fucking buses. Like, do you realize how extreme of a people that is that you have to deal with on a daily basis? That they will literally go, like, imagine. Hang on. Do you have any kids? Hang on. Stop. I'm not a Jew. I didn't live there. You're saying that has no bearing on me. Sebastian, are you a father?
No, I'm 20 years old. Why would I be a father?
Because some people are fucking parents at 20 years old. Let's say you have a daughter, though. Could you imagine looking down at your daughter? Let's say she's 12 years old. And you go, here's your backpack, sweetie. And inside that backpack is a fucking bomb. And you go, have a nice day. Pat her on the back and then go send her to blow up a bunch of Jews. Could you imagine the mentality it takes to do something like that to your children willingly and then be proud of it?
An actual insane person.
And that's the people she's referring to. The people that have done this over and over. That exact thing. Willingly sending their children strapped with explosives to blow up Jews. I'm not saying what she's saying isn't extreme, because it is. But that is what she is addressing.
I have another extremist quote for you.
But are you not?
I do. I understand. I understand that it's bad. But I'm sure that they are subjected to being sent and put into small camps. They are closed off.
Hold
from the
on,
rest of
Sebastian.
Israel.
Before you
They
go,
are
hold
walled
on.
off.
What?
Sebastian, before you
Go
go down
ahead.
this road, how many Native American tribes are there federally recognized in the United States right now?
This is not a conversation on Native
It is
American.
absolutely a conversation because right now there are over 500 federally recognized tribes in America. I'm a member of one of them. I'm Chickasaw, Chickasha, Amantili, Ada, Oklahoma. So of
Chilwaukee.
those 500, Chilwaukee, no, Chickasha. So of those 500 plus federally recognized tribes, how many terrorist organizations have arisen out of them?
So what is it? That one where that one guy is still in jail actually. Fuck.
Yeah. My man just walked up to a forest and said, behind the tree. You got to be specific over here, man.
Right? Are you referring to Leonard Peltier?
Yes, Leonard Peltier, that man.
Leonard Peltier did not commit terrorist attacks. He was falsely accused of unaliving an FBI agent in the middle of a siege on Pine Ridge. So try again.
The American Indian Movement, was that not considered a terrorist organization during the time that it first started?
No, it wasn't.
And if he was falsely accused, wouldn't he be let go of?
He is congratulations, by the way, he actually is free. He's back on Turtle Mountain.
What allowed him to be free?
Joe Biden signed a petition, or not a petition, an EPO.
So that's the only thing that allowed him to be free was a presidential pardon.
It wasn't a pardon, it was an EPO.
Yeah, there's a difference.
Okay.
He is currently technically still in custody, but he's on house arrest. So that being said, of the 500 federally recognized tribes, one, how many terrorist organizations have come out of them? And two, how many reservations have Benz dealerships on them?
What'd you say as that second one?
How many reservations currently have Mercedes-Benz dealerships? Or I'll even throw out a zoo or a giant water park or countless 5-star restaurants or gold
Oftentimes
markets.
Those are funded by people who have.
No, but it doesn't matter who funds it. How many of those exist on reservations?
I can't be 100% in saying zero.
I can tell you, as of right now, the only territory, not reservation, but territory that even has a Mercedes-Benz dealership within its vicinity is the Chickasaw Nation. That's my tribe, and that's because it's in Norman, Oklahoma.
Isn't that land you guys bought after it already existed?
Exactly. So, of 500 plus federally recognized tribes, we have 0 terrorist organizations and arguably worse living conditions. So please do not use the bigotry of bigotry of low expectations to blame colonizers.
Wait, let her finish. Let her finish. Let her finish.
Let me finish.
Let her
me
finish her
because I
point.
understand you don't like this argument, but it's going to blow your mind, okay? Please do not continue to rely on the soft bigotry of low expectations to pardon colonizers for the way they treat indigenous peoples because they're losing their empire.
Do you know what the soft bigotry of low expectations is?
No, go ahead.
So that's the logic of like, well, if you unalive one Palestinian, you're just creating another Hamas members. That's like saying that you oppressed one black person during the civil rights movement, you're going to create a bunch of black terrorists. We didn't see black people after the civil rights movement, though, going around lynching white people in mass. We didn't see freed slaves going around mass unaliving white people. It's the only place that we see this where like these oppressed people going around and unaliving another group is in Gaza in Gaza and the West Bank with the Palestinians, who somehow, no matter what happens to them, it's okay that they unalive Jews, and whatever happens to them, well, they were going to be terrorists anyways, so, it's justified. Like, it's the only place in the world where we see an excuse for terrorism and anti-Semitism blatantly, I want to unalive all Jews.
Justifying killing children is crazy, though.
Didn't justify killing children.
No,
it's not what I just said.
Okay, so I'm gonna blow your mind again, Sebastian. I'm not finished. I wasn't just pro-Palestinian. I was anti-Zionist. My morals didn't change. I am as angry now as I was before October 7th about the destruction of the Palestinian people. I'm just I changed who I'm angry at. I am livid. I am fighting angry at the leaders of Hamas who live in Qatar and send women and children to blow themselves up to kill Jews because they hate Jews more than they love their own people. And that is the worst representation of humanity in the world today.
They've weaponized their thoughts on being stuck in an area, caged away.
If they're caged, though, how do they have Mercedes dealerships and water parks and multiple zoos and
don't anymore. They don't anymore.
Wow, that's what happens when you start a war. That doesn't change my point.
Yeah, why is
if they were so caged, then how did they have all of these fancy things? And if you look up videos before October 7th of Gaza on TikTok, it's nothing but, look how great Gaza is. Look at all the stuff I have. Look how amazing and beautiful this place is. But then it's, oh my God, open air prison. We're so oppressed. Which one is it? You can't have both.
There are still videos today of new restaurants opening. What is it? 60% of Gaza's infrastructure has been quote unquote damaged.
It's 63% of Gaza has been damaged or destroyed. There's no definitive exact percentage on destroyed, but damage can be something as little as you had a couple broken windows. And some cities
Right.
definitely did get hit harder. There's some cities that are like 90%, but that's not
Like
the majority
Rafah?
of Gaza. No, not like Rafah, like Khan Yunis and portions of northern Gaza.
Yeah.
Wasn't there
So
an actual direct quote saying that Rafah would have been the safe place for Palestinians to go?
No,
those
there's
okay,
the Al
so
Mawasi humanitarian zone, which did cross into the Rafah governance. There's three different. So you've got like Rafah governance, you've got Rafah city, like Rafah governance being like a county, and then you've got Rafah city, and there's different portions of it. It's just the Al Mawasi humanitarian zone cross across that area. The Al Mawasi humanitarian zone is the safe zone, so it kind of crosses into Rafah governance. It kind of
What
crosses into Rafah city.
what he's talking about is that when IDF were performing operations in the north,
Mhm.
they asked everybody to move south to the
Mhm.
humanitarian place that they set up. But you know, the drawback of IDF being so moral and giving evacuation notices is that they also evacuate Hamas and let them know where the route is.
Yeah, I mean, name another country that drops pamphlets, calls people's cell phones, and says, "Hey, we're gonna be fighting here. Get out."
Name another country that blows people's pagers up.
You mean
That
the
was
pager?
an
United
That was a
Strike of
holy no! Stop!
counterterrorism.
Holy fucking pivot, dude! You just compared warning civilians and even the terrorists you're planning to fight of an oncoming fight and telling everyone to get to safety and
Well,
out
you
of harm's way.
guys tried to
No,
compare
stop!
this
Stop!
to
Stop!
Nate-
Stop! You just compared warning civilians and telling them to get out of harm's way to blowing up the pagers that were bought by Hezbollah members and issued to Hezbollah members and held by only Hezbollah members. Are you fucking kidding me? Answer my question about the letting civilians get out of harm's way. Name me another country whose military openly goes out of their way to make sure the civilians are out of harm's way. Who does that?
That's an insane threat in your chat.
What?
You better check your pager, Sebastian.
No, he's saying
Sebastian,
No.
as a 20-something-year-old, do you carry a pager?
yeah, no,
I am
that's not a
20 years
threat.
old.
Do you know what a pager is?
Oh,
Yes,
my
I do know what
my
a pager
pager's 3M taped to my wall. Fuck. I can't pull it
Okay.
off. Never mind. So
Can I
again,
read-
can you? No, I want you to address what I'm saying. Can you name me another country that says to like, for all the civilians, hey, get out of the way. We're gonna fight here, and gives time for them to leave? Who
I'm
does
sure
that?
There's other countries out there other than just Israel.
Like who?
I'm not studied on war like you are. I'm sure you could name one.
Yeah, the United States has done it like twice. That's
You're
it.
following Israel's example.
And we went a lot harsher than Israel too, because when we
The
went to
USS
Fallujah,
Liberty.
cool, nice pivot. In Fallujah, when we went to fight in
It's not a
Fallujah,
pivot,
it is no. You're just blatantly changing the topic because you know you have no response to this. So in Fallujah, we dropped a bunch of pamphlets that said, "Get out by this date. If you're in here, you're gonna die." And guess what? Anyone who was left in that city, good fucking luck. We warned you. We said get out. We're here to fight IS. Get fucked. Like, there's nobody else that does that. There's nobody else that does it like Israel does.
Can I read a quote real quick from Benjamin Netanyahu?
Are we just gonna please tell me this is the Amalek
This
quote?
is-
Dude,
Please.
you're like
2017.
literally
Okay,
so boring.
Can I speak? I let you guys speak. Let me speak.
But the reason we're speaking is because we keep having to mute you because you interrupt when someone's answering a question when you clearly get fucking debunked or just told off. Like, dude, you're cherry picking quotes on purpose from people that either don't matter or there's a lot of context to.
Benjamin Netanyahu doesn't
Yes.
matter.
No, what I'm saying is all of the stuff you brought us before is fucking cherry picking, pivoting, context missing, or you change the subject, or like, watch, you're going to bring up one of probably
Because you
three
guys keep
quotes.
doing that too. You guys have done it for putting me saying that we're talking about Palestinians, not Native Americans, and you guys bring that
No,
shit up.
they're tying it into the indigenous rights because they claim to be the indigenous people of the land. Because the Palestinians say this is our indigenous home, we're stuck in a little open air prison. Meanwhile, the actual indigenous people in a much better area of the world don't have a fifth of what the fucking Palestinians do, and they're not claiming to be in a fucking open air prison or caged in. So that is why it was relating to the
Actual
topic.
offenses surrounding their area.
What?
Is there actual fences surrounding Native American?
Yes.
There are. Were they
Yes.
erected by the United States government, or were they erected by the native tribes themselves?
They were erected by the United States government. They literally based the concentration camps off of reservations.
So okay, back to this. I'm guessing
they
right
still
now
up?
one of your three quotes, or I'm guessing 3 quotes right now that you're gonna bring to from Netanyahu. I'm gonna guess the one
I
the
would
one
love
you
to
have is
answer
one of
this
3 of them.
question, Sam.
Oh, sorry.
I would love to answer this question. For example, when Donald Trump erected the wall along the border, a significant portion of it went through the O'odham Nation in southern, I think it's Arizona. I have friends who lived there. Their families got split in half. How many terrorists came out of that?
Big old
And
fat
I apologize. I know
zero.
I'm speaking quiet right now because my friend that I'm staying with is trying to sleep. But yeah, how many terrorists came out of that?
0.
How many cities got their women and children burned in ovens and grate to death, tied to trees and grate until they died? How many people did the O'odham do that?
I believe that number would be 0. Now, can I?
Correct.
I
So
understand.
don't tell me that because a group of people has been oppressed or marginalized, that the only answer to that is terrorism or essay.
I've
Or
never
tell me
said
that
that
there
the
is
only
any
answer is
kind of
terrorism or essay.
justification.
I
Or
think
tell me
that's
that there is any kind
you
of
guys are reaching.
justification.
You guys are reaching.
Or tell me it's not a reach, baby. You dropped this in my lap. Okay?
I
So do
never
not
said
tell
that
me.
terrorism or graping people was okay.
No, you're making
Do not
you're making excuses for the actions of the Palestinians, specifically the Gazans, which is what she's referring to.
Exactly. So when we're talking about people, my people who have actually experienced a genocide, we were never colonizers of our land. We have been for over 500 years, our land has been stolen. Our people have been killed. We are currently enduring epidemic of missing and murdered Indigenous women, and yet we do not have terrorist organizations or any time or place where Indigenous people stand up. For example, Standing Rock. You
Then
have
what?
things like that happen.
Can
You
I?
have things like that happen.
Can I have
The
a question?
entire community, with the exception of people who want to tokenize our movement and grift off of our movements, the entirety of the nation stands up and says, well, we feel bad, but we're not actually going to do
So if
anything.
this is
So
such a
don't tell me.
this is
Do
such a
not tell. I'm
giant
not
deal,
Why are
finished.
you
When a Native
interrupting her
woman
again?
speaks, you're going to shut the fuck up.
Why are you interrupting her again?
because she keeps interrupting me when I try to speak about
You
things.
no,
I was
you
trying to do
don't
a
let her
quote from Benjamin
finish
I
ever.
wasn't
You don't ever
finished.
let her finish.
I understand you're only 20. You probably need to work a little bit on your frontal lobe development, but do not interrupt me again. That being said, do not tell me that there is any justification, or that Israel does not have a right to respond and resist against the belligerent, terrorist, colonial occupation force that is the Palestinian government, and liberate the people of Palestine from their terrorist Islamo-fascist regime called Hamas.
So, if we get rid of Hamas, do you think the Palestinians and Israelis could live together in peace?
As long as they get a proper leader. Because the problem is the Palestinian.
How would you go about electing a proper leader?
Oh, the problem is the Palestinians have never once in their history had an actual Palestinian as a leader, and they've never had a leader that gave a single fuck about their people. Not once. The closest thing they ever had was Yasser Arafat, and he royally fucking screwed them. They had multiple offers for an actual state, connections between Gaza and the West Bank, more land from Israel proper. Like they were going to straight up get 10% of Israel and the entirety of the West Bank, and they said no. They've never once had a leader that went, you know what, let me put my people first. Ever.
So they need to have a leader that wants to put Palestinians above anything else.
Yes. A leader that doesn't wake up and go, you know what will help my people?
Do you believe? I'm sorry. Go ahead.
That's literally what governments are supposed to do.
Yeah, they need a Palestinian from the Palestinian people who gives a fuck about Palestinians. Someone who doesn't wake up and go, you know what's the reason for my problems? The Jews. They need someone who will actually work to better their people, take good trade deals. Like, dude, so Gaza has one power plant that provides 40% of their electricity. Do you know where they get the oil from that plant from?
From a nation that's not Israel.
Yeah, they buy it from Egypt. Do you know why they buy it from Egypt?
No, I'm sure because they give them a decent deal on it.
No, they didn't want to buy it from the Jews, despite the fact that 25% of their electricity is provided by Israel for free, despite the fact that another 25% is provided by
what's the difference in
solar
oil prices
panels.
between the two countries?
It doesn't matter because they wouldn't have accepted it. They wouldn't have negotiated it anyways. They didn't want to buy it from Israel because it's Jews. Like, that was the whole point. Like, when Israel pulled out of Gaza entirely in 2005, Israel completely withdrew from Gaza, ethnically cleansed their own Jews from Gaza, and said, this is yours. This is your chance. Take it. Thrive. Go forth. Do great things. The first thing the Gazans did was start destroying the shit that the Israelis and the Jews left behind. They destroyed top, like, world-class greenhouses. They destroyed the irrigation, the infrastructure. They literally dug up irrigation pipes to use for making rockets and posted videos bragging about it.
That's insane.
They bragged about this shit. Like, look, we're destroying our own infrastructure because Jews made it. It's like, what? Like, that's insanity.
There's deep-seated anti-Semitism within the Palestinian people, I'm sure.
Yeah. Also, Alice, someone in my Twitch chat says, remember the great native massacre of Coachella? Yeah, me neither.
Oh my god.
Imagine being at
Burning
Coachella
Man,
and just everyone just
taken
gets slaughtered.
literally.
Oof. But yeah, no.
Literally Burning Man.
Once.
Can I read an actual quote from Benjamin Netanyahu, though, now?
Yes.
This is from 2017.
Okay. Hang on.
The weak crumble.
Netanyahu.
The weak crumble.
Hang on. What's the source of it so I can read the whole quote?
It's from the MiddleEastMonitor.com.
Middle East Monitor.
Your sources are amazing.
Hang on. What's the
weak crumble, are
The weak-
slaughtered, and are erased from history, while the strong, for good or for ill, survive. The strong are respected, and the alliances are made with the strong. And in the end, peace is made with the strong. This is in 2017. He's saying that the weak are crumbled and are slaughtered.
Yeah, because historically
Saying that they're
they've
slaughtered is crazy.
yeah, because there's a reason for that. Let's see if we can find the full quote because I guarantee you he's talking about the Jewish people. Hang on. What's the hang on, give me the first the weak crumble. What is it?
Comma, are slaughtered and are erased from history.
Got it. And are erased. Okay, let's see if we can find that.
Now, H-Man, you got something that you guys
Oh,
claim is
got it. Here we go.
is terrible.
Hang on.
Also said a quote very similar in Munich in 1923.
Cool. Hang on.
The whole of nature is a mighty struggle between strength and weakness. An
Sebastian,
eternal victory
hold
of the
on.
strong over the weak.
Hold on means hold on. We're pulling up the quote so we can read it in full. Let's see the full quote here. Speaking at an event renamed nuclear facility, blah blah blah. Strong respect and alliances are made with strong, and the entries are made with strong. Okay, so he's talking about normalization. He's literally in this quote. He's talking about normalization of relations with Arab countries, including Egypt and Saudi Arabia. Our enemies know very well what Israel is capable of when he's referring to Iran. They're familiar with our policy. Whoever tries to hurt us, we hurt them. I am not spouting slogans. I am describing persistent, clear, and determined policy backed by appropriate deployment, equipment, and preparedness, and in the hour of need, appropriate orders. So he's referring to Iran and saying that they're not going to fucking crumble and die. They're going to defend themselves if Iran wants to fuck around and find out. I mean, he's not wrong. Historically, when the Jewish people have done nothing and sat there and been fucking feeble and weak, they've been slaughtered wherever they've been. Israel's not going to do that. As one of our friends, Hebrew Hammer, says, Jewish blood ain't fucking cheap anymore. If you're going to come for Jewish blood, you're going to find out. So with Iran, who he's specifically speaking about in this quote, they're gonna fuck around and find out. So yeah, he's praising their alliances that they're forming with Arab nations, normalizing relations, and telling Iran, "Fucking get some." Makes sense to me. I see no problem with that. Would you not agree that if Iran is trying to destroy your people over and over, and you say, "Hey, I'm not a weak little bitch anymore. Fuck around, find out." Would you not agree that that's a valid thing to say?
Yeah, bro is live on Twitter, by the way.
Yeah, I'm live on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube. Fucking
Wait, can you
multi-streaming.
answer what Anthony just asked you, please?
Do I believe that it's wrong for them to think that?
No, what I'm saying is, like, given the context, he's talking about normalization with relations with different Arab nations, saying, "Hey, this is good. We've got alliances, we've got friends," and
Yeah, that
speaking
is
directly to Iran, saying, "Hey, Jewish blood ain't fucking cheap. Fuck around and find out." Like,
So it's like an open invitation for them to attack them, but we're going to attack you back.
It's one of those things like, it's like fucking Tombstone. I'll be your fucking Huckleberry. Fucking, do you want a tango?
All right.
Okay.
Unc. All right, Unc. Wrap it up, Unc.
Oh, I'm sorry. Did you just
have no
disparage?
clue
Did you just?
Huckleberry is.
No, it's the fucking quote from the movie. God damn it!
What's Tombstone? When
You
did I-
haven't seen one of the greatest westerns of all, probably the greatest western of all time.
The greatest western of all
Damn,
time.
he's a
Yes.
kid.
I am
He's
20 years
he's
old.
an infant.
I am
Yeah.
not an infant. The
You need
thing that
you
you're
need to
holding
watch
is actually
Tombstone.
quiet for- Okay, is
You
that my
seriously
homework
need to
before I
watch
come back to you, Anthony?
Yeah,
Yes.
actually, yes. I'm gonna mandate that you watch Tombstone. It's one of the greatest
Okay.
movies of all time.
It's
I will
$3
watch
You
on
actually-
Prime. I will fund this myself.
Actually,
It's
if you
$3 on
it,
Prime.
if you go to
I have $3. I'm
if
not
you
poor.
go to Arizona, you can actually go visit the actual place where the movie took place, and you can like actually walk around the town where it happened.
And then I'll feel cool as hell. I'll feel like a cowboy.
No, it's a little weird because like some of the gunfights in the movie, they look like they're in broad open spaces because it's fucking Hollywood cinema. And then you go look at real life, and it's like a fucking alley, and you're like, oh, this is a lot less. this is pretty anticlimactic.
Camera lenses will do a lot to that.
No, like they made their own giant western town to film the movie, but like there's actual big gunfights where like people actually like, okay, there's like 8 fucking people here, pa 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 pa, and then you go look at it in real life, and they still got the bullet holes in the wood and the walls and stuff. But you look at it and you're like, man, this is really small. That's a really small place for 8 people to be shooting at each other. But it's a fucking great movie, genuinely.
Okay. Tombstone will be put on the watch list.
Good,
I got you.
good. All everything else that we've discussed aside, genuinely, it is a movie
Wait,
everyone should
actually-
watch. That
Actually,
movie.
also, you should watch a movie called The Hebrew Hammer.
That
It
shit
is,
sounds
it is,
crazy.
it is a parody of fuck, what's it called? Oh my god.
I've never seen it.
Oh my god, you should see it. It's so good.
I don't even have time to watch.
It's a comedy. It's funny.
Dude, if you could get away on TikTok with streaming movies, I would so do that.
Okay, somebody in the
can, you
comments.
No, you can't, because you get struck down really fucking quick, and
Wait,
if you're with an
somebody-
agency,
somebody
you
in
get
the
fucked.
comments?
There's a way
it
that
like-
you can get around it. You have to speed it up,
Shaft.
and you have to pitch it up.
It's
No,
a
that's
it's a
dumb.
parody of Shaft. Hebrew Hammer. Sam Curran is yelling at you from the comments.
What?
She wants
Up
up.
now. Okay, I'll let her up in a second.
I'll leave because I gotta get ready for work, guys. Thanks for the conversation.
Oh, God.
I think that you guys had some great points. I'm sure that you can understand why I don't think that this is okay, but I know it won't ever change your opinion on anything that I say.
Look, If
But
Israel nuked Gaza tomorrow, I'd be on your side. But like as it stands
as
now,
long as-
they're doing better than we did in war, and they're still getting criticized for it, and I find that hilarious. Like
Also,
it's insane.
Sebastian, just real quick, I used to be on your side. If you can provide evidence and a strong argument, I've proven that I'm more than willing to change my perspective if my perspective cannot withstand the crucible. So please continue to challenge my perspective. If anything, it gives me more
I guess, confidence in my perspective. If my opinions can't withstand criticism and I guess like I said, the crucible of testing, I don't want them. I don't want to be on this side of history or that side of history unless I know I'm right. So please continue to challenge me, but make sure that you're challenging from a place of genuineness and like I guess
I'll
informed and
I'll come
educated
back with a
opinions.
lot more information to
Good.
bring you
And
guys.
if you want to know about the actual logistics and the numbers and stuff of the war and like aid shit, got every source you'll ever need.
Do you?
I'm still working on figuring out how to do it, but I have a Dropbox with almost everything I've ever used on this conflict, as well as the Ukraine conflict. The problem is Dropbox will only let you make one folder public at a time. So I was like, oh, let me just put everything in one mass folder, and then I'll make that folder public. That didn't work. So I got to figure out a way to make this public so that
I'd
people
say
can like
try
look
to
at
do
it.
multiple accounts. Do one account for the Israeli.
No, but what I'm saying is when I put them all into one folder to do that, like I've got a Just Israel Dropbox. So I tried to put it all in one folder and make that folder public, the parent folder public. It didn't let me do that.
Yeah, Google Drive.
Just use Google Drive.
You just realized
I
this.
forgot Google Drive existed.
Google,
Oh my
unless you have to
God.
pay like $1.39 a month for the extra storage on Google Drive. I know sometimes drives like that. It's
I
kind
might
of
do that.
bad.
I might end up
You
doing
can
that.
literally create a free Google Workspace account and create multiple Google like Gmails and just put it all on Google Drive. I'm making a documentary right now and I'm doing this right now. Please just use Google Drive. It's free.
I'll think about it. I'll
I
fucking
think
do
it's
it
gonna
later.
take like 2 seconds of thinking about it.
Yeah,
Well,
I'm
good
gonna just have to
conversation,
figure
guys.
out how to drag everything over.
You guys have a great rest of your days.
All right, bye bye,
You too.
Sebastian. Okay, Karina wants to come up. It's fucking dude. It is 80 degrees in my office right now. What the fuck? What?
Correct.
Hi, I was waiting.
All right.
We
I
need to come
wanted
up with
to
a free
talk to
Alistine,
him.
but for Karen.
I wanted to talk to him, you know?
I don't want to have a 4-on-1.
Who said 4-on-1? It's not a gang.
Me, Golda, Alice, you.
It would
You've
kind of be
never
a gangbang
worked
because it'd be
alone?
one guy and or 3 girls against one guy.
Sorry, I couldn't hear you. I got a message. What did you say?
I said it would kind of be a gangbang because it would be Sam in the front and the 3 of us on the back.
Okay. Ew.
Drop Alice.
Alice, I'm hovering over that drop button.
Don't do it. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I don't have mod on this account, so it won't be me. I wonder if my appeal went through.
Did you get bananaed?
Yeah, for misinformation.
Oh yeah, no, they hit me with that too on this. So when I first went live, I went live for 5 minutes, had someone up talking, and got banned for misinformation. Lost the appeal, but somehow I'm live again. How does Bandera's banana taste like? Don't know, don't care.
Talking about Antonio Banderas?
No, Stefan Bandera, the dead guy.
Oh.
Sorry, I don't know what a dead guy's dick tastes like.
I like bananas. Bananas are delicious.
Hashem,
Did you
baby
know that
K.
there's only
What the fuck is this dude talking about?
there's only one flavor of banana that is commercialized, but there's actually like almost 20 different species of banana.
In Hawaii, they have apple bananas. They're like the small. They're like the size of baby bananas, and
Do they taste like apples?
no, they taste like even when they're browning and they're like becoming more ripe, they taste like, you know, when you hit that sweet spot with a banana where it's like still got some green on it and it's still a little bit firm and it's more sweet.
Yes.
It tastes like that the whole time.
Oh my gosh.
It's fucking heaven. This isn't
I
war.
wanna
Show
go
me the
on a
Gazan Air
global-
Force. You don't have to have an Air Force to be in a war.
I want to go on a global tour just to taste the banana. Every banana from everywhere. There's been so many bananas.
That's what
species
she
that have
said.
gone extinct, though.
That's
Hey,
definitely.
listen. Y'all were thinking about dropping me for that shit.
Little Bandera lover.
Be dropped.
Why would I give a fuck about Stefan Bandera? Polsky, I don't care. I'm not Ukrainian.
Who is Stefan Bandera?
He's the guy that when Germany invaded, he sided with the Nazis. He had a resistance group called the UPA. They sided with the Nazis. He was personally responsible for the death of a bunch of Jews. He did have a bunch of his guys round up Jews, which ended up getting sent to Poland. But in exchange, the Germans had promised him a free and sovereign Ukraine under Germany. And also, it basically was like, don't ask questions. We know the Russians literally just genocided you. Help us out. Do what we said. We'll give you a free Ukraine. And they were like, oh, fuck yeah. He then found out the Germans lied to him and also found out what was happening with the Jews, rebelled against them. His group began fighting both the Soviets and the German Nazis, and then he was promptly thrown in a literal concentration camp for rebelling against the Germans. But he is still praised today as they still call him a Yahtzee to this day. Now, I won't deny that there's a lot of Ukrainians that don't realize that he did a lot of bad things. They praise him for, like, he fought for Ukraine. It's like, yeah, but you still got to acknowledge that he did some really fucked up stuff in the process of that. And they don't like coming to terms with that. But, like, this idea that he was just a pure Yahtzee and fucking, like, no, the man was literally willing to suck whoever's dick would give him a free Ukraine. Like, he fought everyone.
Sam, can you invite Wolfie Falcon up? This person's been like harassing me for 2 days. I think they have a fake Jewish account.
I can't invite them. They're on. They don't have invites on.
I'd be interested in talking to Polsky too.
Jew L. Hey, pro, I'm not Jewish, you little Nazi bitch.
I am.
Yes, I'm sure I'm not Jewish.
Yeah, I've heard that Sam has a Jewish forehead.
No. It was the structure of my eyebrows and how sunken my eyes were, and the distance to my
No, they definitely said
nose.
you had a Jewish forehead because I remember saying.
I remember one
"What the fuck is
person
a
with that.
Jewish
There was
forehead?"
one person that said that, but no, when they did the facial structure analysis of me, they said that it was the proportions of my eyes to my nose and the sunkenness of my eyes that determined that I was secretly a Jew.
Secretly a Jew.
Have you done a
Didn't
DNA
your
test,
family?
by the way?
Didn't
What?
your family come here on the Mayflower?
Fucking no. My family's British, French, and German, and my family helped found this fucking country.
So yeah, the Mayflower.
I don't know about that. I'd have to look back at my family records to see how far back we have.
Wolfie, you can like Google that in the time that I asked that question and you typed it out.
Wolfie, what's your deal? You're Native American? No, there's one person in my family who does have an indigenous American name, but we don't know where the fuck it comes from, and nowhere in the family Bible does it say anything about where it came from. I'm a descendant of General William T. Sherman from the American Civil War, but the T in his name is the T in his name is Tecumseh. Nobody knows where the fuck that came from.
That's a Chickasaw name.
Maybe he his parents. I don't know. So
Well,
your
no,
family
back in those
colonized
days,
the
we did
country.
this-
Sure, Red.
Well, back in those days when we actually had sovereignty, we did adopt people, so maybe he got adopted.
The family Bible doesn't show that.
Would it show that kind of thing?
Considering he grew up with his father in Ohio, who was a judge, yeah.
No, I mean like the tribe could adopt families.
I don't see why his father would have named them after a tribe then. Also, why they were living in Ohio. Where were the Chickasaw in Ohio? Where was a Chickasaw named Tecumseh in Ohio?
So it wouldn't have been Tecumseh would have been their native name. So James Logan Colbert, it was James Logan Matulba Colbert. He was a Scotsman who was adopted into the tribe. His first two names were his Scotch names, and Matulba was his Chickasaw name. So he was adopted into the tribe because he married and or did a bunch of stuff for the Chickasaw people. So
Oh, nope, got the
depending
answer.
on okay.
Sorry, I've never thought to actually just Google it. I've always just gone with the family records.
Why didn't you Google it?
I don't fucking know.
Fucking nerd.
It's actually in honor of a Shawnee chief.
Sam, did you ever take a DNA test?
Nope.
Tecumseh
I
is not
refuse to allow.
Shawnee,
I
it's
refuse to
Chickasaw.
allow a fucking company to have my DNA and share all that shit. And be with medical companies.
You
Will.
don't need to do it through a
Hang on.
company. You can do it privately with a doctor.
Yeah, and yeah, not with how the fucking industries, the medical industry is here in America. Fuck no.
Yeah, but Sam, you're not Jewish. They don't want your DNA. They only leak Ashkenazi
No, but
DNA.
no, Golda. No, they were just the first one sold. But Golda, the problem is that health companies buy access to these things, especially even when they're leaked on the internet, and they use them to disqualify you from pre-existing conditions. Fuck that. William Tecumseh Sherman's father, a lawyer and judge, named him Tecumseh after the Shawnee Chief Tecumseh, a prominent Native American leader who was greatly admired by his father. He was a Shawnee chief.
Why does a Shawnee chief have
And who built a magnetic
name?
leader who built a confederacy of Ohio Indian tribes and fought with the British during the War of 1812.
Hold on, I have to double check this because Tecumseh is a Shawnee isn't Muskogee language group, is
Who
it?
know? I don't fucking know.
You're on Google.
You have the Google.
You have to Googly.
He was born in Ohio. Yeah. What happened to your Maine? Currently on ban for 7 days.
Ah, this is why I wasn't following this account.
Yeah, I was on History Reveals Live, and some dude came up with a very discriminatory name against Jews, and I called it out, and I got banned literally within seconds of saying it. But he's fine.
Can you follow me from this account?
No. You're not supposed to ask.
Okay.
What do you mean I'm not supposed to
Muskogee is a language group that's closely related to the Algonquin language group. That's why.
All I know is you named it that.
I had to follow you on this account because it's my backup also, so I had to like search your name.
Yeah, all I know is his name's Tecumseh.
Oh.
Well, not surprising. You're not surprised considering TikTok bans both the host and the guest. Yeah, no, I was a guest on someone else's live, and I was the one that got banned, but the guest didn't.
I got banned on my live, my main account, so I'm using this one. I need to stop drinking.
What?
Alice, I broke my foot.
What did you do? Were you also drinking?
No, I was walking the Izzy, and my foot was in some divot in the grass, and she pulled, and it twisted, and it broke.
See, you did that sober. I'm just coming down, so I'm
What the fuck?
superior. Sorry.
My link tree
That
on
explains
my
why you're
main got
speaking so
deleted.
slowly and quietly.
Well, I'm speaking quietly because my friend Kimberly is asleep, or
But
she's trying to sleep.
you're also like enunciating like very well.
I'm trying very hard not to give off that I have been drinking. Is it working?
Yeah, you just let 80 people know though.
Okay, well, kiss my ass, 80 people.
My link tree in my bio got deleted. What the fuck?
Actually, don't kiss my ass. My husband might not like that. I've heard that TikTok banana guest quicker what than host.
This is
I've
TikTok.
had the exact opposite experience.
This wealthy falcon guy is just writing food. Chulin Yerushalami Kugel.
Anthony, who is you, Lamau? What are you?
What? Y'all talking
Wolfie,
about-
what are you doing? Just come on up here. I'm so confused what you're talking about. I gotta
This
know.
person's been like harassing me and commenting on my comments for like 2 days. And I'm pretty sure they're just using like a fake account.
Who cares?
Diavolo, I've literally okay. I don't have a drinking problem. I've
Anthony.
gotten elevated twice this week. Because I don't know if you know, but during a certain time of the month for women, having blood thinners is helpful.
Okay. A bit of a TMI, but great.
I'm literally being so covert about it, Corinne. You're also a woman. You should sympathize.
Nope.
You're not a woman?
Why are you like assuming my gender? I don't get it.
Because I can.
Okay, biologically, you might be able to sympathize. Anyways, if you take a little bit of the adult go-go juice, as long as you stay hydrated, make sure that you stay hydrated and you don't overdo it.
What the
Like
fuck is
2
a
drinks
cocoa juice?
max.
What the fuck are you talking about?
Alcohol.
Oh, okay. No, thank you.
Yeah. If you take like 2 drinks maximum, but I literally don't drink enough to have
Mm,
any sort of tolerance. So
clearly,
2 of the tall boy Smirnoff ices and I'm
that
fucking plastered.
is weak.
I'm
But
I
I'm weaker.
literally need to start going to shul so I can have shots again.
Oh,
That's it.
I'm literally pretty much the weakest person when it comes to alcohol. I will have one Smirnoff and I'll just be, ooh, let me lay down.
Wibbly wobbly, timey wimey.
Wolfie, why don't you just come up here?
Did you just reference Doctor Who?
I did.
Okay, I'll give it to you then.
A group of professors that don't know what they hate talking about classics. What are you talking? What?
Hey, Sam, I
What?
have a question.
Uh-huh.
I'm actually curious about this. What Jewish cuisine have you had?
Oh, fucking no.
I don't know the names in Hebrew, but I like the eggplant stuff. I think it's
Have you
shishimah.
had bagels?
Sabich?
I do love bagels.
Sabich.
Sam, have
Okay.
you had bagels?
I do love bagels.
Jewish
Okay.
cuisine.
Jewish cuisine. Have you had no, you probably haven't had rugelach.
What?
He's probably had latkes.
That's not Jewish.
They
No,
might as
the
well
latkes,
be.
yes, it is Jewish. Well, it's kind of like a hash brown, but it's not.
It's basically it's a Jewish hash brown.
Wait, Wolfie, I never said you weren't a person. What are you, dude? What are you fucking talking about? I said
Is
just
Wolfie
come up
the
here.
Schnazi, the one who said?
I don't know.
Yeah, she is. Okay, I remember her.
Yeah, Wolfie is pretending to be Jewish. When
He's
you
also pretending to be pro-Israeli.
Yeah, and it's really weird because they keep saying things to me like, go move to Israel if you don't support America, and does Israel pay you? And asking me if my photography is making me money on TikTok.
Oh yeah,
I wish
Israel is paying
Israel paid me. I literally wish Israel paid me and be able to fucking copyright my.
Why did you suspend gifting for this live?
I didn't.
No,
The
it
Nazis
didn't.
reported me.
Yeah, it's a violation. Also, if you Google search if you reverse search the image in Wolfie's thing, he's like pretending to be like a Jewish music studio in New Jersey.
Well, that's a weird thing.
Yeah.
What did anybody gain pretending? What did fucking Whoopi Goldberg gain from changing her name to try and be more Jewish?
I don't know
Like,
what you're gaining, but I know that you're asking me a lot of questions and you've been like tagging me in comments for no reason constantly. So
they get to harass Jewish women.
what
Wolfie,
does
just come
Google
on.
reverse image search lead you to? YFM Studios.
Wolfie, why don't you just come up here?
They make Jewish music.
Wolfie, howl at the moon and come up here.
Come up, Wolfie, and sing one of the Jewish songs that you produce.
Little greyhound hater.
Search image.
I just share again that I got fortune cookies last night and there was no fortune in them.
What?
That's a ripoff.
Yes. I mean, I didn't pay for them. They came with the meal, but still.
They're like, fuck you, that's paganism.
I got fortune cookies in my commodities box last night. They were exceptionally stale.
They're just not good.
They're really
I'm
not
eating,
that good.
I'm eating them up. It's
Wolfie,
really
do
not
you
good.
do you have like a reason for being here and being annoying, Wolfie? Like, are you gonna come up and talk or what?
Why are you giving her so much attention?
Is that a woman?
Yes,
How do you know?
I've heard her on panels.
Oh, so it is a pro pally pretending.
What, Wolfie? What about Ukraine?
You got bazooka gum. Bazooka gum is delicious. For all 10 seconds that it lasts.
Oh my god, hold on.
Operation
We
Spiderweb.
had
We just talked about that
I
earlier.
got 2 cookies, and the second one does have a fortune. Okay. Your creativity today is reaching new heights. The fuck does that mean?
It means you should get your crafting materials out.
Do you
I
have
don't
crafting? Do your nails.
I did them yesterday.
Oh.
Do them again.
Do your
Well,
toenails.
I did them yesterday.
Do your hair.
I washed it yesterday.
Okay, no, you're not giving me options here.
You know what? Why don't you take a pen and a piece of paper and write something?
Why don't I go on ChatGPT and make an AI image of Sam?
Corinne, write a comic
I
book
have
about us as the Zio Puff Girls.
I have better than ChatGPT. I have Firefly.
Get ChatGPT to make a comic book about the Zio Puff Girls.
Oh my god. I'm a Jewish girl in your neighborhood. Come on, Heaven, let's go diving.
Oh my god, Alice.
Yay.
Oh my god, I'm editing photos all
It's
night.
wait. TikTok says they reset the title and cover of my live. What?
Yeah, Binky, I'm banana too. I don't know if that's what you're asking. I mean, I might have won my appeal. I haven't checked.
My appeal got denied, and they wouldn't even show me the fucking video. Those goddamn cowards.
Me talking about the history of Israel got flagged for missing.
My fucking my photos got flagged for hate speech.
That's weird.
Apparently,
Yeah, the ones I shared with you.
So apparently the name and title of the live have been reset.
Yeah, Binky, it's one of the violations that Sam got that you can't gift. Some guy came up here and bet him $25,000 and he took the bet.
What about Operation Spiderweb, Wolfie? It's illegal not to be addicted to social media now. What the fuck are you talking about?
How do I make money if I'm literally editing right now?
I'm just gonna. I'm.
I
just.
also work at night. What is it your business?
I'm just annoyed now. You could be quiet.
I also
now,
just broke my foot, so now I have to do double the editing.
You can't click to add you. What?
Maybe while you're doing that, we can go over some of your pictures.
Yo, isn't it
Alex,
creepy
you
that
sound like
this
you're gonna fall
person's
asleep right now.
talking about my
Are you
editing?
making me yawn?
Weird. That
Oh,
person's
I'm
weird.
sorry. Do I need to pull out my Alice as the collegiate elite again?
Alice, are you about to fall asleep?
No, I'm drunk.
You can't say. You can't say that. You can't say that.
Kind of like the same impact.
Sam, were you not paying attention? She had a
No,
whole
but she didn't
conversation
say the words flat out. I am.
Oh yes, she did.
I didn't hear that before.
More
I
than
heard that she
once.
just had drinks.
No.
I apologize. I am elevated in my mindset right now. Allow me to prioritize more of my emotional and psychological energy to sounding more coherent. Literally, so I stem, I'm autistic, and I will stem if I'm, relaxed or whatever. I literally freeze while I'm trying to sound smart on this live. Oh, robot AI voice, not gonna lie. Please turn left.
Cool. What robot AI voice? Fucking what?
Golda, look what I sent you. It's fucking accurate.
Yes, that is totally accurate. That's really good.
Yeah, no, hold on. I'll send you the whole thing. It made like a whole backstory for us, and now it's gonna illustrate the comic strip.
That was so cool.
Hey, we've got 70 followers this live. Dope. Probably all people that
Yeah,
follow me,
guys,
man.
for 76 followers and only 20k likes, I think you guys are being lazy. Everybody, 200 likes each, please. Let's get Sam up to 30k. I'm not good at math, so I don't know if that's enough.
Why tell about Anthony when I can
What?
show about Anthony?
What? What'd I
Golda,
do?
look at the tagline. Zionism never looked this fierce.
Bada boom. I need to go grab a Red Bull. As in, should I? I mean, Binky, if you would like to learn stuff about the Middle East and Eastern Europe and learn about warfare and see different in-depth analysis on different conflicts and stuff, then yeah. Welcome to the following. You should also click the link in my bio that would take you to my main profile, because that's where I normally host my lives. My main profile, which is still having me built up after the other main profile got banned. I want to do a cooking stream again. What should I cook?
It's not really cooking; it's grilling.
Oh
No,
my
I
god,
cook.
I love it. That's so good.
I cook.
You cook? Thought
Yeah.
you just grilled.
No, I don't even know the last time I've actually used an actual grill. I have a flat top. Well, I mean, I guess it's a grill. I have a flat top grill in the backyard, but I really like cooking with steel pans in my cast iron skillet.
You can't exactly grill borscht.
Yeah, and I make soup. I make beef stew. I can make all sorts of chicken, fish, and beef meals. I make all kinds of shit.
Corinne, open a live later, invite Leron, and we'll show the comic book.
Okay.
Unable to add other one, was it banned? Wait, you're not able to follow my main account? What?
Oh, I just can't wait to see the comic. Dave, that's the hat that Alice knit for Sam, and that's
Hey, Dave.
Sam trying it on, and that's
yeah.
how big she made it because she thought his head was enormous.
Yeah,
You're not supposed to
so-
put it all over your face.
So,
How big it is.
So Alice asked me how big my head was. I gave her my hat size and New Era hats because that's what I would wear normally. And she didn't listen to me and instead listened to Hammer because Hammer said I had a large head and not to listen to me.
Yeah.
Here we go.
He said to do it at least two
Here we
hat
go.
sizes larger than what you said because you were trying to be modest.
What do you want, Jason?
Hey Sam, how are you, man?
What do you want?
It's,
Let's just cut to the chase.
Okay. Hey Corinne, how are you?
My favorite homophobe.
Can
Hey
we
Goldie.
can we cut to the chase? What do you want?
Yeah,
Wait,
yes.
I'm Golda, not Goldie, and I know you
Oh,
talked
sorry,
to both of
Golda.
us. Thank you.
Sorry.
Mhm.
Apologize for that.
You good? You sound tired.
Oh no, I just got off work 3 hours ago, but I'm straight. You know, I'm good. I'm straight.
You're straight?
Yeah,
Are
I
you
was
sure?
watching the news, and there's a lot of activity happening in Russia, Ukraine. A lot of actually civilians being, civilian casualties, and I find it very disturbing that Ukraine chooses to hide their military installations and drone technology in civilian-like infrastructure or transport vehicles like the trucks that they send into Russian sovereign territory. I mean, if Hamas did the same thing, like if Hamas was in the food trucks or aid trucks, or if they were in ambulances, it would give Israel every right to bomb them
Yeah, but
and then
Jason, that's not what
condemn them. That's a
happened.
war crime, you know? That's a war
Can you
crime.
please name me what statute exactly in any of the Geneva Conventions was violated by Ukraine using Connex boxes that nobody else had access to hold their drones? Can you please tell me what fucking statute was violated?
It's a civilian infrastructure. That's
It's
what
not
it is.
because it was literally owned by Ukraine. They built them from the ground up. That's not civilian infrastructure. They were fake cabins and Connex boxes.
Yeah. Was there any branding of any Ukrainian military on the trucks? Absolutely not. Nothing.
Okay, so
they blended.
that's not part of the Geneva Convention. So again, can you find me the Geneva Convention that states that it was how it was violated?
Okay, give me 1 second.
How dare Ukraine defend themselves? Ukraine get attacked. Ukraine gets slaughtered. Civilians attacked and targeted every single day. Don't
Well,
care. Ukraine
Sam,
respond. How dare they? War crime.
Sam, you know that Jason's on the side of the oppressor. Yo, these are awesome, Corinne. Holy shit.
Poor Jason does his thing. Okay, so I would like to introduce you to the Ziopuff girls.
Oh no! If this
Make her
is
big. This is awesome.
why?
Come on.
Why?
Why not?
Come on.
Look, it's me and Karine and Liron.
Come on.
So is
Sam, you can be Mojo Jojo.
no? That would be Sidwar because he loses a piece of his fucking skull.
That's true.
Prohibition of perfidy. Right here.
Okay,
Protocol
which Geneva
197.
Convention? Hang on, which Geneva Convention?
Protocol
Sam is
1,
not funny.
1977, Article 37.
Hang on. Which Geneva Convention? So you're talking about the protocols, the additionals. Okay.
Protocol 1, 1977,
Okay.
Article 37.
Okay, let's read it. Hang on. Protocol
Prohibition of
1. Hang
perfidy.
on, Jason. Hold on. You know how this works. Okay. Additional protocols. Protocol 1, the Geneva Convention. No, I don't want the fucking Wikipedia. I want the actual thing.
Why'd you change your name to Anthony?
Because I did
Are
a
you
bunch of...
hiding your identity?
No, because I did a bunch of public interviews with my name and face, so my anonymity's gone. Okay, commentary of the 1977, you said. Let's see. 1977. I'll try and find... Where's the 1977 shit? Where's the fucking link?
I like your headphones, too.
Cool. Okay,
Why does this guy have a fucking sock
Okay.
on his head?
So Article 37 prohibits perfidy, which is false declaration of truce. Okay, so that's the first part. Does sneaking your military equipment into another country count as false declaration of truce?
No.
Okay. So it also identifies 4 types of perfidy. Differentiates rules ruses of war from perfidy. So what would it fall under then?
Disguising military equipment as in civilian infrastructure.
Cool. Where does it say that? Where does it say that I can't hide my equipment that I'm moving?
That's the example. That's the definition of perfidy.
No,
what
the
perfidy
definition of perfidy is false truce or surrender. Meaning, like, Jason, I'll give you an example. When Russian soldiers were pretending they were surrendering, and then when the Ukrainians would get up to search them, jihadists do this a lot too, they blow themselves up. That's perfidy.
Which is why Israel strips them before taking them in.
So do we.
That's not true, bro. You're wrong. Perfidy is when you're pretending to be a civilian, pretending to be someone who's protected under international law. That's the definition of perfidy.
No, it is
Look
not.
it up. Look it up. I just looked it up just then, bro.
So when the Geneva Conventions, the International Humanitarian Law Database, and everything else states that perfidy is not that, they state it's a false declaration of truce or surrender. You think that you're right on that one?
Yeah, but let's say in a
No,
hypothetical.
don't even know. I'm tired of this fucking hypothetical. Fuck,
no,
fuck
but
the game.
listen,
No,
let's
I'm
say he
tired.
was
No,
right.
I'm
How-
tired.
Don't
No,
get angry.
I'm tired of
Don't
it.
get
No,
angry.
but
Golda,
how is
Golda,
it-
Don't
Golda.
get angry.
Stop. No, I'm tired of this. You giving in just for the sake of argument.
No,
No,
it's not a
no,
given
no.
inch.
Hang on. For this, not for the fuck this for the sake of argument. No, you're just. I'm tired of doing that just to appease them and just continue the
It's not
conversation.
to
You're
appease
just
him.
wrong, Jason. You're just
Dude, it's
wrong
to
in every
humiliate
way.
him, not to appease him. Relax. I'm saying
Buddy,
that
yeah,
his
buddy.
argument is still
Damn.
stupid because he's saying that dressing up a person as a
How do you get
civilian
so
instead
triggered?
of putting drones in a box.
Drones in a box, drones
Yeah,
that
drones in a
explode,
box is not people making
explode
pretend
in
they're
a
not
30-meter
armed
radius.
civilians or
They
combatants.
they blow up in a 30-meter radius, sending shrapnel in all directions, harming civilians. They're literally targeting
That's still
civilian
not perfidy.
infrastructure as well.
Wait. Are you
Targeting
talking about Ukraine or Israel right now?
Talking about Ukraine.
both.
Wait. So the
But
Ukrainian drones that were exploding on the planes that were in the middle of the Russian runways, the military runways and the military bases, you think there were civilians within 30 meters of those?
No, I'm not talking about that incident, but there have been other Ukrainian, you can call it Ukrainian-backed or Ukrainian-funded terrorist operations
Like who?
done in, like the T attack that happened in Moscow. The IS members were paid by Ukrainian.
So no, that wasn't proven. The only ones who have claimed that is Russia. So do you have proof outside of Russia
They
said so?
themselves,
No, they did not. No, they fucking didn't.
Bro, the TS themselves said that.
No, they fucking didn't. They did not say Ukraine paid them. That is a blatant fucking lie. And that is all you ever fucking do when you come on my live or Nick's live. You
That's
fucking
crazy, bro.
lie. That's
Look
all
it
you
up,
do.
bro.
Like,
Everyone-
are you like this in your personal life? Do you just blatantly lie to the people around you?
Bro, I respect you, bro. I respect you, but you.
I
gotta
don't care. I
understand-
don't need the respect of a blatant fucking Nazi supporting liar. Can you find me the proof that that Ukraine funded them? Not Russia said so. Not Russia said the terrorists said so. I want proof
Okay.
that Ukraine paid them.
Look, okay, first of all, I gotta point out the hypocrisy. When Israel doesn't allow any other media and they want to tell you what happens in Gaza, you're okay with it.
So
but
you're
when
just not going to
Russia-
answer my question.
Okay, I'll answer your question. You want an independent source, independent investigation.
I
into
want
what's happening.
Jason. I want proof. Because multiple international news organizations are all over fucking Israel, inside of Israel, criticizing Israel all fucking day, every
Not in
fucking day.
Gaza. Not
Yes,
in
the
Gaza.
fuck they are. Associated
What
Press, Reuters, and CNN aren't in Gaza?
Reuters aren't in.
No,
Gaza.
Reuters, Associated Press, and CNN aren't all in Gaza.
Associates. What the fuck is an associate? A
Associated
third
Press.
party? You're talking about third parties?
Get out.
Associates.
I actually get dumber every time I talk to you. What's associate? Oh, fucking.
Associated Press. It's a news organization.
Yo, but he thinks that it means associates.
Now,
Well,
can I
he's
tell it?
confused.
What's up, Sam? What's on your mind?
Well, I just joined the chat.
Oh.
I heard some story. You were talking about the drones. And,
Yeah.
Then I got disconnected for a second, but I reconnected.
There's a restriction on my channel. Are you talking about this live right now, Ryuk? Yeah, it's that I'm not allowed to get donations anymore.
If a drone is targeting a combatant and there are civilians around that combatant that get hurt, you should ask yourself the question, why is there civilians near a combatant that close that they can get injured?
I'd want to know why there's civilians in the middle of a Russian flight line for a Russian military base.
there might be civilian like employees that are like service people, like a plumber or maybe a electrician, but not
No,
a
they're gonna
large
use
amount
their
of.
fucking new guys for that shit. Same thing we do. Use the lowest ranking guy that got fresh out of training. You clean toilets now. Welcome to the Russian military.
No, I'm saying plumbing, like a plumber.
Oh, we still do that.
Profession.
Oh, they still.
Profession.
That's dude. Every job you can think of that's covered in the military. Everything you can think of.
Not every country has that luxury, I guess.
Do you guys not do that in Israel?
No, they bring plumbers, civilian.
That must be nice. Our guys are stupid. They fuck it up even worse. Ryuk, are you referring to the restriction on donations? Is that what you're talking about? Or is there a different restriction? Or are you talking about not in the live? What's the latest news on the Gaza aid distribution centers? Hamas still losing their shit.
I read in the Israeli news that they're stopping it in one place and they're gonna give a date for when they're gonna resume it. And the reason for that was because there's incursions by the H organization into the aid area, and obviously there's a problem with that, safety problem with that to civilians.
Yeah. Let's see. Donation restriction. What happened? Oh, a bunch of Nazis came in at the beginning of the live, right? And they spammed me. So, can't make any money.
It now?
What?
Can I show it now?
Care about the Highness Powerpuff Girls.
Let me just show it. What do you look? Just make me big for a second. For a second. What do you care?
You made a cartoon for us?
Yes, but Sam is being I don't know. He's being a cranky.
No,
old
every
man.
time I expand, it fucking glitches. I don't know, like it started with Julicious, but every time I expand, it glitched the fuck out on my end. I don't know what the fuck's going on. That's why I haven't expanded
Can we
Alice to show the
try?
picture of my face.
Can we try?
No, because I've tried it multiple times and didn't work well, and it fucked up my live studio. I don't know what the fuck's going on. Ever since
Okay, I
that
have
fucking
an idea.
restriction.
Hold up. Can you send him this image so he
Oh,
can make
I
it
can't
work?
even share screen or images.
Oh, what the fuck? Why don't you close
I
the live
I
and reopen?
because then I lose all the viewers.
No, just tell them everybody come back.
They don't come back. That's not how that works.
Yes, they do. What do you mean? Anyway, regardless, go to send him the images.
Okay.
Sam, did you have anything you wanted to add to the conversation? Did you have anything to say or ask?
Well, I just joined, so I'm
Oh.
looking to see what everybody else has to say, and then I can give.
Oh,
maybe
yeah, I
can give
mean,
my 2 cents.
just kind of waiting for morons to come up at this point. I don't want to overcrowd with too many Zionists or pro-Ukrainian people up here at the same time.
I'm Jewish, not Zionist.
You're not a Zionist?
Well, I am, but I'm Jewish first.
I mean, I would fucking hope so.
Oh, wait, are you Israeli?
Yes.
So are you Israeli first or Jewish first?
What? They come one in hand.
No, they don't.
Well, that's the same thing with Zionist. They come hand in hand.
Yeah.
Zionism is a part of Judaism.
Exactly.
Well, I wasn't saying Zionism. I was saying Israelism.
Jews mention the word Zion every morning prayer and evening prayer. Zion is mentioned in the prayer.
Buddy, you don't need to explain that to me. I'm just.
I'm the only
I-
non-Jew up here right now.
Seriously.
A pop quiz. When was the first example of calls for the return to Zion?
It's biblical. Zion is mentioned around 170
On the
times in the
rivers
Bible.
of
No, I meant the first
Babylon,
call. The first call
where
of the
we
return to
lay
Zion.
down, and
The
then
first
we
Passover
wept.
prayer, I think.
On the rivers of
The
Babylon.
first Babylonian exile. There were songs of the return to Zion.
What?
I didn't look it up. I'm gonna be honest. I didn't look it up. I know in Passover. I know. I just know in Passover every year we say next year in Jerusalem.
Twitch chat's bored. There's not enough morons up here.
By the rivers of
Babylon, where we lay down,
and
yeah, we wept.
when
Who
we
sings
were
that?
For Zion.
Bonnie M.
Good job. I was going to say let's keep it that way.
Yeah, I know. My cousin always used to say that.
But Wonder Woman, you sing it a lot nicer.
Thank you. Yeah, and that's true. Then the wicked carry us away into captivity.
This is fascinating.
Okay.
And
I'm gonna swap. Sam, I'm gonna swap you out for something because we got too many Zionists on the panel right now. I got too many pro people. But thank you for coming up.
Too many Zios, you mean?
I wanted to dilute the Goy to Jew ratio even more, but Sam doesn't want to play. Hi, Sam. Good morning,
Hello.
everybody. Are we going to be doing Goldie rules? Everything has to be sung.
No.
Yeah,
No.
I think Sam would have a hard
What are those keyboard switches? Shit. What switches do I have in this? Hang on.
I think I'm the only one who actually likes the word Zios.
But I actually came up for a reason, not to just say hi. That M6A, whatever that had.
His
whatever the
name's
hell it-
Jason. He's just a Nazi.
Okay, jerk off. That's what we're calling him today. I wish I was able to come up when he was up there because I would ask him, excuse me, what were the targets of the attack? Were the targets, I don't know, villages? No, they were air bases.
It doesn't matter.
And-
It does. He's just a
No, I know.
Nazi.
Look, I know what he is. I've dealt with him before, but this is what we're all going to hear on this is what we're going to hear on all of our lives for the next week. Oh my God, it's the same thing. This is
Fuck
what's
'em.
going to happen.
The switches in this keyboard are Nimbus V3s.
Dave, let him cry
They're
about
creamy
it.
switches.
They still cry about the beeper in my name.
Oh, well, do you know what the victims of the beepers don't cry about? Nothing.
Their peepees flying off.
Exactly.
I'm sure they are crying though.
Well, maybe. I really don't care. Anyway, that's all I wanted to come up and say. This is what we're going to hear for the next week and a half. This false equivalence.
Oh,
yes.
this is doing something to my head.
Wait a minute. When I have a mechanical keyboard, and when I do it, people get all, Dave, your keyboard's too loud.
Well, it depends
But
what
you,
kind of
Sam.
switches you got.
I have a DOS keyboard.
This is
Stop.
This is my typing keyboard with my creamy switches. And then this is my gaming keyboard with my cherry browns.
I'm going to say this. What is wrong with people that they have to call switches creamy? Really?
That's
Are
just
they
the-
moist and creamy?
It's you're describing the sound. Like you've got creamy switches, you've got thocky switches, you've got clicky switches.
My 11-year-old is trying to explain this to me. I told her I don't need to know these things.
It's just the way it's when you hear the sound, like that's the word that comes to mind when you compare it to other switches. Us can actually prove God's existence.
What?
What?
All right, I'm gonna go. I just wanted to mention this.
Okay.
I'll talk to you guys later.
Bye,
Bye.
Dave.
Bye bye. I knew it. I was wondering if that was your keyboard. It's a Leobog something 75. I don't know.
Something 75.
I don't remember the model of this keyboard. I used to have a bunch of custom keyboards. I don't know where they all are right now.
I have the keyboard that came attached to my laptop.
It's Mr. Vegemite. Mr. Vegemite just got here. Vegemite sucks.
Oh, Nick?
No, hot dog.
Oh, hot dog. Yeah, the hot dog is definitely Mr. Vegemite.
Fuck
Hi, hot
Vegemite.
dog.
Fuck Vegemite.
I bet you Hamas will surrender if the only aid that we provided was challah dietz, gefilte fish, and Vegemite. I say that, I think, almost every day, but it will happen. It will manifest that into existence.
War
Alice,
crime. Alice, you awake? Yeah, she's asleep. Goodbye, Alex.
Sam, did you see what I messaged you?
Not yet.
Okay, my head is tingling. I hate this.
What? In a good
The
way?
typing
Do you like
is-
Do you like these sounds?
No,
You don't like the keyboard sounds?
I'm not a big fan of ASMR.
I'm not either. I don't get why it's doing that to me right now.
So you are liking it.
I kind of hate it though.
You should, Corinne, what you should do is go on YouTube and or even TikTok and just search keyboard ASMR. I bet you're gonna find a keyboard that you fall in love with. It's just the sound.
What do you? No, it's I don't like.
It's just a satisfying sound. So the keycap is the thing that goes on top. The switch is the noise you hear. The switch is the little thing underneath it that makes the clicky noise. And there's different sensitivities. There's different springs. There's different the way it feels when it pushes down. There's different sounds. Everyone has their own one that they like.
All right. Do y'all hate people who help suffering Palestinians?
Wait, do y'all hate people who help? What? No. What? Why would I?
Why would we?
Why would I care one way or the other?
You have an account in here called Russia's Number One.
All these religious wars or beliefs, but not a single person can prove his existence outside of blind belief. Does this man? Dude, what are you going on about in my chat? What the shit?
He's trying to prove the existence of God on TikTok.
But he just said that God doesn't exist. Bro, you know I'm right. Jason, you still couldn't prove you were right. You don't know what perfidy is. You don't know what part of the Geneva Convention was violated. You don't know anything. Sam, the keyboard warrior. What? I like typing.
Sorry, I'm
Sam,
making
I want
the
to
comment
quick you up on
right
perfidy.
now.
Oh,
I'm
God.
making issue number 1, Golda.
Yes.
It's gonna call it the propaganda menace.
Oh my god.
Low rank vet. Jason, I don't even know what that's supposed to mean. Ajax, what's up?
Hi, Ajax.
Hey
Ajax.
everyone.
Ajax.
Yeah, I think first off, Jason is wrong. I'll say that off the bat, okay? But I think, yeah,
When are you right?
I don't want to make it sound like I'm trying to take his side or anything.
Mhm.
But I think that perfidy, there are other forms of perfidy other than pretending to surrender. So, for instance, you can like set up a trap, like set up a recording of like let's say one side of the war.
Yeah, I covered that with a
hypothetical
false sense of truce or surrender. So if you're setting up like fake scenarios that are supposed to convince someone that there's a truce or surrender, you're baiting them into an ambush by falsifying that, which would not equate to I put some shit in a box that I didn't label and drove it into Russia.
Yeah, but I think it doesn't even. It could be false sense of other things, not only surrender or truce. So, for instance, you can pretend to have hostages. Let's say, like in our war, we do have hostages. So the enemy can like set up a recording of a fake baby crying, and then they can try to kind
Yeah,
of
but
lure
that's
the
what
combatants.
Ajax. That's what he just said. That's
Yeah.
tricking. But it's different. Like perfidy doesn't account for again putting drones in a box.
No, that's why I opened by
Yeah.
saying Jason is wrong. That whatever he tried to claim perfidy is 100% wrong. Okay, no doubt about it. But I don't think perfidy is only
Hello, Alexi.
pretending to create a false sense of truce or surrender. You can like create a false sense of.
That's how it is in international law.
That's just what it's called. But the same situation you're describing is what is covered under what Sam just said.
Is it though? So if I set up a recording that has pretend hostages, it doesn't mean I'm pretending to surrender. It means I'm pretending to have hostages in a room, while in reality I set up a trap there. Let's say.
Yeah.
Hold on.
Yeah.
Hang on. Hang on, just one second. What was the question?
So I'm saying basically, you don't have to create a false sense of surrender.
You don't have to. It's just that falls under it.
No, but I'm saying there are other. So you're saying that's not the only form of perfidy.
No, Sam, let him present the scenario he just gave me.
Right. So, for instance, let's say let's say you have your side of the war has hostages.
Mhm.
So your enemy plays a false recording of a hostage to
Mhm.
try to lure you in and set up a trap. That would also be perfidy, despite not being.
I mean, it's not directly stated that would be, but you could definitely argue that one.
Oh, okay.
It's
I'm
that one's not very
sure.
definitive.
Okay. I thought that would be considered perfidy as well.
No, but all I know is his big thing of like, oh, you put shit in an unlabeled box and then drove that box
Yeah,
somewhere.
yeah.
Like that's fucking stupid.
That's why I opened by saying Jason is wrong, 100%. No, no.
Jason is always wrong.
Yeah, you can. It's like a safe bet, saying Jason is wrong. Okay, that's it.
Actually, there's
That's all.
only one thing that Jason is ever right about, and it's how homophobic and dangerous it is to be gay in the left wing.
Yeah, but he likes it though, doesn't he?
You are wrong, buddy. Google it, buddy. Okay.
All the other pro-Palestinians try to whitewash it and pretend that it's not dangerous, and he's like, "Yes, it is."
Do Christians, Jews, and Muslims have religious wars? I mean, there have been plenty of religious wars throughout history. Yes.
Not anymore.
I'm sorry. What are they doing in the Middle East all over the fucking place?
Where are Christians and Jews having a war against each other?
I didn't say all of them at the same time. I just said there's still religious wars.
Oh yeah.
Golda, what's up?
Okay.
Anyway, that's all I have for you today. I'll go back to listening. Thanks, Anthony.
Oh yeah, no problem. Bye bye.
Bye for now.
Damn.
Dude, this is the best thing ever. Mojo Jihadi. Oh my god.
Free Palestine. Cool. Good job. You freed it. You freed it, Ruth.
I'm keeping it going,
I'm
Golda.
dead. Look at this.
Okay, this
you
is my
can't
point, but no one can actually prove his existence scientifically. Kaiser, they don't have to. That's part of faith. Like, faith is literally belief without proof. They don't have to prove something scientifically if they don't want to, if that's what their belief system is. And that's fine. But we all fight over blind faith. No, not every war is disguising oneself as a civilian to avoid being targeted or to infiltrate enemy lines. No, actually. Engaging in combat while dressed as a civilian and intentionally trying to stay hidden as a civilian would be considered a war crime. It's not necessarily perfidy, but also once you engage in you can insert into a location dressed as a civilian. Once you engage in combat, you must be able to be positively identified and separated from the civilians as a combatant. Jason, you don't know more than the dude who literally does this for a career.
Bro, I have respect for your experience, but with this, you are mistaken. You are mistaken.
I've been right on everything else except for this, apparently. Kaiser, I don't really care. Like, I don't care. I don't get what your point is, dude.
Golda, send this to Sam.
Okay.
Even though Sam is being a butthead right now.
I sent him the pictures you already sent me, but he's not looking at them.
Yeah, I get that. He doesn't care.
I looked at the first two. Okay, what's this one? Mojo Jihadi.
Come on.
What the fuck?
Come
Just
on.
leave the Powerpuff Girls alone.
No! It's first off, we're not the Powerpuff. We're the Zio Puff.
Goddamn Jews stealing everything.
Oh, what the fuck?
Well, actually,
What the fuck?
the comment section named us that. Okay.
Uh, oh, there's Sushi yelling at me, perfectly timed. Here, Sushi, you can come in. I'm gonna eat a Red Bull.
Yes, Ryuk, add Mojo Jojo or Mojo Jihadi.
Okay, what did I miss?
Nothing.
Ugh.
Leon is loving it.
Yeah, I knew she would.
She's like, I can't breathe. I'm pissing myself.
What if I should just go play Counter-Strike right now?
Are you bored?
Yes. Is there anyone even
Oh.
playing Counter-Strike right now? Nope.
What the fuck is? What is that?
It's a video game.
I don't like video games.
I do.
Well, that's typical.
I used to play video games professionally, so of course I fucking love video games.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I played Counter-Strike professionally for the Marine Corps, and a lot of my friends are pros from back in the day.
For the Marine? What?
The Marine Corps decided to get into esports like some of the other branches did.
Are you? Wow.
Brings in a lot of people that are good with technology and good with their hand-eye coordination, good with the reflexes and stuff.
What? Oh my god, Jason. Oh, give me a fucking break.
Only combat you've seen is COD. Ugh, COD is awful. COD hasn't been fun since Black Ops 2.
Jason, you're literally a Jordanian reservist per your own claim, and you've never seen any combat. You work in a McDonald's.
I don't think Jason's anything other than a fucking put the fries in the bag boy.
He's like, I'm so tough. I'm in the Jordanian army, but I live in Australia and don't actually go to the army.
Then you're not in the
He's
army.
Australian, Oba.
Why
He's not
don't you
even
let me
Jordanian.
up? Oh, wait, are you in?
Shameless. Hi, Shameless.
Hello.
What's up?
How
So
are you?
Zio's like, why do you support genocide? Like, what's wrong with you?
You know what? I have to say this. I don't support a G side. I do support a building side.
Oh my god.
I can't even keep on a straight face. I can't. I'm sorry.
What do you want?
Oh, hi,
What's up?
Jason.
What do you
How
want?
are you?
What's up, Shameless? How you doing?
What do
Well,
you
I'm
want,
good.
Jason?
Why?
Jason,
I
do you
gotta
just
ask you
like have a
something.
kink for like Jews or something? Is that what this is?
Yeah, he definitely
Well,
does.
I did used to have a Jewish girlfriend, bro, from Herzliya. Her name's
Oh,
Natalie.
Does
I'm
she
I'm
is
sorry.
she aware that you're a Nazi?
Well, I'm not. I'm not that, and I would. You should stop saying that so you don't get bananaed.
Cool. What do you want?
Why can't I gift people in your live stream? You know, I admire
Because
some
the
of these
Nazis
posts.
reported my live at the very beginning and got me banned because a dude bet me $25,000 that he was right about something and was wrong, and then I got reported.
Well, I'm sorry to hear that, bro. You should probably get it fixed.
It can't fix it until I go live again. I don't care though. It's fucking TikTok. Who cares?
Fair enough, man.
We don't
I
do
gotta
it for
ask
the
you another
money.
question. What rank of a soldier were you? You
Well,
were
I
just
wasn't a soldier. I was a Marine. I was a sergeant, which is E5.
sergeant. So okay, that's pretty good. Wow. That's, how many troops in your battalion?
Depends on what battalion I was with. Are you talking about the whole battalion, or who was underneath me, or what? What are you talking about?
Yeah,
Because I
like
know
how
not
many
everyone
people-
knows what a battalion is.
Yeah, how many people were underneath you? Like,
The most people I ever had was 50. My last platoon I had 12 guys.
okay. Well, all right, bro. I wasn't expecting that, man. I was testing you a bit there, you know. But yeah, good. Keep up the good work, bro. But I think you're wrong on a lot of things you say. And periphery, it has many different connotations to it. So there's many different things to it.
Okay, when you
So,
come back, when you can tell me when that hiding drones in a box is perfect. What part proves that? Because that has nothing to do with what you said.
You know that Jason claims to be a Jordanian army reserver
Hey,
when
wait
he
a
never
minute.
even like served in the military.
He was probably supposed to go to mandatory service. He never showed up. Why are you mad? Haven't seen you in forever.
Why are you mad? How was your date?
Why you mad? The drink is on me or on
Oh,
you?
wait. Why are you mad? We're on a date? Is it cheese man time?
Yes, I'm waking up. Oh, that's cool. Wait, so but the drink is on me or on you?
I can cast my fucking iPhone or iPad screen to the stream. What?
I know, Mr. Graves. I also wanted to gift it live. There is like this, like the live goal. I'm sorry. Why are you mad? It's never too early to drink. Somewhere around this world, it's right now. It's evening or midnight. Perfect time for drinking.
Don't encourage alcoholism.
I encourage drinking. Drinking water is very healthy for you. I'm doing it so your life wouldn't get into much worse like trouble. On me? Oh, never
Yo,
mind.
I can stream my phone. I can use my phone camera for the live as webcam. That's dope.
It's not a cool if you don't
What
stop.
it is, Ellie? What?
I love it. Yes.
Wait, can I add game capture? I can add game capture. I wonder if I can do this. Oh God, what does Ellie want?
Hi, Ellie.
What do you want, Ellie?
It's not alcoholism if you don't stop. Then it's just addiction.
I think it's time to drop Ellie.
Oh no.
Already on it.
Thank you.
Hey guys.
Hello, Nathaniel. What's up?
I wanted to talk about NATO with you.
Okay, NATO. What
What's
about?
your stand on NATO?
I think NATO was created for a good cause, but like France predicted during the middle of the Cold War, they've become too dependent on the United States. I like that they're focusing on unfucking themselves, to put it bluntly, and rearming and doing it on their own, or becoming interdependent, where they're no longer dependent on just the United States, but dependent on each other and reinventing their arms industries. But I think it's a little too late.
So you think Europe is doing not enough to defend themselves?
I think they're working towards it, but I think that kind of France is being vindicated right now because in the midst of the Cold War, French politicians predicted, they're like, hey, you know what? America's great, but we're kind of really dependent on America. We should probably like bulk up and like be ready just in case, God forbid, one day America's not there. And everyone's like, no, America will always be there. It's like, ugh.
Yeah, I think it's about self determination. You know, if you have such a power in excellence, you are not free in your choices. You know, because you rely on the power of the United States. Could it be that what he meant?
Yeah, so like it not necessarily the freedom, it's just that like they predict that basically without the United States they would be helpless because they would willingly make themselves dependent on that power.
Yeah.
And I like the idea of NATO being able to be more independent and be able to defend themselves without the United States. I don't like the idea of America abandoning NATO though, because being mad at your allies, I don't think the answer to being mad at your allies for not funding themselves as much as you would like, I don't think the solution to that is what was I going to say? The solution to that should not be, oh, let me just abandon them. Like, that's dumb.
Mm-hmm. So Germany is now spending 5% of their GDP into their military. That's like more than triple the sum that they spent like 3 years ago.
And Rheinmetall just converted. I saw you guys. They're on factory number 4 now. They did a couple months ago. Rheinmetall's converting old automobile factories to manufacture military equipment, replacement parts for vehicles. That's nice.
Yeah. So I think NATO is a very good thing. Actually, I don't know if you know that the only nation who ever called for help through Article 4 is the United States after 9/11, and the allies were there to protect you.
Yep.
And we're going into war with you, for you. So French politicians by side, the United States was the only state ever needed help, and we were there. And if you see in the future, like what China is doing in Taiwan, it's like a matter of time if this conflict will escalate. And I think Americans should ask themselves if they want to stand alone versus China, or if NATO allies isn't a bad idea to have in that situation. You understand what I mean?
Yeah. I agree. I'm really irritated with how the American leadership right now with Trump is behaving. It's like, oh, I'm mad at Europe for not bulking up their funding. Time to abandon them. It's like, that's not how you do that. That's not how that works at all.
Yeah, and you know, there's another point in that case, because shouldn't we work together as the Free West with the values that we have, that we want to protect, that we want to spread in the world and all that stuff? I don't know what you think about that, but I would love the thought that my children are growing up in a better world than I have. And I think human rights and stuff are some of the most valuable developments over the last 100 years human beings have made. And I think that's like worth to protect, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Oh God, I broke my live studio. What just happened? Oh, there we go. It's better now.
Hey, I can gift again. Oh no, I can't. Never mind.
Oh, Twitch chat's gonna get covered up on the TikTok stream right now. I'm gonna test something out. Screw it. I'm gonna end the YouTube stream. Good night.